Good evening. I'm going to call this working session to order. I just briefly want to note that is an impressive gavel, and we appreciate the use of it here. Obviously, we'll get going here, but we are out in Manchester, and just wanted to turn it over to Commissioner Beeman, whose district we're in, just to give us a welcome to your district, Commissioner, and anything you care to share with us about these western regions, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you to the mayor and council for allowing us to use this space. We're excited to be out here. I do boast the most acreage and the most roads and the most farms out in my district, but we have lots of other wonderful things out in District 3. So I encourage you all to come back, whether it's for the chicken broil, for the fair, for many different things that our DDA puts on downtown, from car shows, all kinds of wonderful things. So come on back.
Great, thank you. Just a quick technical note, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, Ashley, these microphones, you do not have to manually turn on or off, and we're using the OWL tonight for video capacity, which is sound triggered.
Exactly.
Great.
That is correct.
Great. We appreciate your work to set up the technical aspects of it too. And Brady, a thank you to you as well. Ashwin, if you would, with the roll call, please.
Commissioner Beeman. Present. Commissioner Howard.
Here.
Commissioner LeBara.
Here.
Commissioner Blake. Present. Commissioner Matheski.
Here.
Commissioner Raji.
Yeah, I'm here.
Commissioner Sanders. Present. Commissioner Scott.
Super happy to be here.
Commissioner Somerville. Here.
Thank you. We'll move now to public participation. Just want to note, ahead of our full board meeting, you will have 3 minutes. At working session, we have 1 minute of public comment. Please state your name and the municipality in which you reside. Is anyone here wish to give public comment at this time? If you do, please come up to the podium there.
Hi, I am Pat Valancourt. I'm the mayor of the city of Manchester, and I serve on the board for the Manchester Area Senior Citizens Council. So thank you. Don't count this on that minute. Thank you so much for coming to Manchester. We are delighted and very, very happy to have you here. And thank Commissioner Beeman for making this happen. So thank you. Glad to see you. And thank you to those that came earlier for our official senior center opening. So I listened to the entire work session of May 21st and would like to address some of the concerns. First, thank you to all the commissioners that put such hard work into how to make sure that our millage dollars is used fairly and appropriately. Special thank you to our Commissioner Beeman and to Commissioner Somerville. Sure, for that. The question on why more cities and townships were recommended on the approval list was raised, and I believe that the responses were adequate, and mostly because of available resources. I have with me tonight, you have received from the city of Manchester resolutions recognizing our brand new senior center as the official Manchester Area Center. I have also support from surrounding 3 townships recognizing this center as their official senior center. I definitely would agree with those that stress that supporting a senior center should not be defined by what we consider well off. It's having critical support available. Commissioner Beeman was absolutely correct stating that a center can be the lifeblood. We have no local hospital or urgent care or clinic or pharmacy. We have an extremely limited grocery store and transportation. Social isolation is a real problem in the rural areas. A local center is where they can come to find out what resources are available, meet with their neighbors and existing friends, and make new ones. Local centers make availability easier for things like vaccines, scam prevention seminars, safe exercise classes, and healthy meals. Historically, Manchester Area Senior Group has asked For annual dues, $15 per person, $25 per couple. These funds have helped pay for our newsletter and our insurance. We have never denied anyone membership based on paying dues or not living within the Manchester area. Our board has discussed that with the millage dollars, we may not need to charge anyone dues to come. As far as local churches providing free meals.
Madam Mayor,
local
forgive me.
churches do.
We're at 2 minutes overtime. I want to be gracious to you, but if you could wrap up soon, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
I will do that. Serious discussion started in 2020. It's been 7 months. There's always going to be questions, more data to continue to request, reasons to continue to delay distribution. I urge this board to please at least get that initial distribution out. If I probably some other support from the township, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have the clock now up and running, Brady. Thank you for that. And Madam Mayor, thank you again for your hospitality here tonight. Does anyone else have public comment at this time? Please come on up. Again, I'll reiterate, we'll hold to a minute from here on out, but you will have 3 again at the full board meeting.
My name is Janice Kessler. I live in Manchester Township. I'm here to express my disgust at the lack of park facilities in this area. Last year, I learned that Ipsy was getting a new recreation center on top of the Independence Lake, Rolling Meadows, Mary Lou Murray, and a bunch of other parks that are on that side. Over here, we have Watkins Lake, which has a pavilion and benches to fish off of. And I'm sorry, that's Sharon Mills, and Watkins Lake is a trail. It really doesn't provide much. If you go to the trail, you have to be fit enough to use it. If you go to Sharon Mills, you can sit under the pavilion. Where do you go when you have kids? Nowhere. There's nowhere for us to go. And I've been pressing the Parks and Rec to put in some park facilities like swing sets, whatever, across from Sharon Mills, and I'm hoping you will support me on that. They are having a meeting next Tuesday at 2 p.m. and I hope somebody will come here and come there and join it, as well as people in the community.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to give public comment in person at this time? Okay. Seeing none, Ashley, forgive me. Do we have online ability tonight to give public comment? Anyone online?
First, we have Ian Robinson.
Hello, good evening. Sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm here tonight in my role as president of the Huron Valley Area Labor Federation. We've been strong supporters, among many others, of Sheriff Dyer and also of many of you in past elections. And we understand that there's a huge, or at least important, budget issues that are facing the sheriff's office, and that you have created space in tonight's working session for her to explain what those issues are and indicate how she thinks they might be addressed. So we're grateful for that and look forward to hearing what she has to say and how you respond to her points. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on for online comment? Great. We'll move then to the report of our county administrator.
I have no report this evening.
And anything in terms of report from our BOC liaison. Great. We'll move then to our first discussion item. We have a discussion with some of our members of the continuum of care who have been focused on the wintering sheltering issues. Dan Kelly, Shona Taruza, and Rhonda Weathers from SOS Community Services. Dan, Rhonda, and Shona, if you want to come up, we have the podium in terms of presentation, and folks, forgive me, I can't see. I believe that TV facing the audience is up and running. Great. Just give me a chance. Very quickly, Shona, Dan, Rhonda, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you also for accommodating our journey west here. We appreciate it. And turn it over to you. We'll let you get through the presentation and then open it up with questions.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just to briefly tell you about the Winter Shelter Task Force. It's a very successful collaboration between nonprofits and the county, which was created in April 2023 with the goal of trying to help analyze the existing data and programs for winter shelter, research best practices for providing winter shelter in the Michigan climate, to develop strategies and recommendations, and to identify funding supports necessary to provide shelter for all populations. And so we've been trying to stay in communication with you. You've received a number of our reports, so we're just going to try to keep it brief this evening. We provide an update to the continuum of care in March 2025. But over the past month, a smaller group of us have been meeting to try and figure out what to do to prepare for the next winter, because it's going to be upon us before you even know. So it feels like we just got out of the previous winter, but we're already planning for the next winter. And so we figured out what worked well this year and prepared a set of recommendations for the coming winter. I need to remember to move the slides. So there's three main areas that we're focusing on when it comes to winter shelter response. So the first one is prevention and diversion. So that would be SOS, and Ron is going to share more about that during some time. There's emergency shelter, that would be individuals, Dan and myself. And then there's permanent housing, which is really rapid rehousing. So those are the three areas that we focus on. Sorry, I'm behind on my slides. So that's Alpha House, and that's my former office in the photo. Just to tell you a brief bit about what we did at Alpha House this winter. So we had, we were working on an expansion all the way through 2024 and opened up the additional rooms just before Christmas. But before we even opened up those rooms, we launched our Weather Amnesty program. And what we found with the Weather Amnesty program was, as soon as we opened our doors, it eclipsed the regular shelter program. The need was greatest in December, and then it tapered down till we got to March. While we were doing the Amnesty program, Mission, a grassroots organization, was still doing their family sheltering, providing hotel support through the winter. And the most interesting data to look at is the second column. What they found was by the time we got to winter 24-25, the need for hotels through Mission went down dramatically to 54 a month, whereas you can see in winter 23-24 was at 178 a month. But all that data, I think, is available on the website if you want to dive into some of that. I think that's it for my section. So I'll move the slide and then hand over to Dan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Wilson. I just talk about individual sheltering a little bit here. As you can see in this slide, it shows our individual winter response this last winter. We had record data, which I'll show some graphs around that in a moment, but how we tried to meet that need was we started with prevention. As Sean mentioned, SOS did substantial eviction prevention funding, try to prevent individuals from falling into homelessness in the first place when we're able to. At the Shelter Association, we work to divert people if they did come to the door. That's a best practice for somebody that finds themselves entering homelessness. Sometimes they have individual strengths in their own community or family members, and we can divert an individual back to that situation. They don't need shelter in the first place, and thus reduce our burden on the shelter system. If those things didn't work, though, we wanted to have a robust shelter system. I want to share on the individuals, and I want to say a big thank you to the commissioners, the administrator for the county, city of Ypsilanti, and the city of Ann Arbor, because significant private support. Because of all that, this last winter we were once again, like only a few communities in the state, able to say yes to everyone in the winter, all individuals in need. If they come to our doors, we were able to have adequate shelter. That was really difficult. We had to have sites all over the county. We had to have day sites in multiple locations and overnight sites. We had 5 overnight sites this winter. Our primary site, the Delana Center, down in Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, overnight site that operated the entire winter. We've seen increasing needs on the east side of the county as well. We had group care site, that operates out of the hotel, working with discharges from the hospital. And that's all hospital systems locally, including our west side systems as well in Chelsea. And then we had a small general hotel program, as mentioned here in the slide, where that was for unique needs that came up. Like, let's say, fortunately, we had maybe an 18-year-old, remember I worked with one this winter, who came to us and, they had never stayed in shelter before. They were gonna go to Ozone House, but it's gonna take a week to get in. Well, in that sort of situation, provided a hotel to bridge them getting into Ozone, where they're getting those specialized services. That specialized support, an 18-year-old homelessness, that's pretty serious, obviously. And then we also had another overnight site that's a rotating site with congregations all over. A little bit of data, I apologize, this got cut off here on the slide. Bad news is the data continues to be higher. The green is this last winter. And I'm bad at math, I'm a social worker, but I know that green is higher than any other thing on here, unfortunately. And that means that we have record need this winter. And if you'll dig a little bit deeper, you can see that the blue line, the dark blue, for the previous winter, and that was also higher. We've actually seen a record on a record the last several winters. Unfortunately, an individual need. If you go back only a few winters, we're only serving 150 people at our high water mark on terms of overnight census. Now it's up to 215. So seen a significant increase in need. And some of the challenges I already talked about a little bit of this, but the record average of individuals 180 on a given night across those 5 sites, maximum of 215, as I mentioned. Alpha House experienced the same thing as sort of mentioned on the family end. We saw a record need, opened the family overflow, and it was, as you saw on the graph, were full and very, very busy. We also saw increased acuity across the system the last several years. How that shows up is in a lot of ways. You see increased mental health challenges, increased overdoses. I will say that the county just released some data. Overdoses are a little bit down, so a little bit of good news there. Still up from several years ago, but down a little bit. And that's we also seen an increase in older adults seeking shelter. That's up to 36% adults over 50. And then 65% of the folks we serve now report a disability, and that's up from about 45% just a few years ago. And now we're going to talk about planning, and we turn it over to Rhonda.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rhonda Weathers from SOS Community Services, and love to talk to you about our planning. Okay. Because winter programming just ended, we decided to get together a little earlier this year and start planning for the coming winter, even though it's months away. There are some uncertainties about site logistics, particularly for individual shelter, individual adult shelter. So there's a need still to identify a daytime warming site, a need to identify overnight shelter sites in Ypsilanti. And then also we're unsure of site costs. We feel that we might have to incur some costs for utilizing some space in Ypsilanti. IHN at Alpha House, as you heard, is working with community partners to create a new year-round emergency shelter site for families before winter arrives. So we're excited about that, excited about the potential for moving some dollars around within our ask to you based on additional beds in the family side. So new resources are coming available in the community for unaccompanied youth and young adults. Sorry, I don't. The community or the county recently received Washtenaw received a HUD homeless demonstration program grant. And so we'll have additional programming coming in to serve youth. And we'll also be getting a support services only grant to assist young people with housing navigation, including some kinship care, which is exciting. And then they'll also have some new transitional housing and rapid rehousing units coming on as well. Anticipate that 20 youth will be served in transitional housing and an additional 40 youth served in rapid. We have new resources coming into the community, and we're excited about how that's gonna allow us to hopefully improve our response to homelessness. So the first thing that we'll talk about is our recommendation for eviction prevention. And eviction prevention is when we're using dollars that you guys have allocated. Last year, you allocated about $700,000, which is our ask again for this year. And a little bit of that, like 100,000, went to helping to support the staffing for that. But we had $590,000 that were put directly into resources for families and individuals who are facing homelessness. So when a family is facing homelessness or housing instability, they would call HAWK. They would be set up with a eviction prevention assessment, which is conducted by the SOS staff. Last year, we served over 400 households, and we were able to allocate an average of $2,076 to each household coming in. The average household size was 2.4. A preponderance of our families or our households served were families of 1 and 2. But when you counted in the large families that we served, it averaged out to 2.4. So again, in eviction prevention, this is approximately the same level of support provided by the BOC last year. Last year, SOS and OCB partnered to distribute the funding via HAWK and barrier busters. We served 428 households and for both individuals and families. And so appointments, I know have been precarious in the past, but currently we're scheduling appointments for eviction prevention within the same. Next, we have shelter diversion. And diversion is when individuals and families can be safely and permanently diverted from emergency shelter with or without one-time financial assistance and case management. So we're looking at ways to prevent their entry into our system. We have served over 115 households in the past year, and no funds are being requested from the county this year. Although last year we supported diversion with, I believe, $60,000. So the average client cost for shelter diversion in 2024-25 were $1,000 to $1,200 per household, usually $1,000 for individuals, $1,200 for families. SOS and SOC are applying for a MSHDA Steps to Stability grant to support shelter diversion activities, and those monies will be put towards staffing. That grant will start on September 1, and then the city of Ann Arbor has dedicated $140,000 in their fiscal year 26 budget for diversion. So we feel that we don't have an ask for the BOC at this time. Moving on to hotel stays with supports. This group last year allocated $110,000 to short-term hotel stays. These are for clients who have complex medical or behavioral health needs and safety risks. The average length of time has been about 40 nights, actually, not 2 to 4 weeks. And this year we are asking for just $15,000 to help supplement some other funding that, or some other circumstances that have changed within the community. We have had increases in family shelter options and the YPHP funding that has come through for youth and young adults. There's an anticipated lower need for hoteling in 25-26. So CMH anticipates contracting with IHN to provide hotel stays for families in certain emergency situations. And outside of these requested funds, SOC provides hotel stays in certain emergency situations. Over the past year, through SOS's hoteling program, 40 families were served, representing 149 people. The average length of stay was 40 nights, and the average cost per household was $2,391.26 that came from Board of Commissioners. 73% of those served in hoteling exited permanent household. On to the family shelter expansion that has been mentioned. The family shelter expansion includes some master leasing dollars that are coming forward. Both SOS and IHN received master leasing grants from the state of Michigan through NVHHS. And this is for families with whom shelter diversion has been unsuccessful and who continue to need a shelter site. So there will be 20 additional families per night. These units are usually designated, at least for SOS and I believe for IHN, the idea is to use them for larger families who don't really fit well into a congregate shelter situation. So there are no funds being requested for the county for the master leasing thing, which although it will increase by 8 units for IHN and 12 units for SOS. On the family shelter expansion side of things, there is a new site coming on, which I mentioned earlier. And IHN will be, pardon me? It is exciting. I digress. IHN will be bringing on a new congregate site, which will potentially house up to 30 additional families at a time. And so there is a request to the BOC for $280,000 to assist IHN in operationalizing this new project. Rapid rehousing is a form of housing that has been operating for, gosh, nearly 15 years now in this community. It's provided to literally homeless households who need a rapid exit in the state and stable housing in the private market. So in rapid rehousing, the family holds the lease and SOS supports them with not only rental assistance, but also case management services in the home for a period of time. While they stabilize their income, they increase their income hopefully, and so the program is designed so that we start out paying 100% of the rental costs, and then we taper it down to 75%, 50%, 25%. With the idea being that at the end of the program, they would be able to fully take over their rental. We of course make adjustments if the family loses income or has other unforeseen circumstances that might come up. So the funding request this year is for $120,000 to help us increase our capacity in this program. Last year, or in the current year, with the grant starting October 1, the community did not receive Tier 2 funding, which included a partial amount of the rapid rehousing program, as well as additional bonus projects and whatnot. So that means that 28% of the budget for rapid rehousing was lost. This amounts to about 40 units. We've been changing things around to try and mitigate some of that loss and bring units back in by eliminating other costs. And so this 120,000 helps support that effort to minimize the number of units that would be lost. Okay. Nation for day and overnight shelter for individuals. An individual daytime and overnight winter shelter is for anyone who is literally homeless and seeking relief from cold weather during the day and night. So the estimated number of families or households is 220 individuals day and night. Funding request is for $215,000. And funding has also been secured from the city of Ann Arbor to assist in this project. So funding from the county, in addition to other municipalities, allows for the expansion of sheltering activities for individuals in the winter months. For 25-26, SOC plans to operate expanded overnight and daytime shelter individuals at multiple sites across. Dan spoke to this earlier. Not all sites have been secured for the 2026 winter. SOC will also need to secure funding support from other municipalities and donation sources. Support needs may vary depending on results. But now I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you, everyone, again. This is just a summary of what Don went over. I think that the big thing here is just looking at, we spent some time, we're trying to get way ahead of winter. I know it's June. It's nice out, but it will be here, as I mentioned earlier, before we even think about it. Trying to get really ahead of having a strong, robust winter response system that I know the community really works hard to do every year. That's what this, along with all the other things Rhonda mentioned, the existing resources, the new resources coming out, speaks to. And you know, the changes from last year that Rhonda highlighted, the one that I want to highlight again is usually like the big family shelter expansion, which is very exciting. Last year, having those additional beds, now making them more permanent, and increasing family shelter capacity so that we're able to say yes to everything. Next steps, we're gonna continue to finalize logistics, secure sites, work with other sources. There's a lot between every agency involved. There's a lot of fundraising efforts that go on. There's a lot of staffing up for the winter. You try to my winter staffing up to do year round, but you have to do some winter additional staffing. Do training for those new staff. And the big thing is making sure you have sites and a good system across the county, working with the continuum of care, which is here. We'll plan on doing a formal presentation very soon with the COC. Talk to them. That's our broad network. That along with the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, that helps us kind of make sure that us as a system, all 29 organizations I think that are involved and multi-sector is all coming together and make sure we've got a strong response. And then later on, in the next steps, work with Office of Community Economic Development, Tony, who I saw was here, Tony, to finalize a resolution, and then implement our response. Where it'll be here before we even think about it. Yeah, that's all we have. A little bit open to any questions. I know, enjoy it, but still, we want to be prepared, right? Or what do they say? Prepare like you're looking for, I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever is bad. Yeah. But open to any question.
Thank you. And I've got a few in the queue. I do want to just very quickly, one, thank you for the presentation. Two, want to note that Cameron Donald with Braco is here filming. He did a well-regarded documentary, Letter to the West Side, earlier this year and is working on a film related to some of the human service needs in the county. So we appreciate you being here, sir. And I want to open it up. I'll go to Commissioner Somerville and then Commissioner Sanders.
Chair. Thanks for the presentation. It's always good to see the three of you and some audience that are here with the COC. I am excited about continuing the conversation with the city of FC and finding a permanent day space as well as expanding capacity for adults. Really excited for the new project with Alpha House. Also, I just wanted to uplift my appreciation for the partnership with CMH and Alpha House on the family hoteling for those critical cases that really need the support. And then I think, not really kind of a question, but it seems like this process is very similar to kind of how the process unfolded last year with the work that you all did with OCD and recommendations. But it seems like it's maybe running even more smoothly, like more proactive this year than last year. Even though last year I thought you all did a good job working with the department. So just excited to see the continued growth. And obviously the reason why we're seeing better results because we're putting more general fund dollars. So yeah, like the data we got a few weeks ago about the wait times from 6 weeks to 5 days is amazing. So just really excited for that and hoping to figure out a way to like package this up and like a quick social media post so the community understands that we've really made a difference in the last 2 years because we're putting more money into the program. So thank you all.
Commissioner Sanders.
Got a couple questions. So, Rhonda mentioned there was the slide before shelter diversion where the term that caught my attention was previously there was a precarious way of placing people, or there were some issues. I don't know if you can address what you mentioned. Like, do we know why there was a reason for difficulty in assisting the people that were in need?
Is this related to eviction prevention?
I think so.
So I think that previous years, we would receive an allocation of dollars for eviction prevention, and previous years, we divided that by 12 and gave a certain level of funding each month. In this past year, we decided to front load that money into the coldest months from November through the end of March. And by doing that, we were able to service all requests that were made for housing emergencies each month without ever running out of money. So some of the money actually rolled into the following months. That money is now gone mid-May, but that really changed, I think, the system and how we were able to service people facing homelessness in the coldest months of the year.
So is that a permanent, ongoing new procedure?
Yes.
So thank you for that. Also, I think it would be helpful, at least for me, I can't speak for the other commissioners. It would be helpful if when we receive these asks, you could share with us the types of fundraising efforts that you have done. What has been the result of those fundraising efforts? Also, a list of the current, you said right now it's 29 total organizations, but I think when you do these asks, those two pieces would be very beneficial each time, so that doesn't seem like I'm picking on you every time, because I'm gonna ask every time. But if it's already in the packet, I think it's very helpful, at least for me, to be able to, if I had to, explain to residents why we make the decisions that we do. It's always better to have as much information as possible. And then lastly, I'm always interested in knowing, out of the ask, what is the percentage that goes to administrative staff? That would be very helpful. So if you're asking for the 1.330, you know, what is that, what percentage of that money is pulled out to pay for salaries and administrative costs? So I guess I might have fibbed 3 asks moving forward when you bring these packages together. I think it's only fair for our taxpaying residents to know exactly why we're making the decisions about their money and how their money is being used. So those are my asks, and thank you for the presentations. I will say that I have actually personally had to assist family members with housing this past year. Ozone, Alpha House were extremely helpful in that effort, and I appreciate that work. So thank you for the presentation.
Move to Commissioner Hodge and then Commissioner Light.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's always really helpful to get this, and really excited about the upcoming developments. So if you could speak about if the request for the 1.3 million were to be met, and then if everything goes as we hope with being able to expand sheltering, what would that look like for the community in terms of homelessness, the state of homelessness in the county?
I could start. So our ask is, because we're going to be running 2 locations, and so I'm going to have to hire a whole bunch of other staff to get the new center up and running. So that's mostly, unfortunately, it's mostly going to go to staffing, because everything else can be taken care of. But I need the people to keep the kids safe, so it's going to be staffing. Just say, and I don't want to even entertain it too much longer, but just say it didn't work out to get the new building up and running in November. The plan is to still do what we did at our house on Jackson Road. Again, not ideal, rather not. So we're hustling to try and make sure that we get Talvey up and running. But for us, yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Commissioner. I think trying to be like half glass full on this. I think right now, I mean, we're seeing the affordable housing crisis. As I mentioned, we're seeing such a huge influx of need just due to housing costs, everything going on in the world, increasing homelessness. I think we would be able to meet that need better in the winter months and be able to keep people safe. The big thing I think about is if somebody needed to be safe and have a place to be warm and get active in case management, to get back on the beat on that path that now unfortunately can take a while. Our average length of stay has doubled over the last 5 years, just because there's so little housing and the acuity is so high. So I'd like to say that we could see a big reduction in homelessness, but I think it would be more just meeting the ongoing increasing in need. We'll be able to keep up with that, and we wouldn't fall into one of those communities that where you're saying no to a lot of people in the winter months and turning them away from basic needs, quite frankly. I wish it was better news, but there's some good affordable housing on the horizon, and hopefully medium term we'll see some other, I'm trying to be positive here.
Yeah.
Better changes. But I think that that's primarily what we'd be able to do, at least from the individual.
So hearing you correctly, people would be sheltered.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would meet the sheltering need if we were to do all that.
Yeah, and we'd be able to do some housing, because when you provide that shelter, folks are also getting access to those basic needs, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we all remember from undergrad. And then folks do get back on their feet. It just takes a while. So, but the first step is providing those basic needs. And if we had more housing, we could do more. So much control. I know the commissioners, you guys are doing trying to do as much as you can.
Well, that's helpful. I appreciate it. And I wouldn't say it's unfortunate that a lot of the funding would go to staffing because people provide services. So this is one of those examples where providing funding for staffing, I think, is really helpful. I mean, we need to be funding social workers and everybody else that's providing the services directly to people. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And that it's because we had 3 years of support from you all that we were able to think big, get stable and think big, and then launch this whole new season that's about to start in December. You supported us in winter of 22, 23, 23, 24, but that cumulative support has enabled us to do what we're doing now.
I'll have a question or two. We've got Commissioner Sanders back in the queue right after Commissioner Light. Anyone else, I will add you. Commissioner Light, I'll go to you.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation, but most of all, thank you for all that you are doing. I love the partnership that you all have. It's this triangle that I'm just trying to get in it because you are doing amazing work, and I personally see the results. And I know the work that's being done. And so you all have my full support, and call me. I don't know, I can't just do everything, but for any little thing, and I mean hands-on, if it's coming to, I don't know, plant flowers, cook in the kitchen, whatever the case may be, just for additional support. But I really appreciate the work that you all are doing. And I plan for November to be up and running.
Go to Commissioner Sanders, then Scott and Masiewski.
So respecting Commissioner Beaman, because this is her district, but I do often ask this question: what about this side of the county? So are you able to tell us how you service the western, more rural sides of the county? I mean, where you are located is very urbanesque.
Yeah.
And so it's easier to spot homeless people, I think, when you're driving on the freeways, when you're on the roads, you're passing them. But I don't know that it's that way, out in communities like Manchester, and so how do we know whether or not we are missing residents that are not sort of in your core central operation?
I would say that we do randomly get, because all our referrals come through Hawk, so someone who's experiencing homelessness, wherever they are, I've got to call Hawk. And the people who actually come to our house on Jackson Road, none of them are really from Ann Arbor. They're all from the outlying areas. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the systems in place, they tend to be from 48197, 48198. That's where the greatest need comes from, because of high density. That's what you find. But as Rhonda shared, both of us have master lease contracts, and we'll be looking at houses all around the county, but mostly for larger families. But that spreads it all out.
And that first step is really to call Hawk, and then if it's a matter of diversion or a matter of eviction prevention, we can provide those to any area. Without the right.
And I would say on the individuals end before that Hawk conversation, some people don't know about Hawk too. There's also getting out there with the local, congregational partners, some of the smaller nonprofits that operate in West County, like Faith in Action. The hospital systems, kind of looking at the various ways people seek help and then making sure they're aware of not only HOF, but also what drop-in services are available. It's not as common, as Sean mentioned, most folks come from Portland, 7498 or 4813. But we do get some folks who maybe they're on the west side of the county. Street outreach also through CMH will identify people all over the county. And we have a cap contract where in the winter months, if somebody's out in Manchester, for example, and they're at a congregation and they call us, we can get them over and assuming there's no public transport, we can get them over to the shelter. We have a 24/7 line in it regardless. And it's used rarely, but it is a life.
That was kind of purposeful because I hope I'm not stepping out of turn when I say that when you're dealing with, I think, farming communities and more rural communities, there's a level of pride there that sometimes may exceed the level of pride in an urban area where they're used to having to figure it out on their own. And so I just would like for everybody to know that they don't have to figure it out on their own, that this funding is also intended for them as well. And we want them to know that it is there for them. They are included. So, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move to Commissioner Scott.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My question was, probably maybe a little more straightforward. When you talked about the shelter diversion program and you said no funds are included in what we're looking at for budget this year, is that because of the, I know you said the city, is that related to the millage dollars that the city has for housing to help offset that ask?
Well, approximately 140,000 of the diversion program moving into the next year will be from the Steps to Stability Grant. Yeah, this comes from MISHDA. And then the other 140,000 will come from the city of Ann Arbor. And Dan, do you know?
Should know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can ask
Okay.
Councilmember Watson.
No, it's just a question to try to, because I think sometimes that's like how millage dollars can offset, needs and be able to then push those dollars into other areas. So that's why I asked. It's helpful to know that.
Yeah, we can check on that for sure.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you. A question about your funding request for eviction prevention, 700,000. Last year you served 428 households, your slide says. And you partner with OCED on that with funding through HAWK and barrier busters. I'm curious about the process that you go through. Is there anything in that process that you find might delay funds getting out, things that we look at to maybe improve? Or perhaps is it a smooth functioning process that
Getting better all the time. It's had its challenges certainly in the past few years, but this past year went better than ever before. The process is that people call HAWK, and if there is situation where they're facing eviction, that it can be resolved with the influx of some cash, then they're sent to SOS for a addiction prevention assessment. So the assessment is completed, and then we gather not only BOC dollars toward that, but any other dollars that we can leverage in the community. And then pay, and the dollars are only committed once we know we can pay off the entirety of the arrearage. So then that is done, and hopefully the issue is resolved for the family for at least 12 months. Because they can't come back for 12 months for another request. So we found that by front loading the BOC dollars into the November through March timeframe really helped us to move families more quickly. We also in the last year increased our staffing capacity by half an FTE so that we could stay more current rather than having 4 to 6 weeks out, that we would be able to handle the requests more efficiently as they came in. And that has been the case. We had the staff at the very end of December, and wait times just good.
Yeah.
I have one quick question, but anyone else? Commissioner Roger,
I can go after you.
please, sir.
Unless you want to share.
No, I want to defer to you. You go first and I'll follow up.
All right, thank you, Chair. Well, so I had a quick question and then a broader question maybe that staff could help answer, but, so I know you guys are prepping in advance, getting ready for, next winter. One of the big things that I've talked about at these meetings that, I'd love to kind of hear your take on is, and this is something that's becoming more operationalized, I think, in the contract work that you, with the contracts that you have with the county, but I think we're in a time right now where there's a war on government happening. And because of that, I think people often lose or don't have the appreciation for government that they probably should because of the things that we fund. And when services are being delivered by a non-governmental organization using government money, it can sort of lose its potency in some ways so that people understand what the importance of government is. And I think we're becoming acutely aware of that with federal government pulling so much of its funding away. And people realizing, oh my God, I didn't know that was funded by the federal government, right? And so my interest in anytime we talk about funding for nonprofit organizations is how do we make sure that the people that are receiving the service and the taxpayers generally are aware of what their tax dollars are funding, and that the services that are being provided is not, in many ways, is not an act of charity, but it is an act of community will. And I would love to hear your take on that as you prepare for this winter and the ways in which you're planning to improve your efforts around ensuring that those that you're delivering services to understand those facts.
Sure, I know that for our agency, we've really stepped up our efforts to recognize the VOC county, all of our partners, in this effort that we've added, like Washtenaw County to our letterhead. We've done a number of things that makes it more visible to the community. We do social media releases around the hours. We do a lot of different types of acknowledgement things related to this. We're very proud of the support that we get from the county.
How are the recipients of the services notified that the services that they're receiving are made possible by the people of Washtenaw County?
Well, I think Commissioner Blight and Commissioner Sanders and some of them as well, because they regulate Alpha House for different reasons. And when they come, I say these are the people who support this whole enterprise, and they've heard me say that multiple times. And then by Commissioner Dill and Administrator Dill and Justin Hodge, when you came as well, you got to meet some of the residents. And we have an open door policy and we share freely. And it's, when we did open the lower level staff, we did social media posts, everyone knew that it was because of the Board of Commissioners. So I feel like it's not, I hear you saying that government and nonprofits, I see it as all of us working together, collaboratively. We bring the staffing, the expertise, you will bring the funding and the presence and the support, and we'll work together to support the vulnerable. That's where I see it.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not looking for you guys to throw a parade for us. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for it to become institutional, like an institutional thing. That when people are receiving services, they're understanding that it is not an act of charity, that it is an act of community will, that they are receiving services that are paid for by the people of Washtenaw County. I think that's important because especially we're experiencing that now, that it's easy to lose sight of the fact that government has a role to play in all these different facets. And it's not to say that we're not in a partnership. I just want to make sure that people and our taxpayers understand that, that the services that they are providing, so that when we go to them and ask for funding and resources to help give you more funding and resources, they understand what the impact of that is. And so it isn't just about bringing commissioners out. I want the people who are getting the service and the taxpayers of the county to be able to see on a regular basis what, I want it like in the day-to-day, not like a special occasion or a special event. So just something to consider. You can think about that for next time because there's some time, for us to percolate on your proposal, but I think it needs to be part of
the institutions that you guys run.
Commissioner, just to add one, because I really appreciate that point. Last year, I think last year, the year before, I remember discussing that at the board, and what we're doing is a more practical thing, kind of to your point, at the shelter association is added the acknowledgement, to the materials that the guests get. You know, when you walk into the day shelter, there's a sign that says supported by Washtenaw County. Our information sheet, which goes widely in our kind of program materials, also have that acknowledgement. That way, when the guests receive it, they understand that that is that support. To your point, you know, because right now we want to be a strong partnership. And I think that's a really practical way to get the word out about that, as well as the social media and stuff like that, and your annual report. Another thing at the shelter is we've got about 2,000 donors, and that goes out to our donor base, acknowledging the county effort, and that's local residents, primarily Washtenaw folks, obviously. But on the client end, guest end, it's for us, it's been modifying the materials so it makes the acknowledgement. Making sure we got the most up-to-date logo. You know, you don't want the one that when you scale it in, it gets all grainy or whatever, but
Yeah.
I remember I worked with Ashley to do that, I think, last year.
That's wonderful. I think we need to see more of that, and I appreciate you bringing that forward. And just to be clear to the three of you, I'm not just picking on you guys. This is something that I've asked for across the board. As a Parks Commissioner, it's, you know, the county wasn't even recognized on the Border to Border Trail website. We had all of the private donors that gave to help make Border to Border Trail happen, but not the taxpayers of Washtenaw County. So I fought to make sure that there was recognition on there that we, the people, fund most of that project, that it isn't just private donors that make that happen. So it's not just in the case of what we're talking about here, it's across the board.
And also encouraging when you talk about the taxpayers knowing about what we do. There was some good news articles that came out this winter. Jen Bieberbach did one or two, I think, that acknowledged that this was being supported by the county. So that would be a way of the taxpayers knowing about this piece.
I had a follow-up question for staff that can be answered at a later time, but I know there's a lot of conversation about, you know, the infrastructure building that these three nonprofits are doing, and others in collaboration. And I know something that I've brought up several times in the past has been the need for the county to invest in physical infrastructure for housing people. And we've talked about the idea of a housing commission. We've talked about, you know, the notion that we have, you know, we do the hoteling. We spend a lot of money on hoteling. And, you know, I've advocated in the past, why not just purchase a hotel, or a facility to house people that's, so that we're not, you know, paying market rate for rooms. And I want to know if there's any progress, on that conversation or on that front. You don't have to answer that question now, but at a later meeting, I'd love to hear the answer to that.
Of course. I believe it or not, I was gonna ask a similar question what Commissioner Robbie asked. I'm looking at a photo on my phone of a friend whose birthday is today, and Facebook will tell you those sorts of things. But there's a photo she took of Mount Hood Timberline Ridge, erected 1936-37, Works Progress Administration, in cooperation with Department of Agriculture. And just building a little bit on what Commissioner Robbie mentioned, I think the visibility question, but also the responsiveness and adaptiveness of the policies of the entity providing the services. That sense of, well, who makes the decisions for the services that these individuals get? I've spoken to the three of you about this. I know to a person, you understand that, and so, you know, thank you for what you said. I think that's also just sort of a tangible recognition, like Commissioner Robbie said, of tax dollars going to a common good for a specific purpose, which unfortunately we need more of right now. And with DOGE and with sort of the politicization of some of our departments in unique ways, I worry, you know, we'll get murky. But I just want to wrap up my comments by saying I really appreciate the work and the reporting you've done. And I really appreciate that this is a really basic core human activity. Keeping somebody literally warm and sheltered is sort of a basic function of civilized society. And so it's good to see this and that the data's moving in the right directions. I look forward to continuing to support it going forward. So any other, Commissioner Light?
I just wanted to say that, I believe that, we, the county, are greatly recognized, with the assistance that we provide to our different organizations, and especially these three, because I go places and like the grocery store, because I'm there often, and you work for the, thank you for, you know, you helped. I was staying at this shelter or this, I get hunted down and phone calls and people saying, hey, the county does X, Y, and Z. Does the county pay for this? I mean, I've had some questions about, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if the county, you know, allocates funds for that particular thing, but I will bring that into the board table. That's a great idea. However, I think our taxpayers, and our residents are well aware of what we do. And sometimes, it may seem like our work and, the funding that we provide goes unnoticed, but I believe everybody knows. And sometimes it's not about seeing our logo. It's just, for me, I know that we, are appreciated and folks know. So just in case, if we don't see it, know that people know. And, that they know that this board, sincerely, and our staff and administration sincerely cares about our community, because I get calls and I get, calls out for help from all over the place. So they know that we are assisting this county and doing what we're supposed to do. Even if we don't see it, believe me, everyone knows it. And we just have to continue working with our partners and keeping it up and just doing the work. And it's known. It'll be known.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. I hope your grocery experiences are still fruitful, though.
They are.
Any other questions at this time from commissioners? Great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and being with us tonight. We'll move then to, you know, maybe in the city of Ann Arbor or further east in the county, it's just rare, but thank you for that applause. That was very, very kind, not expected, but lovely. So we'll move then to item B, which is the Sheriff's Office budget discussion. We have our Sheriff Alicia Dyer here with us, and Sheriff, in theory, we try and end this meeting for a 7 o'clock full board meeting. I suspect we'll go over that a bit. We'll try and facilitate that as much as we possibly can. Let me turn it over to you, and if you want to introduce any of your staff at this time that are presenting, please do so on your time there, Sheriff.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I also have my Under Sheriff Harshberger, our Commander of Corrections, Chippewa here, as well as our Director of Operations, Crystal. And then thank you to Deputy Storyring for being here for security as normal, so appreciate you. And thank you all so much for having me today. I have a presentation that we prepared for you. And it's the first time I've been here at the board since I started my term this January. So I really want to give you all sort of just an overview of what's been happening at the Sheriff's Office. And we have done some assessments involving our operations as well as our budget. So I also wanted to go over that with you. And you can go to the next slide, actually, Brady. Sure. Or, oh, cool. All right. So one thing that we did is we have a new mission statement. So every time a new sheriff comes in, they bring in a mission statement. And what we did at the Sheriff's Office is we actually had the values, and we used the values to drive the mission statement. And we held an internal contest, and our dispatch operations coordinator, Brian Schuett, came up with this mission statement that was selected. And it's together we are committed to creating a safer, more just, and compassionate Washtenaw County for all. And I just brief overview of the 100-day report. It is quite long, but it is available on the website if anybody wants to take a look at it. Some of the key things that we've done is we updated the traffic stop policy. I talked a lot about this on the trail, as well as, I know there's been talk across the county because of the work that Ann Arbor City Council did with adopting the traffic stop quality ordinance. So our traffic stop policy now mimics Ann Arbor's traffic stop policy. We are no longer making stops for some of the minor low-level offenses. However, we are still prioritizing safety issues on the roadway. So we are still making traffic stops. We're just not making stops for air fresheners, cracking the windshields, and some of those more minor offenses where you see the racial disparities go up. And so we were able to implement that. We also, the number one thing that we heard from staff was, it's no secret the sheriff's office has been understaffed for quite some time. And specifically in the jail and road patrol, it has caused a huge burden on frontline workers because in law enforcement, when you don't have the ability to fill a position because you're short-staffed, you have to mandate overtime. And so this has led to a situation over time where people have been forced to work a lot of double shifts where they're working 16 hours back to back, which, causes a lot of issue involving stress and work-life balance, but also is a hazard for the community and risk given that you have deputies out here overworked and sleep deprived. And so we have been able to make some changes to our hiring process. We are prioritizing local people from Washtenaw County, and that has been going very well. And these are for the union vacant positions that were in our jail, as well as road patrol, and then dispatch as well. We built an internal mental health and wellness team. So we're focusing on PTSD and first responders, the stressors of the job, and really trying to work to address the mental health of our people on the front lines because of the nature of the job and responding to crisis. You are impacted a lot by trauma, just because of the nature of the work. In the jail, we are working on solidifying new rates for phone and video calls, which, this was led by my staff there. They did listening tours on the blocks of the jail and asked people incarcerated how we can improve communication. And we are trying to make some positive steps there. And in the new rates, we are going to be seeing a 67% decrease in cost to families in Washtenaw County, which is, and also across the country, given, depending on who is visiting people incarcerated. And so that was definitely positive. We attended dozens of community engagement events. I've been meeting a lot with our police service contract partners. I've been out in the community doing Q&As, as well as just, reassuring people that our public safety landscape is going well. Our deputies work really hard to keep the county safe, and same with our dispatch and our corrections staff. We also developed an emergency management population plan for electronic monitoring. And thank you to Chair Scott for the work with the CJCC. We were able to all come together, as well as Commissioner Somerville, and we're really working together to try to develop a long-term solution for community corrections. Having a population management plan is going to help increase collaboration between us, the courts, and the judges, because we provide that service to the courts. And, when people are on tether for long ranges of time, it's costly. Let's see the next slide. So this is just to educate you on what is mandated versus what is non-mandated at the sheriff's office, just for transparency's sake. So we have police services, which is a mandate. It's really driven by our police contracts with our contracting partners. We have corrections and housing, which is driven by the MCLs that are listed there. Court security, so that, the sheriff's office, we protect our judges and our courts. Metro dispatch, that is driven by the contracts with partner jurisdictions. And then community engagement, while there's no state or federal mandate, there's services there that are grant funded or partnership supported. It's where a lot of the work that, I think us at the sheriff's office, as well as the community and the board, have identified as, more innovative and important. We have Shore Moms, we have the peer-to-peer work that focuses on peer mentorship for people returning from jail in our community. And as well as our community violence intervention work is housed in our community engagement program. We have emergency management, which is, I listed the MCL there for you, and then our public safety millage programs, and that's also where we have innovation, reentry, outreach, housing, and our community programs. While there's no state or federal mandate, it's approved by the voters, and some services are grant funded as well. So here is a overall broad picture of our budget. So our general fund for the sheriff's office is 64.5 in expenditures, and then we bring in 28.6 million in revenue. And so if you look at the true cost of what the sheriff's office is costing, it's around 35.9 million because of the revenue contracts, which are, again, our contracts with our police jurisdictions as well as dispatch. 7.4 million, that is the fund that we pay the county for CAP services. The 4.4 is our contracted services. And this one is really important. Last year, and I don't think anyone could have predicted this, the jail, food, and medical contracts rose significantly. And so this area in our budget has been extremely strapped looking at it present day. And this gives you, I know there's some questions around our staffing and our FTEs, so this just gives a narrative of what we're seeing at the sheriff's office. So our budgeted FTEs are 359. Our current vacancies are 70. We have 29 vacancies in the jail, and then we have 27 vacancies in police services, 8 vacancies in dispatch, and then there's 6 other vacancies across the jurisdictions. Most of our vacancies are in our union mandated areas, specifically the jail and road patrol. And then with dispatch, we have, we do have to, so when we can't fill a vacancy, we normally have to backfill overtime for it. With dispatch, it happens less. However, the vacancies that are funded for dispatch are really important if the county identifies that they want to move to making a more metro dispatch model where we adopt fire contracts. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then this gives you a landscape before this year of sort of where we were at with the sheriff's office at the end of the year with the remaining general fund in our budget. So in 2021, there were 639,000, and then you see as it goes to 2022 and 2023, there was a significantly less savings. And then 2024, last year, it was really the food and the medical costs that ended up ultimately driving the budget into a slight deficit. This slide is, again, the general fund, but this actually details the public safety millage programming. And so if you look at it over time, so from 2019 to 2025, the orange is the actual that's been spent on programs, or the colors are a little too similar. The light orange is the actual spend on programs. The dark orange is the amount to our police service contracting partners. Both of these things were commitments when the millage was initially voted on. And so what if the rising cost of everything has, increased, at a rate to where the police service contracts, about half of the public safety millage the sheriff's office is going to making those contracts more affordable for some of our local municipalities. Specifically here in Manchester, if this didn't happen, they would not be able to afford public safety. And it becomes really important, especially for the rural areas, because they have significantly less resources. And then the other, I think, important thing to know is that actually, it might be the next slide. Yep, actually this one. So there was also the unallocated public safety millage fund. So when the millage was passed, there was planned programming that was supposed to happen, and then the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, it basically halted a lot of the plans that were supposed to happen. So it created a situation where the previous sheriff was able to save money at the end of the year, not spend all the millage money, but went into the unallocated public safety millage fund. This fund had a fund balance last year, and the recent number is actually slightly lower than that because the lump sum payouts for the wage increases is now taken out, but it's really around 1.7 million. And, I think the, important thing here is after this year, there's not gonna be any more savings from the planned millage programming. The ordinance that, Commissioner Somerville worked on, that I think we all support, right? The idea that we're going to use millage funds for, mental health and community violence intervention and things that are gonna really focus on the front end. The reality is the millage is now extremely constrained. And so what that means is there's very little room for future years to fund any overages that happen at the sheriff's office. So specifically, this makes the food and medical issue extremely important. And then this shows the contracted services, specifically the medical and the meal costs over time for the jail. So in 2021, and if you see the yellow is the contracted services budget, the blue is the actual expenditures for food and medical. So what you've seen over time, in 2021, the food and medical for the jail was 1.8 million, then it went to 2.2, then 3.3 million. Yeah, and then if you keep going, you see the actual expenditures for food and medical have increased significantly over time. And that's because during the pandemic, we saw a huge decrease in our jail population. So all of this is based on average daily jail population. And I will say too, the medical can be unpredictable. We don't control who comes in and out of our jail. That's something that happens, at the courts or with public safety in general. But we have to care for people in our jail. We have to make sure they get proper medical care. And there are medical services that can cost $1,000 a month. It really can depend on the person. And so as the average daily jail population started going up over the years after the pandemic, you saw the cost basically going up with them, which makes sense. Same with meals. Depending on how many people, you have to feed people in the jail, and so those costs go up as well. And then these are the personnel savings historically from our jail staffing vacancies. So in 2021, you see that there was savings there. And then as the population has grows after the pandemic, we have seen a lot less vacancy savings. So last year, there were no vacancies from our personnel savings, which meant that they could not be used to basically ensure that the budget was balanced, which is where the last year's deficit came from. And again, it was largely, it's overtime costs that are quite expensive, and then the food. Then we have community corrections. We talked a lot about this at the CJCC, so I won't go into too much detail, but the reality is we really need to continue to work together to develop sustainable solutions. There was a time when we have used electronic monitoring as an alternative to jail, so it's cheaper than housing somebody in jail when it's safe to do so. But there was a time that the electronic monitoring or tethered, the caseloads were quite less than they are now. So our monthly average for tethered is around 80 to 85,000 a month, and so this is quite expensive. And we have all agreed, I think, as a county, that we don't want to send people to collections when they can't afford this. Because then you create a situation where if you're poor and you're on tether, you could risk getting violated because you don't have the money. But the reality is that it does cost a lot of money. And so really working together to develop more front-end prevention, more alternatives that are more cost effective, but as well as figuring out a way to fund this when the revenue isn't brought in to match the costs. And I will say that and working with the judges and the courts, we have seen our electronic monitoring caseloads go down, which is really good because we're at better levels right now, as well as our jail population. So I think that is also really important, especially as we approach summer months. When I came in, the jail population and the tether population was quite high. And that is, as we get into the summer, crime increases, people are out more, people are more likely to have interactions, and you see the populations tend to go up in the summer and then back down in the winter. And so we are seeing them on the decline, which is really good. However, they could go back up this summer. It really depends. Then there's the impact attrition calculation. So the board passed a resolution last year involving attrition, and these projections are still being updated, but the funded positions and mandated service areas require backfill overtime. So that's just something I wanted to make sure that you all understand. My team has been working with downtown finance and administration on this, and the discussions are ongoing. Specifically the Metro Dispatch, the corrections housing, and the road patrol policing. Those are where the it's mostly personnel that's coming in for those funds. And then we have cost saving efforts. So we have been trying to be extremely fiscally responsible at the sheriff's office. We came in and we are working on a number of things to hopefully be more cost effective. One of those is we are renegotiating the Axon contract. The Axon contract is quite expensive. That's the body cameras that officers wear that I think we all recognize as a needed thing. It helps with transparency, it helps with accountability. But again, the contracts are quite expensive. So we're working on hopefully renegotiating for some better rates there. We also did not renew some contracts, and the full impact of this is going to be really felt by 2026 as some commitments were made to where we had to pay out the contracts the first of the year. We also canceled the Ipsy City arrangement because that was costing $99,000 in overtime costs for our detective bureau. I was able to meet with Ipsy City, and I've been talking with the new chief there, Anderson. They do have their own detective bureau now, so they're working on getting more situated. Our background investigation service, we provide that for the county. We updated in all of our municipalities. We updated those rates to reflect those crew costs. And then the other thing is like really looking at how policy can save money. So, you know, one of the things that we've been talking a lot with the county on is our fleet. The risks and fleet costs of police services can be high. Officers have to, respond to emergencies and patrol vehicles, and things will, happen. However, reducing the risk there is something that's very important for this administration. We updated our vehicle pursuit directive, so we are no longer pursuing for lower level situations, property crimes, things where you have to really balance the danger of the pursuit to the public, as well as the person in the car, as well as the officer. And whenever officers get in vehicle pursuits, they're really likely to end up in a crash, or the person they're pursuing is likely to end up in a crash. So reducing those vehicle pursuits when they don't need to happen for public safety. Obviously, if it's something that requires it where it's a serious life-threatening emergency, we will still get involved, but reducing those hopefully will help to reduce the crashes and cost of fixing the fleet vehicles. And then I've been working with a medical review team that we created internally. Also, thank you to Commissioner Robbie, who is helping us with that work. And we're really trying to work together to identify cost savings for medical services in the jail. The reality is it's quite expensive medical care. And so if we can develop creative, innovative solutions to reduce some of those costs and do things differently without impacting the quality care that we need to continue, then that would definitely be a positive. And my last slide is recommendations and solutions. So the big one is identifying sustainable funding for the jail food and medical contracts. Now that, the millage funding is more constrained, this is something that the contract costs that were in effect last year were not funded to the tune of the actual cost. So this year it's anticipated to be 1.6 million. Last year it was 1.3 million. So as we develop these long-term solutions to hopefully reduce the medical costs, which is really the main driver of this, we really need sustainable funding for that. And then revisiting the adopted attrition calculations will be really important, as well as identifying sustainable solutions for community corrections, and then continuing to work together with our community. We have the community-driven policy teams that are ongoing, as well as you all, commissioners and the board and the county, to really think about the overall public safety landscape to ensure that the sheriff's office, because we really are the number one service for the whole county when it comes to when serious things happen. We provide a lot of support for our areas all across the county. figuring out how to make sure that is sustainable, cost effective, and then ensuring we can put as much millage money as possible into things that are focused on mental health and the other priorities that the board has recognized. So I will end with that, and then we can open it up to questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. I suspect we'll have some, and we'll start with Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the presentation. I got one question, but a comment before that. I want to thank you publicly for your work around breaking the habit of the bakery that was down the street from my house. Having talked to the owners there, they appreciated supporting you and your team and helping them with their security situation too. So hopefully that doesn't have to happen again. So thank you for your work on that. For the question that I'll ask is related to community corrections, and I imagine others on the board will have similar sorts of questions about community corrections, as not all of us are on it.
Right.
Could you talk to us a little bit about what you envision as the sustainable solution for it?
So we really need more treatment programs in Washtenaw County. It is one, I think, and then the other reality is, one of the solutions that I actually think is working is we're increasing communication more with the courts. Because what was happening is somebody would get put on tether as an alternative to going to jail, and then the court process takes a while. And then when they were going through the court process, it was bond continued. So it left a situation where, the current, it wasn't known that they were on tether for as long as they were. And so as we worked with the judges and the courts, and they've been extremely helpful with this, we have been able to improve this review process. So we're not leaving people on tether for extended periods of time they don't need to be, as well as just being more thoughtful, right? And it's really the courts that make those decisions. We just provide the service for them. But I think the more that we can all work together to, number one, if people don't need to be on tether or jail or the system, we should always prioritize that. Not because it's the right thing to do, but because it's also the cost effective thing to do as well. But then when that doesn't happen and people do end up having to enter into our legal system, we have to make sure that it's sustainable, and we have to figure out what that level is, right? What is the average caseload that we're going to see in for tethers if we are using them as a true alternative to the jail. And the other thing I'll say is I definitely don't have all the answers. This is a very complex issue. It's been going on for a long time. We have been talking, we have a community policy team. They have been looking at things. I think continuing those conversations with CJCC is really sort of the best way to, continue to solve this issue. Thank you. Good question.
That's all I got for now.
Other questions? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Sheriff Dyer.
Welcome.
I have a few questions. I'll start and sort of ask them and then maybe let other people. But I read your 100 days report, as well as seeing your thing, and in that 100 days report, you say that the office has secured millions of dollars in state and federal grants. And so can you tell us about those grants and how those grants relieve some of the financial pressures you cited here with us?
Yes, tonight. That is a really good question. So we have a COPS community policing development micro grant that is through NYU. It's for $175,000. We also have Bureau of Justice Assistance grants. So Connect and Protect is one of them, to the tune of $763,000. That helps to fund our co-response unit that's countywide that provides services. We also have our Bureau of Justice Assistance, which is our COSUP grant. That funding will start in October. That helps with reentry case managers in the jail, as well as substance use partner programming. Our IRI, or Innovative Reentry Initiatives grant, unfortunately, the funding has been fully expended, which has actually impacted some of our partners. Actually, one of them later is here tonight. So that is unfortunate. And so these grants are tied to, they do help with the budget. However, the long-term issue is if the grants get fully expended or the grants run out, like what is the long-term solution to continue the same level of services? And so I think that begs a broader discussion. And then we have a Homeland Security Grant Program. That's our FEMA Emergency Preparedness, Emergency Management Performance Grant. Those grants have been, are very, paused right now, given the national environment. And so, but they were actually quite small. So that is good news. And so those are just some of them that
Are those new grants your office has secured?
So, no, these are grants that were secured. I don't have the exact dates, but some of them are starting this year, but they were secured last year and the year before.
Okay, I was confused because in the 100 days report, it seems like you said you secured those grants, so I thought they were new.
I didn't think that was in there, but
Yeah, it says our office has secured millions. of dollars, so.
the sheriff's office did secure that.
Okay, yeah, no, well, because it was part of the 100 days report, I thought it was part of your 100 days. Okay. Can you talk to me about the attrition numbers? Because I know that that's a huge talking point.
Yes, so.
Do you know what percentage of your budget, the 2.4 million is?
I don't have the exact percentage. I can get that for you. The big issue is there was an assumption that our vacancies had cost savings attached, and they just didn't last. And because we have to backfill overtime, and because those were union positions, there really wasn't cost savings there to take, if that makes sense. And so it's something, this is ongoing, where I'm talking with downtown finance, and I'm hoping that, we are going to come to a solution, but that is the crux of that.
Can you tell me how your staffing number is different than the previous sheriff's numbers?
So we are hiring, we brought more people in for our union mandated positions. So again, like I spoke to this issue of where people are having to get forced to work, consecutive shifts. And when you're understaffed, I mean, there were times when nobody was forcible, so we couldn't even cover the contract if it was police services, especially. And so we have brought in, I believe, 19 corrections officers in the jail, which this is going to help reduce overtime in the jail. This also creates a situation when we're understaffed and the jail programming gets halted. So we can't, the attorney visits the wait times get longer. Some of we do school services in the jail. The programming can't happen if we don't have the staff to do it. The other thing is, as courts have moved back to in person from virtual, our court transport has actually increased significantly as well. So that created a burden on staffing. So 18 corrections officers, we had 3 graduate the academy for the road patrol, 4 are in the current academy, I believe. And then we brought on another dispatcher, and we have applicants in the pipeline as well.
So I'm sort of asking this because I know the answer, but part of my question then about the attrition numbers, because your current staffing level in the sheriff's department is 81.4%, and the previous sheriff was 81.3. It was 81.3 as of October and 80.7 as of December.
I did reduce some of for other cost savings measures, some of the part-time positions. I wonder if that's the case, because we definitely, those numbers were lower, and we have brought on more staff this year. So that
maybe there's a retention problem.
We haven't seen a lot of people leave either.
Okay, well, those are the numbers.
But if you want to get that over to me, I can take a look at it and see.
And about the attrition, you know why we did the attrition amendment?
So I wasn't, my guess is it had to do with the MAG. Okay, so I wasn't
The
here.
attrition amendment happened in May while you were campaigning for the office.
Yep.
It happened because we were renegotiating 10-year contracts with our union.
Okay.
We couldn't figure out where funding was coming to have table movers. So for people who aren't union people, it meant people who were at the top of the scale weren't getting moved. They were staying where they were. And that didn't seem acceptable when I thought about having people who work for the county at the top of the scale not have the table moved. government, as my esteemed colleague Commissioner Beaman always says, does not make widgets. So we couldn't just say, let's make more widgets to pay people more. You have to figure out where you're taking money and doing things. So I have long been interested in how departments are continuing to have a full budget for 100% FTE when they are not budgeted at 100% FTE. So we came up with this attrition-wide staffing for every department across the county, not just the sheriff's department. And so part of my frustration, I'll tell you honestly, is a kind of rhetoric. I feel like I'm hearing that we did this to the sheriff's department. We did this across the board to get table movers for union employees so they could make more money after a contract, a 10-year contract. And that was for union contracts and union labor. And that's why it happened. 2.4 million from your budget. I also just, so it's fully understood. We took that attrition number, we looked at attrition in departments. Your attrition number was generally around, let's say, let's be generous and say it was 90%. We halved it again. So now the sheriff's department actually has a budget for FTEs at 96% of what it was. So it's not just like.
I totally understand that. I wasn't privy to this last year, but what I will say, and I don't know if the previous sheriff had these conversations or not with the board, but like the problem, while it's imperfect, the reality is we backfill overtime. And so our vacancies, there were no vacancy savings last year. The last year, the budget was in a deficit. And again, that's the food and medical. But in addition, we won't have vacancy savings this year. So when that happened, it further exacerbated some of our budget constraints, if that makes any sense.
All right, so I have to go back and look at the numbers. You're saying that the sheriff in 2024 took all of the staffing numbers and all of that budget money from the general fund for staffing was all spent for staffing and didn't go to other places?
And the food and medical, it's balancing some of the other areas. And really it's it's this food and medical issue that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back with the budget.
I have more, but I'll pause.
We can come back. That's a good break, just to let folks know. We have not started the BOC meeting yet. We're still in the working session. I know there's some folks out in the hall. We will start the full meeting as soon as we conclude here. Go then to Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Sheriff, for the presentation. I have a few questions. So do you have a rough estimate on what has been spent since January on mandated items, like broadly speaking, vehicle purchases that aren't mandated, part of like the fleet requirements for contract negotiations? Do you have like a rough number?
I don't, but I can have my team get that to you.
Okay. I said this to you before, and so it's not anything you haven't heard from me, but I like hearing your presentation, looking at your 100-day report. I just want to express again publicly that there needs to be work done to share with the community that a lot of things that were said in our boardroom last year were just untrue related to the sheriff's budget. There were calls for us to basically defund the sheriff's office, and then now we're being asked to increase costs. And we're also hearing language around the changes that we made to millage dollars to promote better public safety, broadly speaking, are now being kind of used against this budget issue. And so I guess I'm asking you again, I guess now publicly, to really educate the people who you misled last year, because now we are in the situation where you're asking us for more money, but you also asked us to give the sheriff less money last year, and made the community believe we were spending money on things that were frivolous for the sheriff's office. And so I guess I think that's important, because there are people, especially in my district, who think we have a couple extra $1 million to spend on things like harm reduction or community violence interruption, and now we're being asked to spend $1.6 million on other increases. At the same time, I think there are other things being spent on non-mandated items in your administration. And then my final piece, I I'm curious to know a little bit more about the relationship with Later. I think that you referenced the federal grant, but I'm kind of just curious to know, for the individuals that we're serving inside our jail, what work was done to reduce harm when there was a decision made by you to just like immediately suspend their work inside the jail so that they couldn't even do, like kind of closing cases with folks and letting them know that they were no longer going to be providing services. So I'd like to know more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll start with Later. That's just not true. We did not immediately suspend anything. We actually allowed them to continue their work from a harm reduction standpoint. And look, Later does great work. It's not anything like nothing against Later. The issue is the funding that was supporting Later is gone. And so short of a budget amendment or short of more funding, we can't continue the work. However, what we are doing is our director of innovation has been working really hard to find ways to fill these gaps, to make sure that it doesn't, harm the population that we're serving. And so, really, I mean, the reality is the grant ran out. And while I wasn't here for previous administration, I, from my understanding, it was made clear to them that when the IRI grant was expended, that they could no longer be funded for these services. So
just to be clear though, they were not allowed to even offer pro bono support to the clients that they were serving inside the jail. And before, I just want to finish, I've seen communications between your office and them that legitimize what I'm saying. And so I just want that to be in the record. I don't know what's going on there, but there are people who are being served by them, constituents of all of ours, who were getting really critical support, services that nobody else provides that I'm familiar with, and they were cut off, and that causes a lot of trauma. And you ran a campaign on reducing trauma and on transparency. So I guess I'm asking for a little more transparency.
I'm being as transparent I'm a pretty open book. The reality is we gave them notice. We allowed them to continue working. And I actually did not know that they were offering pro bono services, and I will meet with them and talk to them because I didn't know that was a possibility. But I'm being as transparent as possible. We don't have the funding. And I also wanted to your other questions that you had. The 1.6 million is food and medical. It's not an other expense. People in jail that are stuck there, I don't control that. They need proper care. They need food and medical services. The food and medical contract that was signed last year by the county and the previous sheriff was not funded to the tune of the actual cost of it. It created a $1.3 million deficit in our budget. Jerry did the best that he could to fix it. We still had a deficit when I came in, and I'm here now trying to remedy this issue and be transparent.
I appreciate that. And I did acknowledge that I appreciate your presentation, but you spent a lot of time misleading the public a year ago, and more work needs to be done to re-educate them. I think your presentation is a good first step, but I'm also looking for sort of an acknowledgement that on multiple occasions you came into our boardroom asking us to essentially defund the sheriff's office, and now you're asking us to provide more. I fully acknowledge that we're responsible for food and medical for people who are incarcerated in our jail. There was just a lot of work done last year to discredit the previous administration and the budget that we were approving. So when we added more money to community corrections, for example. So I'm just like, there needs to be a little bit more work done to re-educate people who were misled. That's all I'm saying. And I think it's like part of transparency, right? You can't just now come to us this spring and say, there's this gap. It's mandated services after misleading people on where things stood with our budget. And those were public presentations.
I did not mislead. You cut me off earlier. I did not mislead anybody. I cannot speak for Sheriff Clayton. I was not here. He had every opportunity to be transparent.
She did.
He operated a certain way. I am here now being transparent. I don't want to continue to beat up the previous administration. I want to move forward. I think we all need to move forward together. We are also in really turbulent national times. And I think it's important as a county that we work together to address these issues instead of focusing on things that happen in a campaign and using that to then impact the sheriff's office. So I will
Sheriff, I'm
feed my time.
gonna give it back to Commissioner Somerville there.
Yeah, I would just like to clarify, I agree, I would like to move forward, and part of moving forward is acknowledging past harm that was caused and miscommunication to the community. And so that was how I started my comments to you, was that I appreciate this presentation, but more work needs to be done to clear up confusion. It is a fact that you came into our boardroom more than once asking us to defund services funding that we were giving to the sheriff. You're interrupting me again. So I'll end there, but I'm just asking, I do want to move forward, but part of moving forward is acknowledging things that were said that were misleading. I'm just asking for that to happen. Thank you.
Go to Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Sheriff, for the presentation and for coming out here, my district. I appreciate it. Also like the blue. On the one slide, and I apologize because they're.
I was indicating non-verbally to you, so sorry about that.
Okay, apologies. We'll back up. There was a slide that was a bar chart, and I'm not expecting you to bring it back up this second. But it was talking about the jail costs, and you had acknowledged that COVID, obviously, in those 2021 numbers had brought that down. Is there any information you have now or you could provide to the board later at just the cost per prisoner? Because I'd really like to understand that on more of an incremental level. You know, the cost per prisoner in 2021 was this. Now with increased food and medical, it's this. I'm just a numbers girl. I like to know how that's going. And so the chart's a little confusing. So if you don't have it on hand, that's okay. But if we could get that number just so we could better, again, think about what's coming next per prisoner, I would appreciate that.
Yes, that is a really good question. Actually, Commander Chipakasi, who runs the jail, I think can answer that more detailed. So if you wanna.
Sure.
So the board.
Hello.
Hi.
So part of that is gonna be dependent on the average daily population. So we've got, and I'd have to go back and look at the budget that was allocated to the inmate housing business unit from 2021 until now, to see what that change would be. So we take that money that we have in that BU, we divide it by how many people per average daily population, and then by how many days of the year. That will give us a baseline for what it would cost to have somebody in the jail.
Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay,
That's
yeah, thank you.
Dad's this girl, so
Yeah.
I love the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to Commissioner Robbie, then Sanders, then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. It's weird not having a mic, but I can project
There's a mic in front of you.
where. I'm just projecting.
Yes.
Microphone's okay. I've got a lot of work.
Alright.
This is just for show, to make you think you're being heard. Speak up, you gotta speak.
Never been shy.
Me neither. I just wanted to briefly say, I might have some comments later, but just wanted to thank you for your presentation. Done a wonderful job coming here, being transparent, doing your best to show us the numbers and to open your books up to us. You've been completely forthcoming. Anytime somebody's asked you a question, you provided the information needed, and I appreciate your leadership in the community for doing that. What I'm hearing you talk about is a very concerning problem with your budget that it is our responsibility to address. There was a contract that was signed before your time that has caused a massive increase in the cost of operating the jail, which we're responsible for. And unless we renegotiate those contracts or cancel those contracts and try to find other ways of doing those services, we're gonna have to pay the bill. The contract said, my understanding is you did not negotiate, is that right?
No.
Were you involved in any way, shape, or form in the conversations leading to those contracts being signed?
No.
Was your signature on any of the contracts?
No. I feel. No.
We didn't make you swear an oath or anything, but I believe you. And so I thank you for that. It seems to me like the crux of the problem that is being presented to us is those two major items. From what you've presented, it seems like if we can solve those two items, it would resolve a lot of issues that you're facing.
That's correct. Thank you.
I will just also say too, one of the things that I've observed, in your time in office, how many days has it been now? 100, have you been counting? Do you have like
I don't have a counter, but, yeah, it's like what, 5-6 months?
the relationship that you built with your team, the people that you brought in, but also the people that you kept, and the people that are in the rank and file organization, has been incredibly, well received in the community and by the staff in Washtenaw County. I've heard nothing but praise for the leadership that you've provided in that space, and then bringing the deputies in your organization to the table for the decision-making processes that you have. I mean, the mission statement that you presented even was one of your, one of the staff at the sheriff's department, one of the deputies. That's awesome that you're doing that and that you're bringing them into those conversations and that decision-making process. It's something that I think other sheriffs across the state could, use as an example. So thank you for leading by example and for doing that work and for being transparent with it. And for coming here, even though we're getting a lot of hostile questions.
She has to come.
We'll move on to Commissioner Sanders.
Got a couple of questions. I'd like to know what efforts has your office undertaken prior to coming to ask us for additional funding to reduce costs? I think I've asked that before.
Yep.
And I didn't get a response to that, so I'm gonna just bring that back up again. Also want to be clear, you and I have had conversations previous to the November election, and there was no transparency. So I want to put that out there because I asked you to answer a question for me about how I would be able to respond to my residents, and you were unable or unwilling to do that. And instead just wanted to withdraw. So I'm bringing that up because I think that matters when we talk about transparency. I think I also want to just mention, since the door was opened, that, we had an MOU agreement with the previous sheriff's department or the previous sheriff. And at least one of our commissioners seemed to not remember that they had signed that same MOU. So I just want to be clear, if we're being transparent, we need to be completely transparent. This isn't necessarily just addressed to you, but not picking and choosing. Got to be transparent across the board if you're going to use that terminology. I want to move and ask about your assertion that the previous administration was over budget last year. So maybe we need to be asking finance to come and explain to us, because that's not the information that we had. That they had a balanced budget, that they were not over budget. And so I hear what you're saying in terms of your presentation, but I would prefer that finance tell us exactly when that happened, when that occurred, so that I can get a better understanding of that. And then got these beautiful new fleet vehicles that are purposely lined up so that when you drive down Washtenaw, you see them. But I've been seeing them unmoved for months. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, so when the leases run out, we get new patrol cars, they all have to get outfitted. And we have to do that through priority one, so it causes a delay. So we'll get the vehicle, but we still have to police outfit it. And so that is, they're not there on purpose for any reason other than they're parked there waiting to be outfitted. And so that's, I can answer that for you. The other thing I'll say, there's a county audit that was done. And so when that county audit was done, it did show the deficit. And I can send that to you if you would like. And then I actually appreciate your questions early on when I started about what have you done? Because it made me realize that while I walked into this medical contract situation, we have to find a way to resolve it. We built a medical review team. We've been talking to other sheriff's offices. We are going to look at a long-term sustainable solution. If you would like to be involved in those discussions, I welcome you to the table. And then involving things on the trail, I'm happy to talk offline and meet one-on-one to hear sort of more about that as well. So,
I accept the invite.
all right.
And I think I think that might be it for now. Oh, one more. You mentioned there was a grant for Bureau of Justice assistance, but you didn't give us a dollar amount. So it was right after the 763,000 Bureau of Justice grant. Awesome grant. Yeah. And there was no dollar amount attached to that.
Yeah, it's the, I will get those updated numbers to you.
Okay. That's it for me for now.
Go to Commissioner Scott, then to Commissioner Light.
Thank you. I just I'm gonna kind of sum up some things. One, I want to go back to the comments that Commissioner Somerville was making. That, I mean, I heard similar things as well. And I think what Commissioner Somerville is saying to you is that you're talking about this budget now, that maybe there needs to be more of a discussion at some point to say, to tell the people who supported you, who came to our boardroom to tell us that we were fascists for supporting the police, that came with you. And to tell them that we're not fascists for supporting the police budget. And it makes it very difficult when you're sitting here and you know what the right thing is to do. I'm gonna do it anyway. But when you're sitting here and somebody comes to the podium and tells you you're supporting a police state and you're a fascist because you're supporting public safety, and those are the people that were coming with you, it makes it difficult to sit here at this table 6 months later and say, okay, let me give you more money. So I can be more of a fascist? So I can be more of a police state person? I'm just saying, that's something I think you need to reckon with and you need to talk about publicly. You need to reckon with that and figure out how you change that narrative with the people that will come to our table and tell us that again. Second, I heard Yusuf's comments about people saying you're doing a great job. I think, and to some degree, Alicia, Sheriff Dyer, we work in echo chambers and we hear things from the people we want to hear them from. Yusuf is hearing all good things. I am not. So I think there's probably someplace in the middle where that's true, because I don't think it's all good, but I don't think it's all bad. So I want to recognize there are places where we can improve. All of my questions on things that we've talked about before come from that. Some things that I feel like are money. You may have gotten the feeling of that when I asked about the grants. The implication in your 100 days report was you got those grants. That's a problem. I have a follow-up also on Caroline's question about the fleet vehicles. Why are they waiting?
So I will address that with the person in charge of our fleet, and I will get back to you and figure out what the delay is. My guess is it just takes time to outfit them with, I mean, there's a certain amount of staff, I'm sure, that priority one is.
Do we not retrofit them with the things that previous vehicles were fitted for? Why can't that material from the previous vehicles go into those vehicles?
Well, we're talking about the lights, the sirens, like a lot of internal mechanisms that it's not as simple as.
Wasn't that the way it was always done though? Taking material out of old cars and putting them into new cars?
So yes, and this is the standard operating procedure, just like previous years, when the leases expire, we get new cars, it takes time.
Are we taking stuff out of those old cars and putting them into these cars?
I will ask my fleet manager, because I am not entirely sure on what the process is for the outfitting, but I will get back to it and let you know.
That's something that I'd like to have a discussion about also publicly.
Commissioner Scott, forgive me. I think our administrator has a relevant point to this point.
On something I'm hearing rumors about.
A couple of things. I have before. Yes, I have asked similar questions about fleet, and we are in the process of getting some responses around the fleet and its fleet. The other point that has been raised, and I've got texts from folks on this item, we don't approve deficit budgets. We have never brought you a deficit budget. Now, if there are shortfalls in departments, we will recommend a path forward. We neutralize those shortfalls. We will not bring you a deficit budget. And at the end of the day, the 9 of you are responsible for the cost to operate county government. Just wanted to make those.
You've got to one of my extra points that I was going to make is that I remember in 2018, we had a deficit budget and it was the focus of a lot of conversation at this table. It included loans to a department that had to be paid back. We are obliged under state law to balance our budget. Unlike the federal government, we have to do that. And I am proud of the fact that we do that every year. It is also where a $2.4 million attrition item came from you. I have to have a balanced budget. I do not make widgets. I want to pay people more. So I'm going to pay a 96% FTE to you rather than 100% to make sure people get paid more and they can live in Washtenaw County. Can I
address your other questions?
Can I make my last point?
All right.
My required services slide that you have here too. One of the things I'd like to understand more from this slide is what is required in these services. You have police services. What police services? To what extent are those police services required? Where do we go above that requirement? Metro dispatch is a requirement for a county to have a dispatch system. It is not a requirement that it comes from the sheriff's office. Those are where things get muddy, Sheriff Dyer, because it looks like you're saying we have to do this in the sheriff's department, and you're not giving me the full picture.
Well, we have active contracts with dispatch partners, and that's what I put on that. But I want to just take it back. I'm not saying that the county did not balance their budget. I'm saying last year the sheriff's office budget was in a deficit. And when the county did an audit, it showed that.
Accept a deficit budget.
Oh, all right.
Commissioner Scott, let me let the sheriff respond and then give you the floor.
And the other reality to what you said about there was a lot of people that were, I think, really emotional about the lack of transparency around previous sheriff's administrations, like not showing up to meetings. Like there was a lot of things that were not related to me. And there were people that showed up here that I didn't even know. So I think like attributing some of the comments last year just to me, because a lot of the folks that I did bring with me to any board meeting would never say something like that to the board. So I feel like it's kind of unfair to say everybody was like, with me, because that wasn't necessarily true. The other reality is no one knew that food and medical increased. So while and I agree on the education, I hear you, Commissioner Somerville, as well. I have been doing that. I have been going out in the community and we have been educating them on our budget, on a number of things. We've answered their questions. I'm doing that work. I recognize that the transparency is really important and the community is going to want to know. I also recognize it's uncomfortable for you all to fund food and medical in a sheriff's office. And it's going to take a lot of education to explain to the community why the food and medical is important. Like I recognize that. And I will actively be sharing with the community what our budget looks like, as well as other items.
Nobody on this board is uncomfortable funding food and medical for people in the county jail.
Well, that's really good.
I feel really confident. I'm seeing every one of my colleagues nod their heads. I think we're uncomfortable with the lack of transparency and some of the things happening in other areas and a rhetoric around budget. I will close my comments and say no more. I will also thank you for being here. I will recognize that you are here at your request. And we moved things around to make sure you could come in a timely period, because you asked in the last week of April to come to a May working session. Just so people here are aware, we plan working sessions out pretty far, 6 months, sometimes 3 months. So we moved things to get you here. It wasn't that we asked to come here and do this. You asked to be here. I appreciate that you did that. I appreciate that you're here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Go to Commissioner Light.
for your presentation. I have, one question. And I don't know if you want me to ask one by one and then you respond or.
Oh, I appreciate that. All right, let's go with the first one.
Okay, so the first thing that I wanna, address is, our CBI, team. With getting I believe you all are the fiduciary, correct? For the team. We just had the summit, and so has all of the balances and everything been paid for the summit, right?
Yeah.
Have the stipends been, provided to the team? Have they received their stipends?
So last I checked, Commander Rush was making some positive progress on this in collaboration with the team. It's tricky because of some of the policies and not wanting to, some people don't want to become employees to be able to get their stipends. So they are working to address that, and we have personally, it's my understanding, we reached out and told them that we are working to address this. And we want to get them their stipends. And so we're gonna find a way to make sure that can happen.
Okay, so from up to date with that for me, the last, that where I was up to date was that, Adam Grant with, what's that? Upright Way, was asked to be, the fiduciary, their organization, because they have been present, for more than however many years other than state. However, there may be a conflict there, with a brighter way being that fiduciary. I would like to suggest that the organization say can be utilized. That's what that organization was created for. And the funding can roll there. I highly suggest that. I recommend that. I think it's turning to a big mess, and it's dragging on, and I'm having to be mama light for a lot of situations, from the courthouse now to the CPI, over to other things, and we need to nip it in the bud. And hopefully we can sit down offline and just get this taken care of. And I can give you a million reasons on why we need to just move forward with the plan that was in place ahead of time with this team. And do you want to comment on that before I keep going?
I agree. Like, I don't want this to be a mess. There's conflicts and there's issues with both. We're trying to find a solution. And I would be very happy to sit down with you and think of things that we can do.
And then also, with the CPI, I was kind of, a little heartbroken that, it appeared, or it seems like that team was trying to be dismantled, and that you were going to replace, with a CPI management team at the sheriff's office. I'm just not sure on why we need to create something at the office, and we already have something that is moving well, going well. Why? What is the cause for the switch up? And, because it's going good, so why we're gonna break it down, start with a whole new team to do the same work? But that makes me feel like, because the stipends and money and you're the fiduciary, then your team will then get that funding from the state for that grant. And then the current CBI team that we have will just.
No, so what we are doing is we're working on adopting a framework to where it's easier for the SAVE as well as other organizations to be able to access the funds. The other problem is they weren't written into the grant. And so, and then there was, I think, some other conflicts that I think that, I'd be happy to talk with you offline. We're not trying to, we didn't create a different team, and we're not trying to create, and actually what I was just talking to the state partners as well as some other areas, there's always this sort of
there's always this fighting over funds, right? That can happen because everyone wants, people care. And my goal is to make sure that we honor the grant, that the people doing the work get the funding. I want that to happen. I want it to happen in the fairest way possible. And so that is what we are working on. And then maybe the confusion. So our We Live coordinator, Roger, he is doing all the rapid rehousing and all that stuff was in the grant for the sheriff's office person to do. So I'm maybe that might be too where some of the confusion is because he has taken a leadership role in specifically with gun violence survivors. And he was doing it before he was even in the position at the sheriff's office because it was vacant for so long. And so we're not trying to I just want everyone to get along. I want to keep our community safe and I want to stop gun violence.
Yep, so, it would be nice, and our staff, please don't, but since you all were the fiduciaries, that means you just write the checks, then maybe you need to just send it back over to the county so that we can just get it out and then we can figure out all of this afterwards because you're really just the money holder. It's not for the sheriff's office. The state awarded it for our CBI team to be the leaders. They're the pilot for the state of Michigan. So maybe just transferring it over so that the county can go ahead, allocate and give those stipends, and then we can come and figure out how we're gonna do this because the grant is not necessary. It's for the CBI team. They're the pilot. Just get the money out. That's so we can just be done with this.
Let's talk offline and yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So then the next thing that I wanted to touch on was I know that in your 100-day report, there have been 21 folks hired, which is a good thing. However, I want to know what was the number of terminations before those that were hired, before those 21 new employees were hired. How many people were terminated or left or
retired and okay. I don't have those numbers, but I can get them for you. Okay.
And then in the community, because I grew up in Ipsy, my whole born and raised, there have been a lot of discussion on safety and just privacy on some of the individuals that have been hired to work in the jail. And it's a lot of talk amongst the community. It's been strolling around social media. And I feel that every person, because I work with returning citizens, let's call them returning residents, in community, labor and economics, all of that. However, and everyone deserves the right to work. However, we have to be careful on how and who we hire to work inside of our jail system so that we don't create agitators and so that we don't create ruckus and issues and problems and wars in our county jail, because it has not been that. And there are some individuals that have been hired that need to be very careful. And I'm just wondering what the hiring process is. What are those background checks? What are, what's really going on? Because some of the folks that are there, when I went and I looked and I'm like, oh, well, okay, now I see why folks are calling me, emailing me and texting me like, oh, so this is what y'all doing? No, this is not what I'm doing. But I will ask the question. So I would just like to know, what is the hiring process?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. We have a very thorough hiring process and background investigation process. So anyone hired at the sheriff's office goes through that. Specifically for the jail, it's quite extensive and it's very long. And then in addition to that, there are added safeguards. We have a year of probation where the person is supervised directly by a senior officer, for the training purposes. And if there is anything that happens that causes concern in the jail, we address that extremely seriously. And so I don't want to get too in the weeds with personnel, but I will assure you that our processes are, in line with the state requirements and mandates. And, our backgrounds are also quite thorough, and some would say too thorough. Okay.
And amongst the 21 individuals that were hired, did that include your administration team?
No, this is union or, the rank and file frontline workers. Okay.
The next thing that I had is we are expanding access to programming. Like what are some of the expansions of programming? Because, and I know we touched on this a little bit, like our life after incarceration, that program is gone now. And then we have, I'm sure other organizations that do some of the same work. Are they gone as well? So how are we expanding? Like, what are we expanding in programming?
Yeah, so a lot of our other partners were being funded different ways, so a lot of the work is still continuing. Unfortunately, the later situation had to do with the IRI grant being expended. Some of the things that we're in process and have done to expand programming, I can get you a detailed list. But I'll say, one thing is specifically for the jail is we are creating peer support opportunities. So partner organizations can, specifically justice impacted led partner organizations can do mentoring and peer support services in the jail. We are making sure this is going to be done in a very safe manner, but it's really trying to increase opportunities to lean in on community partnerships where we can, and to make sure that like people in that environment have someone that has been through that before that they can talk to and identify with. And then we also have work on the community engagement side that is focused on that as well. And so I'll get you a detailed list if you would, yes, like more details. Got to give me a lot of homework.
I used to be a school teacher, so I got it for you. I got it. I know that also in our your 100-day report, it spoke on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Did we ever replace Dr. Kim Jones, the director of diversity, equity, and inclusion officer? Did we replace her?
Yeah, so Director Cynthia Harrison is in that role now. And there's people say it like it was a diversity, equity, inclusion. The name was actually diversity of inclusion. But I think people just kind of in their head, they just like we're saying DEI.
She was the DEI officer.
Which is, yeah. And so when any new sheriff's administration comes in, they bring in their team and their staff. And so that role has been filled. And we're not getting rid of any equity and inclusion work that we are doing.
So has Cynthia doubled duties? Is she now what is her title?
So we did add reports to her to help reduce the workload in some of the other divisions. And because of Cynthia's strong background in equity pertaining to reentry. And so she is managing some of the reentry work that's going on in the jail.
So what's her title?
It's Director of Innovation and Reentry.
So are we utilizing that title instead of DEI?
We basically just added the reentry component, given we had to change the oversight of the work. And this was to reduce the workload on other divisions, just because we're all doing a lot. All the divisions are working around the clock. For some divisions, they're working 80 hours a week. And so that was the point there.
Well, just a recommendation as a Black woman with a disability that is not visible. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is very important. Dr. Jones, she did that. There is a whole program. And I would really like men that you all, it needs to be seen and heard because Washtenaw County, that we stand on that. And so it needs to continue. That's just something that I value from this county because we stand on it. And we need everyone across the board that is a part of this county, they need to stand on it too. Whether you better pretend if you don't like it. So I would really like for that to be, for it to be known. It said in the report, so we needed to be known. I have two more things. And back to our life after incarceration, I would like for us to talk behind the scenes.
Okay,
On that.
we can do that.
Cause I have like a long laundry list and I'm not gonna be able to get that out, but, that organization is an organization, that I know, of returning residents that have utilized it, that need it, and we need to find some money somewhere for them to come back, so they need to be there. The next thing is, getting with the fire dispatch. Are we able to take on that responsibility, and we are already upside down with our dispatch? Do we need to add more fuel to the fire? Like,
So, we can talk offline, but I will say that, Under Sheriff Harshberger has been working directly, with, Greg and other folks that are involved in this, and I'm feeling very positive about it. I think it is a long time coming. Part of the reason it's important to have fire as well in our dispatch is, I'll say when I was working the road, there's a delay. Dispatch, when 911 calls come in, they have to then transfer, and then there's that added delay, whereas when I was working out of, our Z Road Station as a deputy, we would hear about the fire calls before the fire department heard about the fire calls. So and also thinking long-term in this county, you can see it in other counties, dispatch is expanding. Alternative response, like, and there's all these things that are changing about dispatch. And so I think it's really important to kind of continue those conversations. It's not gonna happen overnight. It's not gonna be something that we can just do next month, or, it's gonna be done properly and safely. And so I just wanna assure you of that.
because right now, we don't even have our dispatch under control. We have lost dispatch, long-term folks, and, it is not what it should be. And so us adding fire, we gonna be on fire. So we better tread lightly with adding and expanding things. Let's get one thing down pat and make sure that we have someone to work, because we really don't. And let's make sure we can do one thing, Will, before we go adding on another huge, that's huge.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, so let's just be careful and tread lightly on how we get to adding on stuff that we can't handle, because we ain't handling it right now.
And we know that hiring, and we're working really hard to run into it. So I will assure you of that. And our dispatchers are extremely experienced, doing a good job.
And they work hard.
Yeah, they do.
They wore out. They tired. And then, so my last thing is, have all of our, officers, including yourself, have we all got our Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement, standards training at that certificate? Is everybody certified?
Every certified law enforcement at our agency has to be MCOL certified, and they have those certifications. There are positions like corrections deputies where they actually have different state credentials. And so that's, through a different licensing, but we are in full compliance with everything that we need to be in compliance.
Now, do you have it? And if you don't,
I do,
are you
yeah.
gonna do it? Okay.
I do.
All right. Just checking. And that is all that I have for you right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. All right.
This has been robust discussion. We have a little bit more. We've got Commissioner Robbie, then Somerville, then Hodge and Scott in the queue. I'll take this brief moment to say, Sheriff Dyer, no question. But one of the wonderful things about Sheriff Jerry Clayton and CMH Director Trish Cortez was the professional relationship and the personal relationship they had. It was integral to getting the 2017 intersequential mapping up and running. It was integral to the success of the millage and the interplay between CMH and the sheriff's office. Anything I can do or others can do to foster that continued relationship, I would seek to do so however I could. We'll move to Commissioner Robbie and then to Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this brief since we have a lot of people waiting to comment during public comment in our meeting and to talk about all the other things we have to talk about tonight. I was even thinking maybe we could save this discussion for items for current.
Don't fall for that.
Inside joke. But in all seriousness, I'm glad that we're hearing everybody out. I think it's really important to hear all the commissioner voices and that everybody gets all the time that they need to comment and speak and say what they need to say. It's critical for this board to have that opportunity for everybody. So I'll just keep my comment brief here. On the budget side, Chair Scott is right that we don't, pass deficit budgets. But I believe what you were talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that sometimes departments administrator do have cost overruns and we do budget adjustments at the end of the year. Is that right?
And so thank you for bringing that up because I've been asked this question quite a bit this evening. These are factual data points that have undergone an audit. For 2024, the sheriff's office expenditures were $63.4 million. There were some agreed upon transfers to the unallocated portion of the millage, and the sheriff general fund ended with an expenditure overture of just under $78,000. $64 million budget. When we bring our budget back to you all, it is with a recommendation for how we fill any shortfall for any department.
Right.
And then there's one other clarifying point that I want to take this opportunity to say, as your administrator / controller, we will never bring you back a deficit budget. We will not do that. We are responsible for making sure that we communicate to you all what is needed to balance county budgets. And outside of the courts and CMH, because their budget is a little bit more complicated, the 9 of you are responsible for stewarding those budgets and approving what moves forward. We will continue to use that framework unless directed differently by the 9.
And just to be clear though on that, even that statement, we are also responsible for the court budget. Right, so just to be clear. But my point being that we do, it's not that complicated, but the point being that from time to time, departments do have cost overruns and we do budget adjustments for them on a quarterly basis.
Yeah. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. It's more of just a commentary, not really a question. I just wanted to uplift the work that the CBI team has done. That group of individuals originated in District 6 in the city of Ypsilanti a number of years ago as a result of a lot of youth gun violence. And the work that they've done, like we can see the difference in the data. There was a comment made that SAVE wasn't written into the grant, but neither was a brighter way. And so my desire, similar to Commissioner Lights, is that we work with the group that the grant was intended for. But I guess for the folks that are listening at home that are part of CBI who are here, I'm committed to working with you to secure a new grant. So you don't have to go through the struggle of trying to get the money that was originally meant to uplift the work that you all were doing. And now you've been stuck in this limbo situation waiting for the funding. I'm still unclear on why this was happening. They were not in the original grant, but neither was a brighter way. So just wanted to share that feedback.
And I just want to say, we actually did pay for the summit and everything, all of the commitments to keep that work going. We supported it. We supported it because it's the right thing to do and we support the work. And so I just want to be clear that it's not that we don't support CBI work. I was on that CBI team, the original one. And I'm listed in the documents. It's extremely impactful. Again, like I told Commissioner Light, I'm happy to talk with you offline. We are doing everything we can to make sure we honor the commitments.
Well, so for transparency though, why aren't you willing to honor it already?
So I think Director Campbell spoke at that the last time this came up in a public setting. So I don't want to continue, digging into it, but we're trying to work towards solutions. And so I'm happy to talk with any commissioners offline to figure it out.
So thank you for that, but you're the elected sheriff and we're at a public meeting right now. Why won't you? Why
it's not me.
I'm talking. Okay. But I guess I'm interested in you sharing with the public why there was a decision from your administration to not pass the dollars through to the organization that it was intended for.
So,
We can have a conversation offline,
Yeah.
but I think members of the community want to have the conversation online.
So that's fine, Commissioner Somerville. I will explain it again. They were never in the grant. The person running SAVE was the former director at the sheriff's office. This creates conflict issues. It will look to the public that we basically created a nonprofit to funnel money into it. There are serious issues, and I want to defer to Corporation Counsel to really get into this more, and we can talk offline, but I am trying to honor the state requirements in the grant in the most ethically and fair way possible, while also our staff bent over backwards to make sure that summit was funded, to make sure they had everything they needed. And so I also want to make that very clear. Thank you.
To follow up, I'm not talking about the summit, I'm talking about the ongoing work that they are charged with doing that the grant was intended for. And so it was pretty clear to me why they created a 501.
Are you aware that grant also goes to public health?
You continue to interrupt me, but that's okay.
All right.
Yeah. I do think that there has been requests from community members to understand this a little bit more. They've been pretty transparent on why the organization was formed. The grant was applied for before they've been transparent about that. It seems to me like there's an unwillingness to share, I guess, really why the grant wasn't passed through to them. I'm again talking here, but I'll just stop. You obviously have told me want to talk about this offline, so thank you.
Commissioner Somerville, you certainly still have the floor if you want it, if you're done. Okay. Move on to Commissioner Hodge.
All right, thank you, Chair. It's a similar question to the one that I guess she stopped asking. So I guess I'll continue from there. You and I had a conversation a while back about some of the challenges with dispersing the stipends.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was looking for my table buddy who seems to have left me. I don't know where Administrator Joe went. Somewhere. Okay, so you might be able to answer, or he might need to be able to answer. I think one of the issues with being able to disperse those stipends is similar to an issue we have sometimes dispersing stipends to people that are on our appointed boards and commissions. And we really need to be able to come up with a solution for all of that. I mean, it's been an issue for us with our county board of commissions too.
Yeah.
So I was hoping someone could talk more about it.
And I would love to find a solution for that, because it's definitely been, it is hard, so.
Well, I want somebody to be able to explain it. Maybe Corp Counsel can. We've talked about this too, you know, the issue with dispersing stipends for some of our board of commissions.
Sure, I can generally speak to it. So a couple of years ago, we had an IRS audit, and a finding from that audit required us to make anyone who receives a stipend from the county, even if they aren't a traditional employee, but if they're appointed to a board, committee, or commission, and they receive a stipend for their work on that body, then they have to fill out our employee paperwork and have that money taxed and be on record with IRS. So it's been a challenge for us, and I don't think that anybody in the county is satisfied with that. It's a real struggle to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an issue for us with some of the subcommittees that we have or other bodies connected to the health department. I would really like for us to be able to find a solution. That's okay, you're good. No, I was referencing you earlier, but I'm hoping that we can
See
get.
what happens when you leave.
I don't know what's going on. I want us to be able to find a solution that so we can get the stipends to the team that's been on the CBIT.
100%.
Because they've done incredible work. Really, if we can get the stipends out, hopefully we can resolve some of the challenges that have been there. One would hope it wouldn't be as difficult as it has been, but I think if we can find the solution now, because it's a top priority, I think it's become very time sensitive because people have been waiting for it. Clearly, it's been a discussion here. That would help us resolve some of our other connected issues too.
And that would be fantastic. I 100% support that.
I think it can be talked about online or offline or in person or whatever language we're using for it. But I'll work with this guy here. We'll get it done. Okay.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest we think about having another working session because there have been a lot of offline conversations for a discussion we want to be transparent. my other two things for us to talk about at the next working session, hopefully we have, is what you plan on doing with the ordinance. And the reason I will ask that, and it's too much to do right now, I'm not even asking, but the reason I will ask that is because we made that ordinance in response to public concern and people voted for that millage, knowing we have that ordinance. I don't think we can ignore it, as has been suggested to me. So we have to talk about that because people went to the polls thinking that's what the money was gonna be spent for. And it's, you know, it's not the only millage we haven't found an answer for. So I'd like to get to that conversation as well. The other thing too, that I will tell you that I'm a little hot about is that, I worked pretty, diligently with the last sheriff to get funding to our hazmat team and tactical rescue teams. They are vastly underfunded. Again, for everybody here, we have a hazmat team and a tactical rescue team. We need them. If you're the person with the car in the river, you want people to come and help you. They are funded by a golf outing. I secured funding for them through the sheriff's office. They have told me you pulled that funding back.
No, we did not. It's coming out of the millage.
I have the email, so,
Do you wanna, we did not pull, and again, it's coming out of the millage. So if the board still wants us to support that, 100% can. Millage is getting very constrained.
I have the email.
Okay, so that must have been
I have the email that they forwarded me from your office.
And the email should say that the funding was paused, not guaranteed for 26.
26.
Right.
And it was still approved for 25.
Why is almost at this point?
So I'll let you continue here.
That's fine, that's it. I think they're important entities. I worked hard to get them that funding. They need to have funding.
I agree. No argument for me.
Go to Commissioner Light.
There's something concerning this pause. So my question would be, why is it paused if it's coming out of the millage?
If we're paying for it for this year, it's coming out of the millage. Depending on the millage ordinance and making sure that we are meeting the requirements, we have to evaluate all of our millage spending. And so for 2026, we're going to need to ensure that we have the funding to fund it. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And so we are honoring the commitment. It's extremely important. I 100% agree with Chair Scott, but there were commitments made from previous administration. Again, I am walking into these situations, and as the millage gets extremely constrained, there are things that the previous sheriff's administration agreed to pay for, and we're not going to be able to continue that and meet the millage ordinance. So because of the issues that I've talked about tonight with our budget. So we're hoping that things are remedied. We're going to work really hard with the board to make sure that happens. And I would love to keep that in place. And I would love to continue to support it. But we also, do need to, again, have a broader discussion on how it's going to be funded and if it's going to meet the requirements of the ordinance, because if that's the case, then we can continue to fund it.
So Commissioner Sanders, happy to let you proceed. Do have Commissioner Light and Mashieski in the queue, but you're welcome to take it now.
So we're talking about, funding that is attached to life and limb.
Yep.
And I'm not gonna say what you're saying. What I think I'm hearing is that we're going to be able to, with a straight face, I'm gonna say your office is going to be able with a straight face to say to our residents, if they're involved in some sort of life or limb situation, oh, we paused that funding. We're really sorry that you may have lost a member of your family because they dove into a river and we didn't have the funding to give them.
So I'll be clear, we're still going to continue the services that we provide to keep everybody safe in this county and still working with those teams to potentially we can identify other state funding. Like, we're not getting rid of the service. We are simply looking at our millage, and there's certain things that are funded by the millage for the previous administration. And if the board wants me to continue doing that, that's fine. However, there are categories and I want to support those. I agree with them in principle. It's just, we also have to make sure that if we don't have the funding in the millage, we don't have it.
Okay.
But we are going to keep people safe. we are in charge of responding when people are in life threatening emergencies in our waterways, and we do that. So I just want to make that very clear.
So let me end this, because it's not a question, but it is a request. Please provide us with a list, a hierarchy of importance for things that are related to the millage that you are concerned you are not going to be able to honor.
100%.
Commissioner Lane?
Thank you.
Well, not to be the dead issue, but I was just saying I had a resolution for the CBI thing. Which I had said before.
Forgive me, I'm gonna just insert the CVS Community Violence Intervention.
That is it. That is it. So that we can go ahead and knock this out. And I know we have to talk to our staff administration, but we need to just roll that funding on back over here to the county so that we don't have to have this back and forth, because that's all it is, and it's really getting on my nerve. I'm tired of talking about it. It's been months and months and months, and I don't have no more months left in me for us to be going back and forth about them getting these stipends. Please get them this money. No, please go ahead and transfer the funds back over to the county. Sorry, y'all. And then we can get these stipends out, and then we're gonna come up and figure out a different kind of way to do this, because this is not it. This is not it.
So we're actually working on the solution for the stipends now, and I don't want to
Well, it's
delay it.
going through a brighter way. and
No,
that's not
no, we're not doing that.
Okay.
Commander Rush is working with the CBI team. We are seeing some positive progress. We are creating a way for them to be able to get paid. And like,
So what is it though? Cause like, I need to know, cause I can't take it no more.
I will have him update you. So that way you are.
Can you make sure that he updates the team as well? Cause they need to be in the know.
He's talked to everyone that was issued a stipend. He's personally contacted or attempted contact.
Okay. So just.
And if that did not happen, like, let me know. I will look into it, and I will also have him update you, so you're aware.
Okay, well, just with his email. No, how did he email me? He needs to be everybody on that team that is supposed to be issued like.
Got it.
Don't forget.
Okay.
Cause I won't.
Right.
Here.
Thank you. Go to,
Don't rush.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
Don't forget.
all right, go to the commissioner most responsible for extending this meeting, Commissioner Machio.
I'm here, isn't it? Sure, I thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for a conversation, I think, as well. I appreciate your time. I just have a quick question about patrol and the changes you made to the patrol. As you know, Dexter City, Dexter Township, along with Western Township from the Internal Lakes District, through the contract, as well as South Township. With your changes in the way patrols are being done, has there been any adjustments to the services provided under those contracts, or any changes in the way that those deputies are operating out there?
No, we're still continuing the basic standard procedures. Deputies are still, our shift bids are once a year. Deputies are still all there. Except for Dexter, actually, someone did get promoted, so there was a change in staffing, but we're continuing the work. Procedurally, the big thing that we changed is the non-safety, low-level traffic stops. But we are also still, again, because I know traffic enforcement comes up across our county, and it's really speeding. And so we're making sure our deputies are LiDAR and radar certified, so that way they can address these, the speeding concerns. And they're still doing, their duties, the same, level of they've always done. They work very hard. I actually went on a ride along out, in our western part of the county. I was very impressed with the level of professionalism and compassion of the deputies out there. And I'll be honest, I mean, the deputies out west have an added stressor, because oftentimes they're, there's less staffing out there. And so there's oftentimes where they're going to calls and, its backup could be 20-30 minutes away. And so I know that's always an issue, and I'm working with our police contract partners and our uncontracted areas as well. We're trying to find solutions. But the service that they do, like the patrol, I mean, that's all the same.
And is the same true with the Lakes Patrol? And we're getting into boating season.
Yep, Marine.
Any changes,
Yep.
anything different for this season?
So the Marine Division, which is our boating, we patrol the lakes, water safety, all of that is intact. And there's been no changes. I was a Marine deputy. That's where I started my career at the county in the sheriff's office. And they're doing a really good job. Same with our dive team. And so all that is still in practice.
I'm sure I'll stop extending the meeting. now.
Thank you, thank you. Any,
All right.
any last questions for Sheriff? Seeing none, Sheriff, I would appreciate, I appreciate your time. Commissioner Light, I'm happy to recognize, go ahead.
So the new vehicles, are they Durangos? Because with that, I was going to purchase a Durango. However, a car guy was like, sis, don't do it because they have discontinued them. Is that like we shouldn't have bought those? Do we have Durangos?
Yeah, so a lot of police agencies are starting to move to Durangos from the Ford Explorers, and we still have the Chevys. And it's because the maintenance has been a serious issue with the police, version of the Explorers. And so that, we're just following trends on that. Yeah.
So what are we gonna do with these Durangos? They're discontinued. That's why I didn't buy one. Cause
I'll have my fleet man.
I don't think that was a buy. We can't wait. We don't have no money to waste.
Chair, we owe you guys an update on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for our sheriff?
I have 10 more.
Thank you. Sheriff, we appreciate your time. Thank you. Move then to item 6, any items for current or future discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? We adjourn.
bring the June 4th, 2025 Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting to order. We rise for the pledge, please. So, right here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It's my pleasure. The Board of Commissioners. Oh, nice. That's very cool. Okay, Ashlyn, did you call the roll?
Commissioner Beaton. Present. Commissioner Howard.
Here.
Commissioner LeBar.
Here.
Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yep.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here. Okay, we're all here. The next item on the agenda is public participation. If you would like to come and participate and give us your comments, you have 3 minutes to address the Board of Commissioners. Come on up to the podium, tell us your name, your city, village, or are there any villages left in Washington County? Your city or township that you live in, please. You have 3 minutes to make comments. I believe that we'll have a timer on the screen. If you go over 3 minutes, I will interrupt you, not because my fellow commissioners are so sick of me hearing say this, not because I wasn't raised right, but because my mother told me don't interrupt people, but because I'm trying to be fair and let everybody have 3 minutes. So, welcome to the meeting. Also, just so you understand, you give comments, we wait and respond to everybody en masse at the end. So don't think we're not listening when we don't respond right away. Welcome. Oh.
Yeah, please.
Oh.
I'm Mayor of the City of Manchester. I'm talking about the senior millage again. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes our residents, they're stubborn, they're proud, they don't go to Ypsilanti, and they don't go to Ann Arbor, and they have housing needs. I'm gonna tell you a true story. Our senior lunches found out that we had a homeless person that was living in his car and was parked a lot behind one of our local gas stations that had refrigeration. We partnered with that business. We started taking food and putting it in their coolers. They provided a microwave so he could warm it up. One of our seniors that comes to our lunches regularly waited and talked to this gentleman, got him to go home with him. He's now staying with that. He comes to our lunches regularly. He stays and plays cards at our senior luncheon. We are frontline. We are hands-on. We are the people they trust. Local senior centers, local seniors helping each other as much as possible. Yes, we need big organizations that have funding, but the longer you take to get those senior millage dollars out, the less we can do to help. I'm asking you to please at least move forward with that original distribution of funds so that we can do the good work that we all are committed and volunteering to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thanks. Can I start now?
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm Dr. Kimberly Jones. I'm president of Stopping Acts of Violence for Everyone. Thank you to the commissioners that had addressed my previous concerns about the state CBI grant and the sheriff's refusal to contract with SAVE to dispense the stipends. Yeah, I've been given no formal specific issue of concern with this action by the current administration. At the last board meeting, the director of operations made rebuttal to my public comments, talking about the appearance of impropriety for a former sheriff's office employee to lead this fiduciary organization. Today, the sheriff made the same comment. However, I argue that it makes perfect sense. I've been involved with CVIT for 3 years and took on leadership roles for the summit and other activities. Because I was fired by Sheriff Dyer, I'm unemployed and have a lot of free time and know-how to commit to getting the organization off the ground. Let's be clear, I was nominated by the group
elected by the group. I didn't ask for this role, it chose me. I want the board to know that we have not been kept in the loop on these conversations. We are not able to participate in the solution for funds that can only be used for this purpose. This grant ends in September, and any money not spent will be returned, which is a poor commentary on our ability to engage in violence intervention interruption, to leave money on the table. To date, no eligible CVIT member has received stipends because there is no fiduciary willing to handle the distribution. I learned through rumors that nonprofit organizations around the county have been contacted to access fiduciary for these funds. Most organizations declined. From my last update, this includes a brighter way. But what is even more disturbing is that after I spoke at the last board meeting, a CVIT member was told that no CSO employee could participate in CVIT for the time being. We still don't know why this is happening. Shockingly, another organization that sits around our table was asked by the current administration to leave the CVIT table as well. I'm just concerned about this type of leadership. CVIT includes educational organizations, public health organizations, medical organizations, small grassroots nonprofits, and community members. There are current members of the Michigan legislature that are familiar with our work and support it, in addition to local elected officials. It seems strange to me that a duly elected sheriff would work to thwart such efforts rather than engage positively with their constituents. This is no longer just about stipends. This is about equity and fairness. This is about respecting the community's right to determine its own destiny. I want it in the public record that we have not been treated professionally or fairly in this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briefly, commissioners, my name is Jeff Stacy. I was asked by one of you to just share a couple of comments. I've observed you in session nearly half a dozen times since I've been back in Michigan, and have some compliments for you. Nothing negative, be positive. If you don't mind, 3 minutes of positive compliments. I have experience with 4 different legislatures in my professional life over the last couple of decades since I grew up in Chelsea and graduated from U of M. The British Parliament, the European Parliament, the US Congress, and the United Nations. And I came back recently on a topic that you're dealing with today, also to your credit. I found my mother in great disarray when I came back to Chelsea to preside over a reunion, class reunion. And the doctors begged me to stay, so I gave up my job. And,
You can come with me.
We're animal lovers.
And I discovered that I really missed this great state and this great thing, and I decided to stay. And when I came to your first meeting, and this has happened in the several meetings I've seen you since, I was really struck by something that you do that I haven't seen in these other legislatures. First of all, you treat each other decently, which is certainly we're not seeing in the US Congress at present. I've seen you guys compromise with one another in real time. And most striking, I've seen several of you change your positions that you came into the meeting with, after discussions with your colleagues, even being out on a considerable limb. And I thought, that's really remarkable. So that's all I had to say. But well done on the aging. I did lose my mother, but I'm so pleased to hear that that's one of your top priorities. And but hey, a couple compliments might go a little ways.
Mr. Stacy, can you tell us the city or township you're into?
Yes, I live in Ann Arbor.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hope you can come back. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners, County Administrator, and Corporation Counsel. My name is Mary Campbell. I work for Washtenaw County in their IT department. and I am the president of ASME's Local 2733. I am here tonight not to speak on any subject that everybody behind me is here to speak about. I'm here to speak about 10 months ago, we ratified and you approved 2733's contracts. 10 months, and we still do not have those contracts published. We still do not have all those contracts to be able to review if that's what we agreed on. They have not been typed up. I have asked multiple times, sent multiple emails to Labor Relations, asking to put something on the calendar to finish negotiations for our appendices and our glossary. And I do not get a response back at all. I've asked for it a couple of times in our Unit A and Unit B meetings that we have monthly with Labor Relations and Human Resources. They promise me they'll put something on the calendar and it falls off the table. I am here to ask you as the commissioners to tell administration and Human Resources, Labor Relations to put something on the calendar so we can get our contracts published. I've got an email that wants to start negotiations for the salary study that's not quite completed yet. So I can't even start negotiations for a salary study when I haven't finished negotiating our contracts. So please implore Labor Relations and Human Resources and administration to get our contracts finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Monica Prince. I live in Ypsi Township and I work for the City of Ypsilanti Senior Center. I want to thank you all for the work you've done, put together the resolutions that you're going to be looking at tonight. I think it is a very great start. Our initial goal when we started looking for a millage was to have some sort of source of money so that we'd be able to serve the older adults in a way that they deserve. The millage has given us that. The way it is spent will be revisited many times. And this resolution only is the startup phase. And we know that. We know that it'll have to be changed over time. Everybody's needs are going to change over time. And they're changing by the minute now. So please, I just ask you all to vote positively for the proposals that are put before you today about the senior millage.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol Westfall from Freedom Township. And my comments tonight relate only to the MMP committee. And I have two parts. Part one, I see on your agenda that you'll be adding a new member from Milan tonight. And I understand how the state works and dictates makeup of the 12-member committee. But when I look at the list, it appears that most members represent businesses or elected officials. It makes me wonder, where is the Washtenaw County citizen? And because I can't see the MLPC ever recommending materials management facility replacement. It's planning in places like Dexter, Violence, but easy to see them looking for a very rural site. So it's hard for me to understand why rural Western Washtenaw County wouldn't be better represented on that committee, since there's a high likelihood it would be most impacted by materials management facility placement decisions. Part two. I'm especially concerned about whether the MMPC has a serious understanding of our unique circumstances and risks. We're literally sitting on 7 pipelines, plus a gas plant, plus large fuel storage pumps, plus 2 gravel mines, and all in a very concentrated area. The gas plant recently completed a significant facility modernization plan or project that I now understand
also increased its gas production capacity. In other words, they're not big. And one of the mines had a breach just this spring that sent sludge into our wetlands, into our lake, damaged our environment. And that was an accident we were always hearing. In the past few years, we've also seen a huge increase of gravel trucks on the roads that we already share with large organic farm fields. So Freedom Township citizens already carry a lot of risk, and we're feeling pretty vulnerable, as we should. From a safety perspective, we have no nearby hazmat capability, no dedicated police force, and we're served by a volunteer fire department at least 5 miles away. So we live with these risks every day in Freedom Township. But frankly, the idea of a new methane gas plant being added to our already disproportionate amount of pipelines, gas, fuel tanks, and mine risk is terrifying. And so my concern to you, who's going to represent us? I mean, we see in those discussions in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this a move?
No.
Just talk loud.
Hi, my name is Laura Sanders, and this is my spouse, Romero Martinez. Yeah, we live at 11774 Quigley Road in Dexter. More than 10 years ago, I was on the committee that founded the Washtenaw County Photo ID, representing the voice of the immigrant rights advocacy community. At the time, we anticipated the worst case scenario, that ICE or DHS would come for the records associated with that ID for the purposes of entrapping, detaining, and deporting undocumented immigrants who applied for an ID. However, I never thought this would actually happen. But here we are, ICE subpoenaing the records of the Washtenaw County Photo ID project exactly for those cruel and inhumane purposes. I remember feeling secure that it was agreed upon by the committee that records on the ID would be retained so that they could never be accessed. However, after meeting with Clerk Kestenbaum, we now understand that 4 to 5 years of names and address data does exist and is at risk. I still don't really understand how this happened. We want to thank the commissioners for resisting turning over this data and ask you to never, ever, ever comply with this subpoena, as it would violate the promise we made to our community and the original intention and spirit of the project. We ask that any and all identifying data associated with the ID be destroyed immediately. In conversations with the county clerk and various commissioners, there seems to be confusion as to who's responsible to create and ensure a policy to not retain data from April 15th, 2025, the data of the subpoena, or the date of the subpoena, going on into the future. The clerk states that the Board of Commissioners creates the policy and he carries it out. Some commissioners believe that the ordinance associated with the photo ID project gives the clerk wide discretion to create and execute a protected policy from this point forward without board action. As a community member, honestly, and an elected official in Dexter Township and an 18-year advocate of immigrant rights with my spouse, I don't care who or how the policy is created. We just need it to happen, and we need it to happen now. We ask that the Board of Commissioners find a way to continue to provide the ID without retaining any records associated with it, including names and addresses.
Thank you, Laura.
I got one more.
It's time.
Is it
It's
time?
overtime, actually.
Oh,
Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Can Ramiro finish?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, you don't think you can read this? Can I finish for him?
You know what, I'm trying to maintain a semblance of being fair to everybody, so.
Yeah, but he can't read English. So, can somebody read for Ramiro? Would you? Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
This is a new public comment now.
It is no secret that our county and city of Ann Arbor are being targeted by ICE because of our welcoming policies towards immigrants. And this is likely just one of many cruel and unusual ways they will come at them. We also want to remind the commission and the community, although the public may have been largely unaware, that ICE has been coming after immigrant families in our community for years. This is nothing new. Although the full force inhumanity, violence, and complete lack of regard for human rights and due process has been trumped up. We believe that we need to be proactive in addressing this threat and notice that any of our capitulation to their demands is based in fear, not in what is right at them. We are counting on you to do the right thing, and our community desperately needs you to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just here, so it's gonna take up from there.
So can we restart the clock for her? Thanks, Brady. Okay. You got it.
My name is Keita Cowan. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. And I too was there 10 years ago at the creation and development of the ID. Really, it was there 10 years ago to hear people try to tell us stories as to why the ID became such a necessity. And I never worried when I heard that the subpoena came, because even though we never talked about it, there's a second half to the story. Things were not so dire back then. So the ID supports and reinforces Article 6 that the United Nations determined after World War II that to be an essential human right. 6, right? Everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person under the law. To have no identification is to have no government recognize your existence, right? One of the things that Hitler did, completely separate and apart, from issues of discrimination and let's not even go down the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a concept called civilite mortis, civil death. Civil death was imposed on Jews before they were executed, before they were taken away. Everything that they had was no longer theirs legally. The laws were in place.
Mm-hmm.
You could abide by the law. I mean, the problem is, it wasn't just then. So after the war, one of the French jurists, and Eleanor Roosevelt, knew that it had happened in the United States. The Supreme Court ruled civilite mortis on all African Americans and their descendants. That's citizen. Not enslaved, but a citizen of nowhere. No one whose rights anyone needed to contend with. Your life was forfeit. What this board did in creating the Washtenaw ID was bigger than you knew, because the challenge and threat wasn't as large as it has revealed itself as being, because this isn't the first instance. And if we allow folks to be taken outside of the only government that acknowledges their existence, they are civilly dead and would easily become mortally so, with no recognition, with no one to notify their families without so much as a name.
Mm.
That's what I didn't worry about, because the depth of what the ID accomplishes, the depth of what this governmental body doesn't say within our jurisdiction, you will lose.
I'm sorry, that's time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We could listen to that all night though. I'll come to your lecture though. That was good. Thank you.
Ready, go ahead. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Dr. Ariana Gonzalez. I'm an occupational therapist, certified medical professional. And as you guys have heard a little bit about later, I'm the executive director and founder of Life After Incarceration Transition Reentry, which is a nonprofit here in Washtenaw County. Also, I'm a resident of Ipsy Township in Commissioner Hodges District. So like I said, you heard a little bit about why we're here tonight, but really I'm pulled here because I care deeply about the resilient population of CERB. For the last 4 years until this week, Vader has served as a core provider inside the Washtenaw County Jail, which is Vader firm, providing group and individual services to currently and previously incarcerated individuals, focusing on things like life skills, habits and routines, health management, and preparing them for reentry back in the community. We work alongside collaboratively with the reentry team, and had a historically productive and positive relationship with the Sheriff's Office until now. Our recent experiences with the current administration has left us disheartened and disappointed, which is what brought us here tonight. And it's how the communications and processes went about, rather than the what, but again, the how. This is what's concerning. We feel the administration is causing unnecessary division in the community and the county that thrives and relies on collaboration. And after meeting with the undersheriff last week and from the presentation today, we do have a clearer picture of the budget. However, the clarity is coupled with a concern about the unmet needs for our population, and a plan to meet these needs. While I did receive an apology from the undersheriff regarding how things were handled with our organization, our broader concerns are still there. Many of the concerns have to do with transparency. Some of the things were brought up tonight, but also around decision-making processes. So we expect informed, careful, and evidence-based decisions. We're asking for honest and open collaborative communication going forward, because no single person or organization alone can do this work. Right now, our community is at risk. People are incarcerated because they need help. Funding cuts and shifting landscapes are squeezing nonprofits out of existence, leaving individuals with fewer supports when they need more. On our current path, I fear that we're going to see jails and hospitals overwhelmed as more of our individuals fall through the cracks of the systems without access to the supports that they need to flourish as community members. So now more than ever, we need our local government to uplift and protect the programs that serve the community. And we're here to call in on the Sheriff's Office, asking them to reflect and engage differently going forward. We're asking for transparency, and we thank the board for also asking that as well. We're here to speak our truth because we have the privilege to speak when many of our clients do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Alex Kokish. I'm a psychosocial occupational therapist and the program development coordinator at Laker. That's in the Commissioner Hodges District. As Ariana alluded to, after 4 years of positive communication collaboration, after surveying over 350 people in Washtenaw County and demonstrating positive results, the administration abruptly terminated our partnership. In early May, only weeks after being told from the sheriff herself that we have a 6-month contract extension with future plans to reevaluate the budget, we were told we could not enter the jail. We were told to end certain services abruptly. We had to advocate to finish the month of May to prevent abandonment of therapeutic relationships as counter to what she said. An element of malpractice. After a lapse, we were granted permission to finish May, resulting in 1 to 2 sessions left and individual clients. Yeah. One of the troubling things that we heard continuously since the sheriff's term started is that this administration did not ask any of their staff, providers, or at least our clients about the programs currently running, their impact, or about what works and what doesn't work before making decisions. We as providers and clients ourselves for feedback, which is available at the link in the provided packets that we gave you. This, coupled with a lack of interest in our outcomes, make us question the sheriff's commitment to evidence-based practices. During contract negotiations, admin stakeholders continually pass the bill when we ask for explanations and reasonings about decisions. Later is one of many contractors who are worried about our population due to the overall confusion and potential withdrawal of the sheriff's office from an established nexus of community providers. Many are afraid to speak up. I was at a reentry team meeting with Sheriff Dyer, or that Sheriff Dyer attended briefly after her term began. And Director of Innovation, Cynthia Harrison, is also present. Sheriff Dyer made it clear during this meeting that the Sheriff's Office has been footing the bill for programming and that there would be no further expansions to jail programming. This is in opposition to the recent 100-day report that claimed an increase in jail programming opportunities, which also claims credit for many services that already existed within the jail. With the strong and progressive installation of the mental health and public safety millage that was recently renewed, we demand transparency to the allocation of those funds to the Sheriff's Office. Which in your packet, you can see we were listed as funded under the Sheriff's Office, the millage, on their own website.
Yep.
We are here not as begrudging former contractors in the Sheriff's Office, but as concerned members of this community. We were hopeful with the arrival of the new sheriff given her promising platform. Since her inauguration, the Sheriff's Office actions seemingly do not align with neither her proposed platform nor the work she claims to be currently doing. There is a case to be made for positive change that displeases some while benefiting the greater good. However, I do not think that is in the club. Special attention should be paid to the check registers and where funds are coming from and going to in regards to contracts. I come here to present concerns and to heed warnings based on our own experiences. The ultimate losers in what we perceive as irresponsible action by the administration are justice impacted individuals who are already underserved and underprivileged.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. I'm Elise Boyle. I live in Washtenaw County in Commission Hodges District. I am one of the licensed occupational therapists, certified trauma professional, resource coordinator, and vice president of Leader. When our request to see clients until the end of May was granted, we had to ask for it. We had another meeting with the staff from the Sheriff's Office to discuss how we're going to tell clients. We informed the clients the choice has been made due to the budget, although we still are unclear on how much of that is true due to lack of transparency. And no matter how professionally we told clients, they were upset. They cried, they asked to write letters, they asked who they could talk to, and they had every right. A service in which they valued and found beneficial to their recovery and reentry was being removed without warning, preparation, or informed decision-making processes, which would and should have included asking them, coming for our groups, observing us. We are deeply concerned, not just for our organization, but for the people this system is supposed to serve, people whose voices are being ignored. So let me take this opportunity to allow these voices to be heard. The feedback is from our clients, and the first statement is from a participant that attended my women's group in the jail. So client one, there are not many options for rehabilitative services for women in the jail here. Taking away life skills, yoga, which we also did in the jail. And other services provided by Later greatly reduces any benefit jail has. Instead of doing healthy and productive, I am going to suffer and not do anything to benefit my mental health. There are enough resources in here for us as is, and the few helpful things are being taken away. Client two, I appreciate the authenticity and transparency the facilitator brings to the group that allows the clients to flow smoothly and peacefully. Joy is essential to this goal. This class provides it. Client three, I enjoyed the class. I think it helps me relax and forget about being in jail. Client four, my experience so far in this class is allowing me to open up a lot more with myself, relearning things about myself that were once lost. Client five, it helps me a lot having opportunity to share, opportunity to open up and talk about experiences. I have really enjoyed participating and being part of the class. It's very good. So we fear we have lost trust in the leadership and that it says it values transparency but avoids dialogue and accountability. That says it supports reentry but removes essential programming. We fear these actions are not fiscally motivated but politically or personally motivated. We're asking for your help to demand accountability from leadership, to insist on transparency from the Sheriff's Office and their use of the millage and other correctional services funds, to advocate for evidence-based programming and informed decision-making processes, and to help protect the services that reduce recidivism, restore dignity, and improve safety for everyone. So thank you for listening, and thank you for those that did speak up today and ask.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Leroy Harris. I'm the founder and executive director of Dynastic Ministries Youth Circles in Washtenaw County. I'm working in collaboration with Belinda Doolin right now to build the first youth institute in Washtenaw. The only reason why I'm here today is because I want to support those ladies there with Later. Life after incarceration, they were in the shirts, but I'm the man. Say it again, they wear the shirts, I'm the man. I did 35 years in prison. When I come home from prison, it was later in another group called GSHA Quality Service. But later was the first people I met when I come home from prison. And what those ladies helped me to do, when I come home after 35 years, I was in bad shape. Social anxiety, I was afraid of everybody. I thought everybody was against me. Couldn't get a job here, couldn't get a job there. I wasn't social at all with anybody. But it was those ladies that come to my house in transitional house every week to see me and to help me get through those issues that I was getting through. For me to hear that they stopped their funding, man, you know what it did to me? It killed me on the inside. Because I know what I experienced with these women with the occupational therapists. I know what I experienced with them. I got a team of guys. Not only that, I work for them. I'm on their board of directors and I work for them. That means I'm a supervisor of my own crew called Shine, who are also returning residents. I got that from you today. Returning residents. So I got my own crew that I work with that their therapist's over. So you don't even know the work that they do in the community. You may not think they're boots on the ground, but they are boots on the ground. For real. Later is boots on the ground. And I want to say again, if it was not for what the work they did with me, I wouldn't be with Belinda Doolin right now. Because I would still be messed up. I would still be that 18-year-old kid that went to prison 35 years ago. They showed me how to get my humanity back. They did it. And I want to say right here, we need to find a way to make sure not only they get their funding back, that we get more funding to hire more occupational therapists because we need them in Washtenaw County and in every county. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Making me smile.
Fun meeting, don't cry.
Hello, I'm Cindy Bo Davis, president of We Rock and resident of Bridgewater Township. I feel compelled to speak tonight on several issues related to Sheriff Dyer's presentation and your reaction to that. First of all, I want to clear up the defund the police business. Alicia never said defund the police. Commissioner Scott, you referred to people she brought with her. I will tell you where those people came from. Those people, some of them I did not know. But some of them, many of them were members of the Allies for Better Mental Health, whose goal was to get more mental health coverage out of the village, the mental health and public safety village. Now, there were 30 people in that group. Everybody from U of M attorneys to local activists, people with a very broad spectrum of political views. I do not believe in defunding the police, and I cringed every time one of those people or another person stood up and said that, because I thought that hurt the cause, and I don't believe in defunding the police. And neither does Alicia. Alicia always talked about taking care of the officers. She once was one herself. She knew about the stress and the PTSD, etc., and the lack of sleep from working overtime. So I just want to clear that up right now. In terms of transparency, which you all talked about a lot, Sheriff Dyer has been in office for 5 months. Come on, people. Give her a chance. You know, I appreciated Sheriff Clayton. I really did. But he was not the most transparent person on the face of the earth, and you all would have never grilled him like you just grilled her tonight. You wouldn't have done it. Sheriff Clayton did a lot of good things for this county and improved a lot of things over how they were in the past. But if you want to talk about transparency in a public meeting, and after being roasted, basically, you never would have done that to the previous sheriff. And that's a good thing.
I'm frankly embarrassed by what happened tonight. And I'm embarrassed by the smirks and grins and the eye contact across the room. So, you know, many of you would have picked up the phone and talked to Sheriff Clayton. And
I'm sorry,
instead of,
I'm sorry, that's time.
so sorry. Also, I have brought a new person with me tonight, and I will tell you that she turned to me in the middle of this discourse and said, there is no civility or decorum.
How's the records out now?
My name is Scott Elliott. I'm a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. And I'm here principally to register my opposition, frankly, my outrage at the illegal and unconstitutional behavior of ICE agents when they come into our communities. Frankly, I'm not in any way familiar with this board's disposition as it, relates to that behavior. But I want to go on record. I don't know what, standards you have in place. I do know what happens to individuals, what happens to communities, and what happens to organizations when we take a knee too far. And so I'm on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Like that.
Hi, my name is Marie Gress. I'm from the city of Milan. As the chair of the Commission on Aging, I wanted to say thank you for your collective work on the older persons village, and we hope you pass it tonight. And then as the executive director of the Wave Bus, a public transportation nonprofit serving Western Washtenaw, we have been so relieved to hear at each of the working sessions, you all have highlighted, each of you have highlighted transportation. About a year ago, you invested $90,000 in senior transportation for the Manchester area, and we were able to turn 85 rides a month into 215 rides a month for this area alone. Across our services, about a year ago, we were at 900 rides a month, and now we're at 2,500 rides a month in Western Washtenaw County.
That's great. It's awesome.
As we currently experience decreases from state and federal funding, we really do look forward to working with you, moving older adults with your village funds. Thank you.
Nice.
Good evening, I'm Barbara Neesmay, and I'm the president and CEO of Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. And after many years of work, you all, several in the audience, we are at the moment of the first reading for the policy process for the distributions of the funds being collected under the senior millage that was passed last fall. I just have to take a moment to recognize that this is a big moment.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also a banner moment for the county and also for many of us who support our older adult neighbors. I am here to extend my excitement and gratitude for bringing this so far and to encourage moving forward with utilizations of the funds to support older adults. The needs in the community grow daily as documented by several studies. And as a matter of fact, we just had our first month where we cleared serving 12,000 meals. We usually hover in the 9,000 to 10,000 range. So the need is absolutely spiked. In our program, we have seen a spike in requests for meals and support. We are concerned about this, even though we added a route this past January. I believe those who serve our older adults are seeing the needs growing. And I also want to say thank you for highly prioritizing food insecurity, nutrition, and those sorts of things. That means a lot. I recognize the complexities of approving policy, and I feel like I can say that as a former lobbyist. So, I mean, I can't imagine how you're feeling right now, but I did in the 90s, shredders, lots of things. It's a lot of work, especially such important policy. And as someone on the front line among our most vulnerable older adult neighbors, I am hopeful that we can see continued progress and for it to be approved this evening. Thank you again for your work on this very important issue. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
3 minutes?
3 minutes, it'll come off when you start talking.
Okay, my name's Yvonne Cudney. I'm a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. I'm on the board of directors for the Ypsilanti Senior Center, and I work in the housing sphere with older adults here in Washtenaw County. You all may or may not know that older adults, those who are 50 and over, are the fastest growing group of people who are experiencing homelessness in America at this point. And many of them are experiencing homelessness for the very first time after the age of 50. I just want to point out at this minute, I heard about just this week, an 85-year-old man at the Delana Center experiencing homelessness for the first time. It is critical. This current proposal supports older adults and their housing needs in a myriad of ways. It looks both upstream and downstream. And it's supporting senior centers that have been experiencing less and less funding year after year after year for, I don't know, at least a decade, I suspect. It's critical that the senior millage funds and the proposal as it stands make their way into the community as quickly as possible. We don't want to have 85-year-olds at the shelter experiencing homelessness for the first time. We want to serve our seniors before they get there. Thank you so much for working so hard to put forth a proposal that serves so many older adults in this county.
Thank you.
Hey, Commissioners, Commissioner Bill. James Renee Casey, I'm the Director of Community Corrections for the Sheriff's Office. I wanted just to share a couple points of clarity for the later contract. So under the former administration, one of my roles and responsibilities was to operationalize IRI grant that we received from BJA, the Innovative Reentry Initiative. Part of that program design, along with some of my partners, was to bring in new ideas, things that we haven't done before in the reentry world. And part of that was later. Over the last several years, I've gotten to know the later team very well. I've gotten to see firsthand the work that they do in the jail and the community. But the reality is that the grant that funded the contract is now expired. We were fortunate enough to get 2 no-cost extensions throughout the period of the grant because the grant started during COVID. We were limited in what we could do in the jail. Operations were shut down. And so like many other BJA work recipients across the nation, we were given no cost extension, which allowed us to continue the work as long as we did. Unfortunately, now we're in the situation where that BJA grant has been fully expended. The term of the grant itself is up in December of this year. And so as we heard earlier tonight, some of the challenges that we face from a budget standpoint at the Sheriff's Office forces us to look at the totality of the budget operations and program a little bit different. The Sheriff's Office supports the later program. They do fantastic work for us and for the clients, as you have all heard. I think that if there's a way for us to work together to leverage funding, either from this board or the community or in other areas with other partnerships and agencies, we would fully support continuing the work that they do and the impact that they've been having on the returning citizens. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Commissioners. I did not expect to get up and say anything tonight, and you have had so many important issues brought before you, but I was encouraged to come and thank you for being so brave in stopping the efforts of ICE to try and recoup the private records you have about people that live in Washington. I am a resident of Chelsea. I want to thank you for your bravery, and I want you to know that you're nameless. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep.
I really can't look that way. Jeremy Haley, Dixie Township. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you for the resolution on the CAV project on 94. And I heard on the news the next day, thanks to Kevin Machard, who's in the back there.
that MDOT released the opinion that they never had opposition before now. They can't understand why. So thank you. And you might notice that I'm wearing a different hat today. It's because we're in Manchester. And the state farm agents here in Manchester met that Donovan. And, and I suggest that, you know, we always use our local shops, and people in our local areas for our businesses. And Janet and Matt over there are really great to work for. I talk to people who have that insurance crap, and I'm like, what? How's that? You know, I like talking to real people to get stuff done. And, you know, I gave me the opportunity today to actually hit Frank's place and get some food before coming here. And on the way there, I was in the need of a bike lock, you know. And there's a bicycle shop next door, and I was like, you know, I needed a bike lock, and they had it there, and, you know, that's how it works. You know, so I support all local businesses. I suggest that you all too get off Amazon. If it's not cheaper, you're just getting cheaper stuff that will wind up breaking. You're not supporting your local communities and your local people who live in those communities. And that, what I was just going to say on, you guys have a lot going on with the villages and stuff. And revenues and expenditures are a big thing. I know there's a law that's called the Balanced Budget Act. I'm just asking you, if you were to go home to your loved one tonight and go, honey, from now on, we're going to spend our paychecks. You have to spend it all in the next 30 days. And if you don't use it, I'm going to take the rest of them, put it away. What do you think your loved one's significant other would look at you and say, look at you, what are you, nuts? Crazy? But unfortunately, that's how the government spends money. And I say we should all take it lead in that and consider that changing that and how we do that. Because it's like on an escalator. That escalator is going up every time. Once you get new revenue, the expenditures go the same way. Next year, more revenue goes up more. Never goes down. And at one time, that escalator is going to break. You all are going to be on it. It's not going to go good. There is an economic collapse coming. Oh, huh?
Thanks. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? Ashley, do we have the ability to hear somebody talk online? Oh, wow. Okay.
So first we have Nate.
Nate, go ahead. Don't forget to tell us city or township.
Hello.
Sometimes. Hi, Nate. Go ahead.
Yeah, got a couple of little things to say. The first thing is Miss Dryer just came in there this year, and literally we all know that Nate, I mean not Nate, but not Nate, sorry, Jerry Clayton, you know, he was not the sheriff that everybody thought he was. So she's coming in and trying to clean up his mess. And another thing is too about the homelessness. I think that you guys should do more for the homelessness because literally y'all haven't did anything for the homelessness. I was homeless for the first time in my 50 years. I was homeless. And people that literally get out of prison, they literally have things, what you call it, they have therapists in there before they get out. They're supposed to take these classes before they get out. My thing is homelessness is real. And I think that you guys should literally focus on that instead of, corruption. And another thing too is I think you guys really need to help people seize their hello.
You're on.
seize their loved ones, their deceased loved ones, property, assets, estates, instead of literally not helping them. My grandfather passed away, and a lot of fraudulent stuff has been going about it for the past 4 years that I've been trying to get it through the Washtenaw County, through Superior Township. I called Superior Township today to get some paperwork. Nobody answered. Nobody was returning my phone calls. So I just wish that you guys would literally help people instead of demising them. Thank you.
Nate, can you tell us the city or township you're calling from?
Superior Township.
Thank you. Ashley, who else do we have online?
That's Chair. We have Ian Robinson.
Ian, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, Ian Robinson, live in Ann Arbor, president of Huron Valley Area Labor Federation. I wanted to start by commending the board on the strong stand it's taken on ICE and the release of the county ID information. I hope you will continue to stand strong on that. My friend and colleague of many years, Laura Sanders, had a different ask for you. I'm not sure whether that is something we should also go for, but I think what you've done with respect to ICE thus far shows a lot of integrity. I also have worked with many of you for many years now, and I know that you're well motivated and public spirited people, but I must say I was very distressed by the nature of the back and forth between you and the sheriff. I felt like you were a very hostile audience towards the sheriff, and I feel like the basic question she was trying to raise about the budget got addressed by Yusuf and almost nobody else. I mean, most of it was kind of taking pot shots and grandstanding, as far as I could see. And I understand there's lots of feelings that come out of the election, but we need to move on. Sheriff Dyer has the same motivations and the same integrity that you do. And, you need to work with her and work constructively to solve the problems that are resulting in things like later contract not being sustainable. And so I just wanted to say that. Moving to the original purpose why I wanted to be here, well, one of the other purpose I wanted to be here tonight, the older person's millage. There are two quick points I want to make about that. The first is that it seems as though the current ordinance envisages contracting out almost all of the supply of services for seniors. And I want to encourage folks to think a little more about the balance between provision of those services by county employees who are union members and are paid union wages, and NGOs that often are unorganized, often pay much lower wages. When we came in a decade ago, we released a report that analyzed some of the underlying causes of growing income disparities between the rich and the poor in this country. And we focused on Washtenaw County, and they were bad and getting worse here. And one of the things we argued our elected officials and our governments can do is stop contracting out, which have become widespread in the private sector and quite widespread in the public sector as well. Start using your own employees that are paid properly, that are union represented, to do as much work as possible. The last point I don't have time to make, but I will make it to you in personal conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, commenter online. Welcome, Bob. Go ahead.
I got muted there. Thank you very much. My name is Bob King. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I do want to talk to the commissioners about the working session. It was embarrassing to me also. I think highly of all of you, and I just think the demeanor and the hostility in that meeting was not acceptable. But I'll address that privately with people. What I really want to emphasize is what Ian just said. We're going to get hit hard in Washtenaw County. We get hit hard around this country by We've already been hit by a number of the administrative letters that the president has done or directed cities done. We know that this Medicaid bill that you're trying to cut is going to hit us hard. And I think it's really important that you follow Ian's advice and keep the work that's going to be done for the aging with your county employees. You know, this is a chance to reverse a lot of the outsourcing and privatization that a number of you have worked with us in the past to fight. Some of you were in unions that fought that. And so it would be a real shame. And I think contrary to the values that you have, to contract that work to workers that don't have a union, workers that don't have decent pay. And then you're going to be faced, I think, in the very near future of not having the funding to keep all the current employees you have. And so if you keep that work internal, you will prevent some really good county employees from having to get laid off. So please give that strong consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, anyone else online for public comment? Okay. Commissioners, that means it's time for commissioner follow-up. Commissioner Hatch?
Thank you, Chair. I want to express many of my constituents that came up with a pillar here, so I can't even see if there's any of them are still here. Thank you to everyone from later that came out. I'm surprised that so many of you that work for the same organization in my district. It was really helpful to hear from you. I want to get in touch with those of you that came out, or if you're not here, I'm going to look up your names on the recording and try to reach out to you since I can't see most of the audience. But I want to work with you to figure out what we can do to hopefully move things in a better direction. Because very clearly the work that you've been doing, it's very odd. I'm trying to make eye contact with the audience while I'm looking at the door. Very clearly, there you go. Thank you. Okay, I was looking for you specifically. I was going to try to give you my part. Yes, very clearly the work that you've been doing has been very effective for a lot of people in our community. So I want us to find a way to be able to make that happen and continue to happen. To our friend that came to just say nice things and brought the dog. Thank you. Very nice to have more of that. Great use of 3 minutes there. Very much appreciated. There was the comments about civil death. That was very moving.
Oh gosh.
People, I don't know if you could hear from up here, the dais and the kid tables, really reflect very positively to those comments. I think it was very helpful. So thank you. I'd love to chat more about that. If you've been following, I think the work that we've been doing and in live articles, we're very committed to protecting the IT program. So, but thank you for your advocacy around that for everyone that come to speak about that. And I'm glad I can make eye contact, not just the door. Oh, yeah, Jeremy. I don't know if Jeremy's still here, but
He's there.
Can't
He's
see
here.
him.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for making it all the way out here. Good to see you again in a different hat. All right. Well, thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner LeVar?
I want to echo the pro dog sentiment. I believe that's mislove or some sort of wonderful European breed there. Thank you for coming. I also, Keita Cohen is just a fantastic egg and was, as Yusuf can say, really integral in the Washtenaw ID program when it was created, and I appreciate all her work she's done on issues like CMH and living wage and other things. There's a wonderful and relatively pleasant and succinct woman who came on, I believe, from Chelsea to thank us for the work with ICE. And I forget the exact word she used, but it almost gave the impression that we had sort of defeated ICE. And I absolutely wish that was the case. I would just say, I think unfortunately it has just begun. But I will say very honestly, the uninitiated comments that have come to this body regarding that issue and just expressions of human decency and a willingness to say that you want us to stand up for what's right, it's really helpful. That's a hard human issue in a number of ways. And it's particularly hard with such a malevolent force in DC right now. So I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to note if you see a couple of swatting, some bugs up here.
Yeah.
We're not conducting.
We're not making it here.
Nothing about the art. I wanted to, I also found it interesting that Jeremy brought some unintended economic development tonight to Commissioner Beeman's district with,
Yeah.
dinner and buying a bike lock. So, benefits of going away from downtown.
Thank you.
So, I just wanted to make a comment about the Materials Management Planning Committee, the public comment that resident of Freedom Township. I do want to note that, as you pointed out, the seats on the MMPC are pretty much defined by state law. Not a lot of wiggle room there. But there is a process involved here, and the materials management planning process is a long process. It involves this committee, which we have another appointment to tonight, really working over the course of more than a year to hear from stakeholders in the trash recycling, composting space, and to get information from the Department of Public Works here at the county as well. All that will result in creating a materials management plan. That plan then has to go to the municipalities. So all the municipalities in the county will have a chance to look that over and approve or deny it. So that's another place where some other comment will come into the process. And then ultimately it will come to this body, the Board of Commissioners, to approve that as well. So it is a long process. It is not just the MMPC, but also municipalities, township cities, and the county that all have to weigh in on it. So I just wanted to point that out as well, and appreciate the comment. I've heard comments from Freedom Township about digester and those things as well at the MMPC. Thank you for coming out and offering.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments in reaction to public comment. I just want to say on MMPC commentary, I agree with your comment about the composition of the MMPC. I want to say that I voted against all the appointees that were representing corporations that are on that board, because I don't think it's appropriate to have folks on there that are representing corporations that may be interested in what's going to happen with this plant. So I stand by that vote, and we'll vote no on future appointments that represent corporate interests on those boards. I thank Commissioner Machewski for his work. Of course, and what he just said is true in terms of the process. Looking forward to having that discussion further. I'm sorry that you're going through everything you are with the pipeline and the gravel trucks. You know, the impact on your township is huge. It is an impact that is happening in rural areas all across Michigan that we need to contend with as a state. And you're bearing a disproportionate brunt of that right now. And so I hear you and thank you for your advocacy. On the ID program, thank you to all those who came out and spoke. Keita, you were awesome.
Amazing.
As our chair said, I'd come to your lecture anytime. But it's almost not even a lecture. It's like beautiful. Thank you. And thank you for framing it the way that you did. Laura had mentioned the piece about our policy, and I think that is something that we need to delve into as a board. That's not something that's been mentioned yet in the response here, but I do think this is something that we need to take up as a body. If the clerk does not feel able to make any changes, I think we need to discuss changes that we can make moving forward, understanding that we may be constrained by what our attorneys might say, but I think we need to explore the possibilities that exist out there to make our ID as secure as possible for the people that are getting it. I think we owe it to the people that trusted us to get their ID card through us, and it is a matter of of making sure that people's personal information is kept private. I think that's really important. And then just responding to some of the things that Bob and Ian said, I'm looking forward to the discussion on the senior millage later. Fully agree with everything that both of them said. I appreciate the fact that they came out and spoke virtually. By the way, thanks for having a virtual option. Those of you that were responsible for helping make that happen, I think it's really important to have that option available. And I look forward to, having the discussion when we get to that, because I do agree with them that we need to be investing more of our senior millage and hiring frontline staff that are able to directly deliver services that are county employees. That's how we create long-term accountability in the services, but we also create permanency in the services that are delivered, because they are government services. And the direction in the community is we're committed to this, we're doing it. And so I think that is a really important thing that they brought up, and I hope that can be part of our discussion later. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out and coming to Manchester tonight. This is my hometown, so thank you for making the trek. Those of you that can't walk here, like some of us may be able to this evening. But also thank you for those who came to speak about the ID program. As others have said, it's still ongoing, and we're here to do what and everything that we can. In terms of the MMPC, Carol, thank you for coming out and speaking to that. The one piece that I will lift up that he did not is Commissioner Machewski sits on that board as well. And he and I are the West Side. We have many conversations. We discuss many things. And while I'm not sitting there, I do trust him with the voice for District 3 when it comes to these issues. So I understand Machewski isn't the full board, but he is West Side. He is familiar with rural and does keep abreast of these situations with me. So it's not a perfect solution, but we have an ear and a voice there as well. So I just want to lift him up a little bit. Also want to thank Jeff and Gilbert for the nice things coming out, saying those wonderful pieces. And also thank you to everyone who came out to speak to the senior millage. If you're willing to stick around, the hour's getting late. We're going to be talking about that this evening. So you'll hear a little bit more about that. And thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's so weird to bring a microphone. And we got a variety of comments related to the senior millage. A lot of the folks that spoke earlier, many familiar faces who have been part of this process for a long time. I do want to speak to some of the commentary just related to protecting some of the jobs that we have existing in some of our departments. And I want to just clear up in case folks don't know that there is language in this proposal that clarifies increasing support or expanding support for existing services. The millage was never intended to replace funding that already existed for services for older adults. It wasn't. And I have gone back through presentations from Say Yes to Seniors, from the Commission on Aging, and from past board conversations. So I just want to clear that up. Like when this got placed on the ballot, unfortunately, we can't control what happens in DC, but I think I can't speak for everybody at this table, but many conversations I have had, we are going to try to do our best to right size existing services that do serve older adults if it gets to that point. But the millage wasn't intended to replace existing county funding, which isn't a whole lot, by the way, from general fund, or existing federal funding. But I do think there is a shown commitment to right size existing programs that are run through OCED if we lose federal funding. But it would be impossible for us to use the millage to replace federal funds that support every employee in OCED. So that's one piece. To the county ID program, I appreciate folks that came out. The city of Detroit has a county ID program and they do not keep any data, which I recently learned. And so I'm really eager to move towards a policy that the city of Detroit has. Because when this all started, I thought, wow, I don't understand why we're keeping any data. Once we give somebody the ID, that should be the end of the conversation for the reasons that we're now dealing with. The last thing, I think, we got some feedback about the way working session went. And, I often go back and watch our meetings just to make sure that my own interactions with folks are taken not in a disrespectful way. And so I'll rewatch the meeting, but I do want to clarify that I was interrupted a lot when I was asking questions, and I tried my best to be even toned
And many of the comments and questions that I asked were questions and comments that I've made to the sheriff before. And so, I understand that these conversations can get really complicated, especially when we're talking about budgets and transparency and past public comments and promises. But I do think the intentions here, at least on my part, were to have a transparent conversation and clarify for the community going forward some of the choices that we're going to have to make about the budget, especially in light of the potential for losing budget funds. So I'm committed to going back as I usually do, just to make sure that I'm not being rude to people as a commissioner in the seat, because I think that is important. And I think, all of us try to do that. Sometimes things get heated, but we're all human beings. I personally don't want to create toxicity or hostile environment in the boardroom. But I do want to say that sometimes the conversations we have are difficult. And sometimes, especially when we're the board, we don't have direct control over countywide elected officials, but it is our responsibility to approve budgets. And so things do get really complicated. Again, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but we have to have tough conversations. And those tough conversations happen in public sometimes. And, I'm trying to be a good partner though, and appreciate feedback that we're getting. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Light?
I would like to thank everyone that's traveled to good old Manchester. In the rule, it's kind of like when I leave from the board meetings, Mr. Beeman was saying, make sure you watch out for those deer. I'm like, when I see them every time I go home, I'm like, okay, let's see, Randy's gonna come out and then Alice is gonna cross, so I gotta slow down right here. So I'm used to it. But thank you all. Thank you for hosting here and thank you for having us here. For everyone that made comments, Mary, we hear you. We will definitely get some things in order. You're heard. We don't want you to think that we have deaf ears to those comments. And there's a Miss Westfall here, and I'm just curious to know, do you have a daughter that works for IPSC Community Schools? Because if so, she rocks. She's amazing. She's taught both of my kids. And yes, the diversity amongst for the appointments, I agree. But as we know, as both commissioners said, it's kind of just a mandated thing. There was a comment from a Nate that lives in Superior Township. I would love for Nate to please get in contact with myself. Maybe I can assist a little further and we can together work through some of the issues that were mentioned. And so please contact me so that we can try to figure some things out and I can try to assist you the best that I can. Of course, I would like to thank the Ladies Heart team for coming and for informing us on what services they provide, very much needed for our individuals that are incarcerated at the Washtenaw County Jail and for our returning residents. This is a service that we cannot let leave this county. It is going to benefit us all. We need for our returning residents to return back to our communities where they can adapt and adjust and they can just fit right back in like they never left before. And with these services that are provided, it is much needed. For individuals that return home from prison, yes, there are social workers that come around with this black folder and they say, oh, it's a list of these things, but to have someone to do the hands-on and to give you the services that you need, because someone coming to say, hey, this is what's going to happen and give me a black folder, reach out to these people, make sure you contact your probation or parole officer. That's not going to do it. It does not. It does not help those that are returning home. And I know it for myself. I've worked with the returning residents population for a very long time, and it is much more needed. And the therapy and the services that this organization is providing, we cannot afford to lose them. And they are connected not only just for Washtenaw County Jail, but into our community. So it goes so much further and deeper, because once you're connected to one organization, then we just start grabbing hands and banding and connecting. So when you lose one, then it kind of dismantles and kind of disrupts
the services across the board for a lot of individuals. So we need to really focus in on that. No matter how the grant is up in early December, we need to figure it out. If we have to figure it out across this board, let's do so. But we need to make some things happen and we need to have some conversations with that organization so that those services can continue. Because that is something that we do not need to let go. The last thing that I would, and Jeff and Gilbert, thank y'all for coming out. It feels so good for somebody to come and just say some good things. And we've had that, you know, a couple of times, but you appreciate it very much so. I know I do. The last thing is, we had some individuals that were not happy with the conversation in our working session. And I understand, as a couple of commissioners said, tough conversations can be very uncomfortable. And unfortunately, that's the life that all of us commissioners that we have decided and chose to have. We took this life, and so that's what it is. Uncomfortable conversations, but they have to be had. I tell my children that all the time. You may not like it, but guess what? It's real life. And I have to make sure that I prepare you for real life. So with that, it's not that the conversations we were having with our sheriff now we wouldn't have had with our former sheriff, but we didn't have to have those conversations because the things that are going forward now, we didn't have to have those conversations. So now we do, we have to address it. But I must be clear that my name is Crystal Alicia, and that means transparent and noble. So what you get from me is transparency, and I'm gonna always be noble. So saying that I don't have dignity and I'm not civil and prudence and righteousness and character and care and attention and discretion, that's decorum. I have it all the time. Now, whether you like the way that it's presented from myself or my colleagues, we have it, but we have to have those hard conversations that I just said I have to have with my children because we live in a real world. And we have a ignorance national administration right now. And so if we all can take the ignorance and the disrespect from up there, we better be able to handle it down here because it's gonna get tougher than this. So we gotta toughen up because it's gonna be some rough conversations and it's gonna be some money lost and it's gonna be a whole lot of things. And we have to be careful and we have to be diligent on how we move and what we do. So these conversations may be hard, but they have to be had. And please remember, I'm always transparent and I'm noble. And those that carry my name, especially in the sheriff's office, they gotta live up to it because I do. And so I'm charging them with that. And if no one appreciates that, too bad, but I do. And so if I live up to my name, those that carry it, whether I know you or not, you're gonna carry it too, because you cannot mess our name up. So I have no further.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's apparently my turn now. My name means pure. Whether or not you believe that. First of all, I want to say thank you to Manchester for hosting us. This is, I'm super glad that we're here. I think it's important for us to take the show on the road, so to speak. And it's something I tried to campaign with in 2018, talking about taking these meetings out county. And so I'm glad here we are in 2024 doing it next. I am hoping that our next meeting can be in our own Crystal Lights district. And so we can get some of these things. I think it also is nice because it gets us out of Ann Arbor also to see all the different parts of the county as well. I've had a delightful evening here tonight. I also, though, cannot wait to go home. And every night I walk into my house and I say, hello, house. Like it's my little house. I love it. And sometimes the house smells like my grandma. And I suspect it's because we both wear the same perfume. And I keep a bacon grease in a can like she did, like probably some of you do. And I make a pot of coffee every morning and often have some fresh cut flowers in my house. Ooh, and when I walk in and it smells like her, I just feel like she's with me. So to think about somebody who is my age or my grandmother's age not having a home is really difficult to hear. And I am hopeful that we continue to talk about things like Commissioner Labar had at our working session tonight to talk about housing. That's why I'm excited to talk about the senior millage. I will also tell you that my grandmother was undocumented. And I'm still sad to this day, that I never heard the story of how she got here. And I also want to tell you, she would have loved Manchester. She would have, this is right where she would have been. And, probably too, because there's nothing that she loved more than a farm fresh egg brought to her by her friend Father Hebert, when he was up in Caseville, and she'd be so excited. I got a dozen eggs from Father Hebert and come over and have one. And so with this memory of her, I am happy to be discussing the senior millage tonight. And even today, when I called my own mother, talked to my dad, my mom wasn't home because she was at her local senior center playing mahjong. I don't know if my dad loves that or hates that because he's like, she's not even home for dinner, but whatever, I'm glad she has it. Something else my grandmother used to say, this is the theme of Grandma Kit, when she was leaving the house, she would say, I'll see you tomorrow with the help of God and a few policemen. Which I always, I say it now. I want to say that I value the role of public safety people in our community. Commissioner Robbie and I had a little joke about some of the interchange was like one of the interchanges he had with the previous sheriff. So we did actually question the previous sheriff. I did. I also questioned the sheriff, which is how I got hazmat and TRT funding. But I didn't hear anybody after that interchange say, if we just want to say it was Robbie, I didn't hear anybody after that interchange call in to our meeting and talk about the treatment that Jerry Clayton got. And there is a double standard there. I don't know that, I'll let you name it in your head. I have concerns about that. It's true the sheriff has only been in office since January. But the concerns I have about budgeting, the funding for essential services like TRT and hazmat are real concerns I have. I have tried to keep my comments factual in that meeting. If that was upsetting, I can't help the facts of what I said. But I also will tell you that I know I come from a family where we are a little passionate at the dinner table. We talk to each other very vociferously, and I am aware that sometimes I may need to modulate my tone, so I'll watch out for it. I've said that to somebody before, and I will look for it in this instance as well. But I would like to say, please do listen to some of the concerns that you heard here tonight from the Later community, from the CBI teams. I think that you're hearing something else in those comments. And I think if we all commit to hearing more of both sides on these issues, it will be a better world. So yeah, I think that we have to, I said that about us being in echo chambers about what we're hearing. You have to commit to hearing what other people said. I mean, we had these comments that were very concrete tonight. On that note, Leroy, you made me cry. So you get the prize tonight. It was good. No, be sorry. I was touched. And Kita, I could listen to you all day. So anytime you want to have a salon, I'm there. Just so amazing to listen to. Anyway, thank you all again. This is government work. Stick with us, and we are all here to try to make this county stronger and better. Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Just since my name was mentioned, I just want to clear the air that my commentary, my exchange with Sheriff Clayton did not go without comment. I received an incredible amount of marginalization from the interchange that I had with him, from my colleagues, and from members of the county and members of the community that were supporting him at the time. So just want to clear the air on that.
Thank you. Liaison reports, item number 5 on the agenda. Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick with it. What I have is from the Board of Health. The main piece of that meeting was a fantastic and very detailed presentation about water regulation and contamination in Washtenaw County. But the main thing I want to talk about from the Board of Health meeting was the time that we took to pass a resolution to recognize one of the staff people on Board of Health, Jenny Kahn, who is a public health engineer. Jenny received a Distinguished Service Award from the Michigan Environmental Health Association. So just to give you a few highlights about Jenny, she's been in environmental health for over 12 years. She's done really incredible work there. Has done a lot of work related to the 1,4-dioxane balloon, and continues to try to be on the cutting edge of everything that's happening within the public health engineering space, and goes above and beyond, and received many nominations from her colleagues for the work that she's doing. And it was, I think, really fantastic for the Board of Health to pass a resolution to recognize her for receiving that award. I'm very grateful to have her on the public health team. So thank you, Jenny. Thank you again.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thank you. I have two. At our last community corrections meeting, we did approve our grant application. And we did talk about the ongoing need to determine the funding issue that we have with electronic monitoring. And so I'm excited that I am officially a member of the CJCC to represent the Community Corrections Advisory Body. And then for CMH, we have an item that got added. It's a resolution opposing the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services new procurement plan that will impact PIHPs. And so the new plan prioritizes bids from private nonprofit health plans like Blue Cross Blue Shield. And there are a lot of concerns that we discussed at our CMH meeting. And so thank you to the chair for adding that, because we didn't have another meeting for a while. So I appreciate that. And those are my updates.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? Commissioner LeVar?
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville, for mentioning the chicanery in Lansing as it relates to CMH. Had our COC meeting, largely pro forma in that one, but suspect we'll hear much of the presentation that we got earlier tonight at working session in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? Okay, next item is report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. No report this evening, but I do pledge to this body that comprehensive update on our fleet program.
Thank you. Next item is report from the Chair of Board of Commissioners. I have no report. There's no special order of business, so we'll move on to the appointments. Would anybody like to move the appointments? Jason Maciejewski.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Item 9 on the agenda, appointments. I need approval of 1, a resolution appointing members to serve on the Washtenaw County Fair and the Planning Committee, and 2, a resolution appointing a member to the Washtenaw County Board.
Great. Any discussion on this item? I will just re-add, for discussion on this item, just to reiterate, we do have Mark Williams on the committee. He's Western Washtenaw Recycling, Commissioner Maciejewski, and Theo is the DPA. He lives out in this area as well. So I do think, though, it's good to think about what we heard tonight at the meeting about that committee, and I will definitely continue to keep it in mind. With that, I will take a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Beaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Haas?
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar?
Yes.
Commissioner Light?
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski?
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers?
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, next item is the consent agenda. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Or any discussion on the consent agenda? On the consent agenda?
No.
Okay. Okay, if there's no discussion on the consent agenda, that is a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Item passes. Next is the first reading. Oh, we're gonna, can I have them moved? Oh, we're just gonna pause. You are not seeing this pause in the meeting. Let's just go in order. We're okay. We can pause for a second. Credits one.
Chair has to. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Robin. So, I'm the only one that's allowed to change that from.
I'm not gonna do that. I support it, but I'm not gonna do it. Okay. Okay. First reading, would anybody like named Commissioner Matiaki like to move the first reading?
Sure.
Thank you.
Agenda item 11, resolutions for first reading. A resolution to establish Office of Aging Services, create a Director of Aging Services position, establish the budget of the Older Persons Village, adopt the Older Persons Village Framework and Operations Policy. And B, a resolution allocating $1.8 million of the Older Persons Village proceeds to qualified senior centers in Washtenaw County.
So, okay, we had a support. But I guess I feel like we can just kind of go, there's just two items. So let's just start with the resolution to establish the Office of Aging Services. I feel like we're probably gonna have a lot of, I'm trying to find my notes, it's part of my problem. We're probably have a lot of discussion here. I'm gonna start with Somerville and then to Hodge.
Thank you. I just have a few amendments that were included between our last meeting now. The first one, this is just a technical error. And
can we do them one by one?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just acknowledging that I have two.
Okay, thank you.
Section 4, subsection 3, it should say door to door and door through door for the transportation piece.
Okay.
So I would move to amend section 4, subsection 3 to include door to door and door through door.
Or
Thank you.
Okay, can we stop there then? Any discussion on that? Commissioner Robbie?
What document are we working off of?
I think we're working off the clean, older adults millage policy clean.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on that item? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, that motion passes. I just had to pick up that big. All right.
And then my second amendment, I would like to include the language that Commissioner Sanders asked for, that just clarifies for any recipients that we may request an annual update to the board in a presentation. So that would be in section 9. So I would like to move that in section 9, the first paragraph, after the first two sentences, we include that the Board of Commissioners may request an annual update before a regular Board of Commissioners meeting, period.
So it would read that and then the county reserves the right.
No. So the county reserves the right, it would be after those first two sentences. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter.
So at the end of the paragraph, it flows better at the end.
Okay, yeah, so I'll just read it to make it clean. I move to amend section 9 to include a third sentence that would state the Board of Commissioners may request an annual update before the board at a regular Board of Commissioners meeting.
Right. Okay, I have support. Any discussion on that item? Commissioner Robbie?
I think I agree with the concept, but I want to make sure the language is right here. So can you read it one more time? Because are we specifying who is to provide the report?
Yeah, so
Can I?
yeah, sorry, am I out there quick second?
I think because it's section 9 is the oversight and
And I know, but it should, sorry.
I think that this is the monitor, audit, and conduct oversight of any activity involving the use of any older person's village funds. Oh, I see. Are you questioning whether it's the Office of Aging or the contracted service? Okay, I got you. That's a good question.
No, I need to clarify because my notes are scattered. So
great question.
think we want it to be clear that the organization itself, and so when we do, we proactively have presentations at the Millage Oversight Committee for the Community Mental Health Millage. And I think the intent of Caroline's request, Commissioner Sanders' request, was to allow us to request from an organization that is receiving funding from the millage to come for the board for a presentation if we see fit.
So in 3 years.
Can you read your language again so I can write it down?
Yeah, so under section 9, after the first 2 sentences in the first paragraph, the Board of Commissioners may request an annual update before the board at a regular Board of Commissioners meeting by the recipient organization. I just added that.
So you added by a recipient.
By the recipient organization, yeah. Make that more clear.
Any more discussion on that?
So that's a friendly, you accept that.
Are there any objections to them adding that friendly language from anybody? Because I don't think there's actually a thing as a friendly, but.
It has to be friendly to the whole body.
Yes. Is it friendly to the whole body?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Robbie?
I guess, I'm sorry to get so far in the weeds here, but I think it is, again, I agree with the intent here. My only concern is the implication with this is that we may request an annual update. So the implication is that we can't request an update that's more frequent than annual with this. Like if we wanted more frequent updates from an entity that was providing services that maybe was problematic in some way.
That was the goal of the amendment, to make sure that organizations didn't feel comfort that they only had to report to us every 3 years. That if there was something brought to our attention, or if we found something to be amiss, we could require them to come before us.
Perhaps would it be better to strike the annual update and just say the BOC may request an update at a BOC meeting by a recipient organization?
Sure.
Is that friendly to the body?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. Any other comments, questions, concerns on that amendment? We could have a few. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Commissioner Somerville, you're still on the board.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are the only amendments I'll be making. And I just want to say to the public who has been participating in this process for a number of years, thank you for sticking in there. And I'm really excited that we're here tonight for first reading. And I appreciate all of my colleagues who have provided feedback and put effort into this. And I'm really glad that we got to bring this on the road for Manchester, because I know that this is an issue that you all care about deeply. So happy to be here, happy to see this on for first reading, excited to move forward and improve older adult services in Washtenaw County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I have a few potential amendments that'll possibly arise questions. So for the first one, it is the second be it further resolved clause. If you look at the resolution, it appears right after that table if you're trying to like look quickly through the table. So it currently reads, be it further resolved that the Office of Aging Services will assume contract oversight of all contracts expending older adult millage funds that were entered into prior to the office being established. When I read that, my interpretation of it is that if we were to use millage funds for senior services, older adult services that are in other county departments, that they would also assume the contracting responsibility for that, which we haven't really had a discussion about. And there's other things in the documents that the document that makes you think is that we would be moving staff from possibly OCD or from the health department that are doing senior services. So to clarify that we're not necessarily moving staff, I want to extend the sentence to say that are not provided oversight from another department, office, or unit within the county. So my motion would be to extend the sentence to say that are not provided oversight from another department, office, or unit within the county.
Support.
Any discussion on this item?
Yes, there's one question. Now, if we added that, it would say, be it further resolved that the Office of Aging Services will assume contract oversight of all contracts spending older adult village funds that were entered into prior to the office being established that are not provided oversight from another department, office, or unit within the county.
Right. I will make a comment, but usually I'd wait to go last, but it's a little quiet, so I'll tell you what my concern is. These are specifically millage funds. This isn't about contracts that those departments are doing. This is assumed contract oversight of all contracts expending older adult millage funds. And so that's why I mean, I'm gonna listen, but I'll probably vote no. Additionally, one of my concerns that I've been trying to get underneath as chair is that we don't know when Peter pays Paul. Nobody reads the 7-day this is not a criticism because it's really nerdy, but nobody reads the 7-day contract reviews but me. Do you? Okay, oh my God, I love you guys. Thank you.
You don't know that.
Okay.
You don't know other people are-
Well, anyway, I say things to people who are surprised when I say it. So I think that you don't keep a spreadsheet of it though. We're not doing that. So I think that people don't, one of my concerns is we don't know who's giving money to who in this organization. We send a lot of money out the door, and I'd like to try to roll that back of not sending money out the door, but roll that back of just like I want to do coordinated informed funding for nonprofits. I'd like to have a coordinated informed funding starting right here in our own house. I can't ask the nonprofits to do something I feel like we're not doing. And so one of the reasons why I like this language the way it stands, as I said, I'm willing to have my mind changed, but one of the reasons I like this is because I feel like it keeps it central and it will make it easier for us to track those funds.
That's beginning.
You may.
Okay, so try to respect the.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I make the amendment because later on, when I get to section 8, I'm gonna make an amendment that might impact this as well. I mean, section 8 as it's written now, talks about how other offices within the county, such as OCD, the Health Department, the Racial Equity Office, Parks and Rec, and Community Mental Health, may receive millage dollars for certain programming. So my thinking on this is, as that be it further resolved clause is written, it would put the responsibility on the potential Office of Aging Services to handle any contracting that those other departments are doing.
I don't think it's a problem.
You don't think which part's the problem?
That the Office of Aging Services would handle the contracts
That they would handle all contracting
for millage dollars. I mean, I think like if the health department said, first of all, that money in this is for services that our county run, is how I'm perceiving of this, was something I think one of my contributions here was to make sure we had this available, because I think the county is doing good work in these areas. The way I'm thinking about this is I'm not giving an RFP for the older services, older adults millage through Parks and Rec. We're saying there's money Parks and Rec could have to do programming for older adults. I'm not asking Parks and Rec to do a contract. This is about county provided services. That's why I'm saying it. That's my thinking. Commissioner LeVar?
Chair, if I could I ask Commissioner Hodge, to make the argument one more time in terms of what he's trying to achieve, in light of what you just said there.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge?
So my interpretation, and maybe my interpretation is wrong, but the way I'm reading this is that, especially this line about any contracts established prior to the office being formed, the new Office on Aging would have to take over oversight of any of those contracts. And I'm interpreting that to me, if, let's say, OCD has a senior related contract, or any of our other departments that might have a senior related contract, that the Office on Aging would take over oversight of that away from whatever department might be doing it now.
And Chair, if I may, is your contention that that is the outcome you would want or that you think would not happen?
They're doing that work right now. They're doing it without millage money. This, be it therefore resolved, is specifically about millage money.
You don't think it's needed the same?
I don't think it's needed.
I think it's needed because I could foresee an outcome, possibly if there are other amendments made, where we may end up using millage dollars to possibly try to maintain certain senior services that could be at risk due to loss of state or federal funding.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Somerville?
But it would still be millage, and that doesn't make sense, because if we lose funding from federal cuts and we decide to fund services from the millage, it would still be run through the Office of Aging. I guess it just doesn't make sense. Like the funding would run through. So like, say, like minor home repair, say we lose all federal funding for that and we need to downsize what we can do for minor home repair and OCD, and we need to shrink the program to only be for people above the age of 60. Well, the Office of Aging would determine what that amount looks like and pass it through to OCD.
Right.
So I guess for me, there's a baked-in implication then that, let's say some of these services, or let's use the foster grandparent program as an example, because that is one that is absent from the next federal budget. Let's say that's cut and we don't have any dollars for that, and then we wanted to use senior millage dollars. OCD currently operates the foster grandparent program.
Right.
I read this and other components in here to read that then the staff that are working to support the foster grandparent program would then be moved to the Office of Aging and
But I don't think that language says that. I think that if that's a policy decision, the money would just go to the foster grandparent program. I'm concerned that your amendment for both of these things weakens what we're saying as a director of aging. Like, what's the point? Commissioner Somerville?
I think like the point that you're trying to make, if you're worried, like say the foster grandparent program, like I believe the framework that we're putting forward empowers the future director of aging to make these recommendations in collaboration with the Millage Oversight Committee. And so if there's a recommendation made to us or we proactively work on a resolution to fill a gap in services that we're already providing, like I still think the funding, like the work and the funding would still go through the Office of Aging to maybe support gaps. Like if we're just talking about the foster grandparent program, you know, I don't know the age requirements, but like obviously millage funds are restricted to people above the age of 60. And I think maybe it's not obvious, but I think it's probably good for us to be in the mentality that we're not going to be able to totally fill in gaps from federal funding loss of the millage. And so like it would have to be right sized. But I still think it would just flow through us and the Office of Aging to OCD if that were to happen. Or at that time, we can determine through us and the future director that we would like to move those staff over. I don't think that's something we need to determine now.
Commissioner Hodge?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess the last thing I'll say about it for now is that the way that we've approached this particular proposal, which I think is well done, and Commissioner Somerville has done a tremendous amount of work on it. We haven't had a lot of conversation besides the one meeting around what an expanded OCD would look like if they were to take this on, as opposed to us creating an Office on Aging. And I feel like the implication by us doing that and components of how this is written imply that there could be some shuffle of staff away from their own department to the Office on Aging.
Commissioner, I got Beeman, Machiaski, back to Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. I also agree that I like the language as it stands. I think it's very clean. I think it speaks to the millage funding versus other funding that currently funds senior services. And as we've already said, we're not trying to backfill. We're not trying to take these millage dollars and put them into other places. We're trying to put them toward new efforts or expanded efforts. In addition to that, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe previously we had funds from the Racial Equity Office that went to other offices, but then Racial Equity Office still had to report on those dollars.
That is the framework that we had.
Okay, so that's how I see this working, very, in that similar fashion of the funds will come from the Office on Aging. to OCED, but at the end of the day, or the OCED program, but at the end of the day, that director of the older adults office is responsible for reporting out all of the funds.
That's what I see too. Commissioner Machewski?
Thank you, Chair. Would agree with that. I'm thinking as well. I think the word that when I read this, we did an important word was the word contract.
Yeah.
And to me, if we're making a decision to support foster grandparent program or some other program that OCED might run, that's not contract. That's us allocating those dollars directly to that department.
That's right.
Contract there. So that's where I saw the difference as well.
So better than me.
In terms of, you know, the idea of where might these programs reside ultimately, whether it's foster grandparents or nutrition program staff or whatever, in my mind, I was gonna look to admin administration to kind of work out those things and figure out where they should be housed a little bit. I personally didn't mind dictating where existing things, if they would move or not.
Okay.
That's kind of been my perspective.
Thank you for elucidating that more clearly than I did. Administrator Dale?
Chair, I just want to say that what Commissioner Machewski just articulated is exactly how we interpret. That if there were dollars that left senior services, there will still be a reporting component for the director, but those resources could potentially, in the case of foster grandparent, go over to foster grandparent, and OCD would manage that.
That's right. Okay.
Well,
Commissioner Hodge?
I would say my interpretation is wrong. If administration is gonna say that that's not how they're gonna operationalize it, and I would want to, you know, I don't want to get into operations either. That was one of the things I was concerned about. So Commissioner Robbie on the hand,
Can I, Administrator
Yeah,
Dale?
I just thought that that was our plan for operationalizing. We certainly will take our direction from the nine.
Thank you. Commissioner Bobby?
Would it add clarity to instead say that the Office of Aging Services will assume contract oversight of all external contracts expending?
I'm willing to take a loss on this one. Like, I don't want to extend my goodwill on this motion when I might have some other potential amendments. So generally, I have no problem.
Does that not accomplish what you were trying to do?
It does, but everybody already feels like it is.
I feel like that just adds clarity to it. That doesn't really change anything.
Superfluous.
I'm good with letting, I would withdraw it if you withdraw with me. Not withdrawing all of them I got, but this one, I am satisfied if everybody on this recorded meeting feels like this is the way that it is, and Administrator Dill said that's how it's gonna be operated.
Can the administrator restate his understanding?
Sure.
Closer to the camera, next to the mic.
That's the only mic.
Okay.
My understanding is that if there are resources that come from the older adults village, those resources will be stewarded by the Director of Senior Services through you. If there were programs and services that were supported by those village services, i.e. The foster grandparent program, those dollars would go over to OCED for them to operationalize.
Whatever you're comfortable.
I'm gonna withdraw. If you withdraw back.
That's fine.
All right, that amendment's withdrawn.
Okay, I don't usually do that, but
Any other comments or questions? Are you still going?
I forgot this stuff.
Okay, go ahead, Hodge.
All right, so on the second one I have here, and I'll make this point in greater detail when we get to the second resolution, but it's around the language municipally approved. We've talked about approving some of the senior centers. That language makes me feel a bit uncomfortable when I would prefer something like county approved nonprofit instead, because the way I read this, it's sort of like, so there's two ways we talk about the senior centers. One of them is that many of the senior centers have municipalities in their name, and we've talked about those as municipal supported senior centers, which isn't always the case. In actuality, there are only 4 senior centers that are run by local government. All the other ones are nonprofits. I would feel more comfortable with language that says something like county approved nonprofit instead of relying on some sort of method where we're just getting letters from a local government to say, like, for a local government to approve the senior center instead to be in the qualified.
Where are you at?
Sorry, it's in definitions, it's number, section 2. So how we're defining senior center, the language around the senior center, municipal government office or department, or municipally approved nonprofits.
The senior center is a municipal government office, governmental office or department, or municipally approved nonprofit that is providing services to older adults and serving as a community focal point for adults.
Right.
Tell me.
So what I'm suggesting, I'll make the motion formally, people with less exasperated, would be a county approved nonprofit. So that's us approving the nonprofit as opposed to this method that we've been using of relying on local governments to send us a letter.
Okay.
Have I made it clear what?
Yeah. Are you
I
making a
would move that we
motion?
would replace the language municipally approved with county.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go Beaman, Maciejewski.
Okay, my first comment would be we are a municipality. The county is a municipality, so we fall under that bucket. The second, if we put county in this, it is going to look like we're picking and choosing. And I don't think that that's what the community wants, is that if something is left out, for example, Mylan, and they think the county didn't pick them, how is that community going to feel? So I stand behind this. I think it does achieve your goal of if there is like this gray area of maybe there's something that's doing really good work, but it's orphaned by the surrounding townships, then we could step in. That gives us the leeway in this language. But I really don't like county approved. I don't like that at all.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Maciejewski? You're welcome.
I guess let's start with the question.
Sure.
You say county approved, you mean board of commissioners approved or county admin?
Board of commissioners approved. That language would probably be better. And I understand that a county is also a municipality, but it's more like a school sort of situation, right? I want to use this, be as specific as we can be.
I guess I'll make a comment about my original thoughts on this, because this has actually been probably the thorniest of the whole policy, to get it defined in a way that I think works. My original thought and intent was, and I was thinking of Chelsea and Dexter and the idea that while there may be a nonprofit entity that kind of runs it, or the money flows through it, it was set up that way so that the multiple townships and city could use that as a way to govern and be the fiduciary agent, right? So rather than a particular city owning it, even though there may be people from 5 or 6 different municipalities that are going. And in some cases, maybe set up by a school unit of government. And instead of having the school run it, have this other entity, legal entity exist for the money to flow through the fiduciary. So my whole concept of the senior center and the idea of municipally approved or some kind of approval or designation was around the idea that I'll use Chelsea is the example. They in essence serve the municipalities that are within the Chelsea School District. So Linden, part of Dexter Township, part of Lima Township, Sylvan Township, and even down into Sharon Township, in the city of Chelsea. So they all together kind of go there, right? That's where people in those areas go for their senior center. And so I've been struggling this whole time for a year trying to figure out how you define that. So I think I would kind of agree that the language that's in the document is an attempt to achieve that. It's been very hard to find that language. And I have a high bar for altering it, put it that way. Just because it's been so hard to get here. Without us picking winners. Like explicitly stating, you are the senior.
Yeah. My concern.
I'd rather have the municipality, the people who live in Chelsea, say, this is our senior center, this is what we want funded by the village. That's what I was trying to do.
Commissioner LeVar.
Two things.
Yep.
Municipality does not include the county. Municipal is a subunit under county government. And the reason I think that's relevant, one, I'm taking Webster's definition there, but two, in the definition, senior center is a municipal government office or department. That would mean, if we use the county as a municipality, that we could have such, and I think that's not what we're trying to do here. If we could say something that says, designated by a local government or something like that, great. The bigger part is, I want to recognize a few realities. One, a ton of work has gone into this. I'm going to vote for it tonight, regardless of where amendments shake out. Two, this is an art, not a science, and I take that. Three, we're absolutely picking winners here, and that's okay. What we should try and do, I would argue, is do our damnedest to be as broad and transparent and encompassing in that definition, falling back on something like a trusted community entity, an entity with an established relationship of providing senior related services or something like that. I don't know the exact wording, but I think this is the crux of it for me. 4 of the 9 senior centers that we've listed in the resolution later on, 4 of the 9 are subunits of either city or township government. And so right off the bat, more than half are sort of nonprofits that have a geographic location in their title. And in theory, and I think in practice, try and serve that portion of the county. I think we should open this up, or at the very least, add something there that references established, trusted community organization. It's like pornography, right? You can't give a definition, but you can point it out when you see it. That's not my observation. It's an old Supreme Court. I don't know the right word, but I think we should strive to get that. And Commissioner Maszewski in Somerville, I think you, along with Chair Scott, have dug in on this the most. I'd be very open to any edits you have here. I'm not trying to block this, but I think we could open it up more.
I'm gonna go to Commissioner Robbie, but just note as a point of order that the MCL defines county as a municipality. So,
But
Commissioner, the MCL, the Michigan State law, defines county as a municipality. Commissioner Robbie?
Just for clarity, which MCL was that? Because there's different definitions.
Yeah, I can go back and find that.
Anyways, as you're looking at it, I guess to help me understand this discussion a little bit better, my understanding of the process that has been undertaken to get to this point and what Commissioner Maszewski sort of outlined is the goal is basically to say municipalities across the county designate a senior center that they think would best meet their needs for their community. That's kind of the goal of this.
That was the initial.
intent.
Oh, yeah.
I actually agree with that intent. I think that makes sense to me. What I just want to ask a couple questions about is just making sure that I understand here. Who have we received that designation from? I know we've received it from many, but how many have we received it from? Has it been universal? Do we have every single jurisdiction in our entire county covered? No.
We haven't approved the framework yet.
And so I guess, well, I mean, but we are going to vote on which senior centers were designated. So I agree with that approach. I think that's what we should do. But if we're going to do that, I do believe that we should have every community in our whole county designate who they think their senior center should be. And as of right now, we don't have that. And in absence of that, I actually would agree with Commissioner Hodge that it should be county BOC designated, because at this point, we are picking winners and losers. If we vote on the framework that we have before us now, we are definitely picking winners and losers, because not everybody has had the opportunity to win. Many have, And maybe some regions have done a better job of weighing in than others. You know, Mayor Valancourt brought some of those resolutions forward. Looks like the local region here has a lot of those designated. But my understanding is that there are some communities that still have not submitted. And I would not want to see a scenario where some of our communities get left out of this. And I want to hear from them in terms of who they'd like to be designated as their senior center. And we just don't have that information right now. So if, for the purposes of this framework, I would lean towards saying, if that's the route we want to go, and we want to use that system, and we're going to get it from everybody, villages, townships, and cities, all of them, then I'm cool with the language as is. But the next resolution involves actually allocating those, which is where I kind of have a problem since we're doing this all together. And given that they're coming at us together, I would tend to err on the side of what Commissioner Hodge is putting forward, that we're just picking these because we haven't heard from everybody. So that's kind of where my head's at on it. And so unless I would love to hear a response. I mean, I'd love to be wrong or that others could weigh in.
Okay, I've got Somerville, Beaman, Machieski, MCL 124-1. And Sanders, Somerville, Beaman, Machieski, Sanders.
And I stepped out for a second, so I don't know if this was covered in Commissioner Machewski's response. Part of this like concept around qualified senior centers is just to grandfather in base level funding for the senior centers that we know are the like municipal regional cores. And I think that like, while we haven't received like formal approved resolutions from every single municipality in Washtenaw County, a lot of work has gone into engaging with community partners who are connected directly with these centers. And so this wasn't just like pulled out of the sky. I think like, for example, there are some organizations that act as senior centers and are senior centers, but aren't associated with a municipality that were included in that presentation a few weeks ago for my suggestion on base level funding. But the conversation was these folks should apply for programmatic dollars because they know they do senior programs at this space. And so I guess I also wanted to add that as like, this is just to kind of avoid a situation where a bunch of random senior centers could pop up and think they're getting a base level $200,000 funding. And also to make sure that, because there are some senior centers like Manchester, for example, who I hope apply for more funding through the RFP process because there's an obvious higher need for services in Manchester, like some of the things that we heard earlier. So that's the feedback that I have on that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Beaman?
I'll take that and just take it one step further. My issue is if I go to the city of Milan and they designate their senior center as the Milan Senior Center, the name is right in there. It's not in Washtenaw County. It is just over the border. And I mean, literally a foot over the border. So they aren't on this list. And if we're going to all of our mayors and we're going to all of these people and asking them things, and I've already had conversations with Milan, so just so people don't think this is happening in the dark, they know. We have those types of situations, or at least I have that type of situation where if they were to come forward with their own resolution and say, this is our senior center, that's wonderful, but it's not in Washtenaw County.
Commissioner Machieski?
Thank you. So a couple of things. So the word qualified, which is a word that in the very original draft I put in qualified senior center, that was a reference to the National Council on Aging, who used to give an accreditation or an approval to it. It was a professional designation, but they earned this accreditation because of the work that they do, right? So that was when the word qualified was there. That's what I had envisioned. Subsequently learned they don't do that anymore. So, and it was an effort to get away from the idea of some health plan might come in and open up a center and call it a senior center and ask for money, right? So always trying to get at the idea of somebody that's been doing the work, has the established roots. I would say that the municipalities that have sent in the letters did so unsolicited by us. We never have approved anything that asked for them to designate based on some criteria or instruction or anything. They took that upon themselves because we had been talking about it in working session, and southern municipalities went ahead and said, hey, this is our senior center, right? We didn't ask them to do that. And I mentioned earlier that this is the thorniest part of the whole thing, right? So, well, my concept has been thinking that Chelsea kind of model or idea. What it's kind of come down to for me is the idea of us going around and us being those who kind of worked on this document, those who have been engaged with the community, all the stakeholders that have been engaged here, and basically saying these are the senior centers that exist. They've been doing the work, and that's, I think, the resulting list that appears in the next agenda item, and the idea that Commissioner LeVar pointed out, we kind of have pinpointed, I guess, by listing them, but they were the ones when at least I take a look at what's going on in the county and listening to people that work in the field. Those are the ones that have been identified as the ones who are doing this work and are there. So I don't think I've ever written a version that said, or proposed anything in our discussion that said, let's write in here, we want letters designating. It was just a discussion. As we've kind of worked through it, we kind of got to the point of kind of identifying them.
Commissioner Sanders? I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanders. The queue. Sanders, Hodge, Robbie, LeVar, Somerville. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
So I've been pretty quiet this whole meeting. I am gonna use some words that were used earlier. At this point, I'm embarrassed that we continue to find what I think are, to a degree, cosmetic ways to delay being able to make the doggone vote and push the money out. You know, on my own, I did not, in a timely fashion, answer to this agenda in a way that would have allowed me to do a resolution to push this 1.8 million out today in a single vote and not have this be pushed until our next meeting, because we are now summer session. But I have been listening to the seniors, including the seniors that were so gracious and hosted us today for the Manchester ribbon cutting. Things that I have shared before, that at least, well, on both sides, but especially on my mother's side of the family, people live long. Grandmother lived to 107, passed away on the day that Whitmer put us under curfew. My mother is 88 years old. And I am now an official senior. And so it is embarrassing to me that people who are not seniors are just taking their sweet little time to say yes. The voters said yes. When I was approached by one of my colleagues years ago about this millage, I was forthright and honest. And I said I would have difficulty making it be just a senior millage. That I would be more supportive of a tri-millage that would include youth, human services, and seniors, because they're all married together. You got seniors raising children, grandchildren. Their needs include human services. But I acquiesced, and I said it wasn't up to me to stand in the way of the residents being able to tell us by their vote what their voice was. And so I supported it. It passed. It is June. And I think it's really easy, and this may be seen as judgmental, but I don't care, for people
that may not have ever had to make a decision about paying a utility bill or buying groceries, or may not know what a doggone coupon looks like, or may not know what it's like to be on public assistance. And I still have my official bridge card from 30 years ago, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Push the money out already. Cut this out. I don't remember anybody saying, oh, I got a list or I got calls from these different entities saying we want to be included. This is June. What month have we not talked about the senior millage and belabored it? I don't understand it. So if people were embarrassed about how we treated people in the working session, I'm embarrassed now that we are now continuing just to draw this out, just to draw it out. We have never, in a time that I have been in office, denied any requests, meaningful requests from our community to feed, clothe, house, service our residents. And so to continue this argument as though if we agree to push out to 200,000, which equals 1.8 million, that people are not gonna have the absolute opportunity to do an RFP, to ask us for funding, is disingenuous, I think, on our part. It's $11.7 million. And I've also acquiesced, I realize I'm one vote, but I've also acquiesced on this notion of having an official office, because I really wanted to make sure that the money was going out. So now we have a proposed plan for that. I'm okay with that. I just didn't want it to eat into, in any meaningful way, this $11.7 million. We're quibbling. Really? 1.8 million out of 11.7 that we haven't even talked about? I don't get it. And I want to say this, shame on any of us that think that it's okay for us to delay this another minute. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo something that Commissioner LeVar mentioned earlier, and that I think most people are prepared to vote yes on this. I think they're trying to fine tune it to make it as successful as possible. To this point that we're talking about related to senior centers, we're having a $200,000 conversation for some of the organizations that were not included in the list. To speak more about my motivation behind trying to tighten up the language, and you know, we can disagree that maybe this is not the right way to do it. I'm thinking along the lines of what Commissioner Somerville mentioned around how do we make sure that a senior center just doesn't pop up and be able to get the $200,000. So an example of that could be, what if there are multiple senior centers in one municipality? And are they supposed to designate more than one or just a single one through a letter? Because we didn't solicit this letter system for how we're going to go around and decide what's qualified or not, I think it's created some unintended challenges. An example I'll give you is the senior center in my district isn't one of the ones that's included in the resolution for the $200,000, which we're the senior center. I've talked to the executive director. I've talked to residents that go to the senior center, and I'm going to make a point later when we discuss that resolution that they should be included for the $200,000. So when we hopefully do push the money out expeditiously, they would be included in that. And part of that is thinking about, for me, their township did not pass a resolution to send us one of those letters. And as Commissioner LeVar said, we are picking the winners and losers. It's our resolution, we're going to vote on it. And for me, one of my townships is a loser currently in this because they're not included in it. And that is one of the reasons why I feel like if we're going to be making the decisions like we're going to do with the next resolution, we should be explicit about doing the challenges that we're voting on this resolution and the second one right after this. Mine is missing from that. I'm trying to make sure that we're going through the process to make sure that the county board of commissioners is making that decision. I certainly understand the thinking behind it and why it's very difficult. But that is my motivation behind that, is that what if another senior center popped up in another local government And then their city council or their township board passed a resolution saying, well, this one is also one of our senior centers, so they should also get $200,000. Do we just go with it? By the current language, it gives me the impression that we would, because they're designating it as such. And we're not having the piece in there about the county board of commissioners designating or not designating. That's my thinking behind why I would want the language.
Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, thank you. Very disappointed to hear what one of my colleagues just said, but I'll leave that aside. My understanding is we did do some outreach to try to get municipalities to sign. I know the calls were made by some of my colleagues to municipalities to try to get their, yes, it 100% was. Yes, it was. You're shaking your head no, but I know that it was. Calls were made by people on this board to those municipalities, some of them,
Okay.
to ask for them to, I'm just saying.
There was no official board action.
There was no
so I'm
official
taking
board
that
action, but
Thank you.
individual board members did do outreach. And so when that kind of thing happens, in the interest of fairness, I want to make sure that all municipalities were outreached to equally, and that the proper channels were reached out to in the reaching out to those municipalities. And so, again, I'm not opposed. I just want, this is too squishy for government work, in my opinion. And if we want a process where municipalities designate their senior centers, fine, let's create that process. And if you're saying we don't have this passed yet, and so we can't have that, then again, I'm okay, great. But we need to create that process then and say okay, everybody needs to weigh in. We don't want to leave any parts of our community out, because I'm concerned that there are some townships and some villages now that don't have a say in how their tax dollars are going to be spent. So either we do that and we have this sort of legitimate process for how we're allocating these dollars, or else this feels to me like political earmarking of funding for a certain senior center, which is exactly what we're doing by passing this resolution. So we don't have a process currently, and it is just earmarking. And I think that Commissioner Hodges' amendment acknowledges that it is frankly earmarking that's going on. And if that's what we want to do, then fine, that's what we're going to do. And there'll be winners and losers. Or we can have the process I think that Commissioner Machewski intended, which is to have every municipality weigh in and say who their municipally approved nonprofit or department is. I think those are our two options.
Thank you. Commissioner LeVar?
Just quickly, want to again appreciate the work that the three primary authors that put in, and want to say, I think everybody at this table is coming to it, trying to get to a practical outcome, and in a values-based way. And I think that's important to say, just because it's easy to overlook that. Again, I'm gonna vote for this thing at the end of the night and get on with it. And I think there's some value to that. However, what we've just discussed at this table sort of, to some degree, makes the point. There were 3 senior centers that were included in either the teal or the green coloring at the last meeting in the working session that were sort of not fitting into the square peg so well. Forgive me, it's 11. That analogy might be a little off, but Commissioner Beeman, you mentioned with Mylan sort of a quirk of geography and municipal government that sort of blocks them. We could try and address that, I think, 2 ways. One is an amendment to add on to this language. The other, Commissioner Somerville, you mentioned dramatic dollars. The other would be to set aside some money now, work on details between now and July to sort of address ad hoc or sort of auxiliary senior centers that aren't quite meeting the current definition. So I'll try that first one and just make a motion to. Oh.
Next.
Unless you're amending.
Forgive me, Chair, could I get the motion Commissioner Hodge has made, so I can see trying to amend that or try again? I'm trying to add words to the senior center definition.
Commissioner Hodge?
So to restate it, in so section 2, the definition section of my motion is to change the language that says municipally approved, just to replace that with county approved.
Mine is not quite in track with that, so I'll bring it back up once we conclude with it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville?
Thanks, sorry, I'm standing, guys. Been a long night. So I guess just to clarify while it's fresh, in the actual section, it says qualified senior centers will be determined by the Board of Commissioners, which I think is what you're trying to get at with your amendment. I could be wrong. And then I just want to clarify, I reached out to every commissioner to find out like what they knew about the senior centers in their district. And I know that it was hard for some to get information, and I appreciate that Commissioner Hodge was able to get more information from Lincoln Golden Ages and Augusta. And honestly, I would support them having structural funding. When I pulled those 3, 2, the center that is through U of M, the Turner Resource Center, and then the center that's housed inside the JCC through Jewish Family Services. The reason why I recommended that, like, those in particular apply for programmatic dollars because they were associated with other organizations. And so I still stand by that, like, suggestion that I made based on all of the conversations that I had, but, you know, like, it's the 9 of us that have to figure out how to steer the ship. And my goal in trying to like take lead in this was to find out what not just commissioners knew about the centers in their district, but also what other people in the community knew. When I did research on Lincoln Golden Ages, like their website just didn't like share a lot. I did find out that they used to have a meal cafe and that the pandemic kind of changed it, and that people who used to go to their meal cafe have kind of dispersed to others. And then just in terms of like Commissioner Beeman's issue with Mylan, we did talk about this at the last meeting significantly, and I'm a little biased, but I think my suggestion to empower the future director of aging to work with Monroe County on an inter-county agreement, it makes the most sense because Monroe County has a senior millage, and we obviously, we shouldn't put the same amount that they put in, right? Like it should make sense on like, I think that the director should work on that with Monroe County. And I know that Commissioner Beeman has talked to her constituents in Mylan, and they're aware that that one is going to take some time to work out, but I think that's the best way to go about doing that. Again, these are all my opinions and I'm hoping you'll consider them, but that is how that list kind of got compiled. And I will say, like, I think that the services provided at Turner and through JFS at the Jewish Community Center are great. And they do really good work, and I hope that they apply for programmatic dollars. And yeah, that's all I guess I'll say in that, but the goal was really to work across all 9 districts and identify both with commissioners and community what the centers are based on who, you know, what is known. It's not a secret, like we've seen the list, like Ageways has a list, and I just went around and called all the commissioners or texted them and asked, like, and had to like talk with Shannon about the Mylan situation. And so the work is being done, and yes, I guess it is a little squishy, but like it's our job, I guess, to decide. And like really my primary driver in this is making sure that other centers don't just pop up overnight by random organizations. And so, and even if they do, like say you have a group of community folks in a pocket of Ypsilanti that is currently doing work with older adults that's not formal, but maybe they decide, you know, now that there's this millage, maybe we want to apply for some funding to kind of professionalize some of what we're doing. Great. I think that if they become a legitimate like nonprofit and can apply for funding, they should. But I just don't think that we should create an environment where any random organization could say we are a senior center and we want a base level $200,000, because that takes away from all the other services that could be funded. Anyways, I'll stop.
Commissioner Sanders? Is that back on? You were. Okay. Oh, I was gonna call a question. Okay. There's support? Okay, Ashlyn? And this is for your.
The amendment.
This is calling this is not a vote on the amendment, this is the vote on calling the question on the amendment.
Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciaski,
No.
Commissioner Robbie,
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
motion failed.
Okay, Commissioner Hodge?
I do want to wrap it up.
I do too.
So Commissioner Somerville, I appreciate the conversations we had about it. If I could have gotten the information on it sooner, I would have. I was not getting responses, so I just went there myself. Yeah. You also approached me to have me look at a later point in the document and then you asked me, does the way it's written later in the document adhere to what I'm trying to achieve here? I think it does, but the point of why I'm doing it now is that this is the definition section. So I feel like now, like the point why I'm doing this is I feel like the definition conflicts with that later piece that you're referencing. I think this makes it in line with, this is how we're defining what a senior center is. So then when you reference it later in the document, if it's what you just pointed to me when you approached me a moment ago.
Commissioner Somerville?
Okay, so the definition of senior center here is a municipal government officer department or municipally approved nonprofit that is providing services to older adults serving. And then the section says, at the second sentence, qualified senior centers will be determined by the Board of Commissioners. So qualified centers, which is a municipal government officer department. I mean, I'm just folding that definition into like the word senior center here, it's defined. And then the determined by the Board of Commissioners is here. And so to me, that is the goal, right?
I agree with the goal. Like, well, I think we're saying the same thing. This is why I'm trying to make the definition right.
But I think you might be overly trying to define that in a way that's unnecessary.
In the definition section.
Yes, and I only say that, and maybe I'm just a nerd about this because of other things that I do, but I just don't think it's necessary.
Too much. Commissioner Robbie?
I do think it's necessary, but I have an alternate idea. Because I hear what both of you are saying. What if we preserve the municipally approved nonprofit part? And instead at the end of the sentence, write as designated by the Board of Commissioners. I don't know if that accomplishes.
But it already says it in the other section.
I know, but Justin is right that the definition section supersedes, what's happening elsewhere in this. And so he's right that by this definition, everywhere that it mentions a senior center, it would apply to this definition, regardless of what it says in section 2 of subsection 2.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay,
I'm gonna go no on this amendment. My argument is, if we do that, then we could take out, then we don't need to include determined by the Board of Commissioners in that later section. That's the whole point. So I'm gonna vote no on the amendment. I don't think it's necessary.
Commissioner LeBar?
I vote yes on the underlying amendment and open a modification. We just mentioned asking senior centers that don't necessarily fit this definition to apply for programmatic dollars. And I think that's good sense. If we're serious about that though, I would carve that out here and now, because this is the bus that is leaving the station right now. This will set a precedent. And we are banking on the office director going back, watching this and coming to essentially the same sorts of conclusions going forward. That may happen. I think we'll work to make it happen, but these 9 senior centers are absolutely going to have a structural advantage going forward that we just have to contend with. So I'd be supportive of Hodges' amendment and open to Robbie's if it's deemed favorable.
Commissioner Somerville?
The point that I want to make based on something that Commissioner LeBar just said, but the reason why there's a difference between, and I guess like, if it ends up being just the Turner Resource Center and just the program that JFS provides at the Jewish Community Center, they provide other senior services So like on a programmatic level, they do other things other than just offer community space to older adults. And I think if I were them, if I were JFS, or if I was the Turner Resource Center or U of M broadly, I would be applying maybe for more than just one programmatic request through the RFP process. And I would welcome that because we've talked a lot about not wanting to reinvent the wheel with services that are already being provided. So that's also the point too. Like they provide another number of other services to older adults. And I think this process would be best if they apply for programmatic dollars for those reasons.
Any other comments? Questions, concerns? The horse is beat. Can we do a roll call vote on that amendment, please, Ashlyn?
Can you restate
Or can we restate the amendment? Hodge, yeah, go ahead, and then I'll have Ashlyn call the roll.
Okay, so restated, it would read, senior center is a municipal government office or department or county approved nonprofit that is providing services to older adults and serving as a community focal point for older adults.
Okay, Ashlyn.
Commissioner LeVar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
No.
Commissioner Machewski.
No.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Summerwood. No. Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
and Ms. Payroll.
Commissioner Hodge.
All right, contrary to Commissioner Sanders' comments, I don't want to be here all night. I would also like to go home and go to sleep and go to work in the morning. But I do have a couple more. So the next one that I want to take a look at, and this could just be resolved by answering a question, it doesn't have to be an amendment, but if we look at section 3, administrative framework, it says the Office of Aging Services shall house and supervise all county staff involved in the oversight and operation of older adult nutrition programs and the Aging Resource Center. This is pretty similar to what I just tried to mention with the earlier section around the contracting piece. This is what explicitly says the Office of Aging would be responsible for supervising staff that are involved in those two programs, with the senior nutrition program being currently in a different department. So this is what I was referring to, where it's saying now we're making the decision at this point through this to move staff from one department to another. Am I correct in my interpretation of that?
Yeah,
Okay, I am correct. Okay, I disagree with that. I don't think we were at this point planning to move people out of OCD with this. So no one has to second this, but
Second.
what I was prepared to motion is the Office of Aging Services shall house and supervise all county staff involved in the oversight and operation of the Aging Resource Center and the operation of other programming through the Office of Aging Services. My thinking on that was, I thought that was an oversight, that we were not trying to make the operational decision to move staff
Did you
now.
just restate the language or did you make an amendment?
I made it.
What was,
I changed the end of it to exclude the senior nutrition program. To just say programs that are run through the Office on Aging and the Aging Resource Center.
you admitted operation of older adult nutrition programs?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Robbie, you seconded. Comments, questions? For sure, Robbie?
Administrator Dill, was it your understanding based on this, that there would be positions moved?
That was not my intention. But again, this is up to the board to decide. We'll take our guidance from your side.
Well, so you're saying that was not your understanding of this language, but it sounds like it was the intent of the language. How would you operationalize this if it is not?
Like some time to think about that. Frankly speaking, I want to make sure that what we do in administration aligns with the resolution that you all passed and is consistent with the spirit of what you guys passed in those resolutions. I need to think more about, along with the team in administration, what the impacts will be of whatever you all ultimately decide to pass.
I guess I would also like to understand the impacts of that change on OCD. I don't know if Tony can comment on that now or later, but if adult nutrition program staff are not housed in OCD anymore, what is the impact of that for OCD?
Again,
If you're not comfortable talking about it, I don't want to put you on the spot. We can talk about it next time, but I do think that this is a very important point that Commissioner Hodge is raising, that we are literally through this resolution micromanaging a county operation, in my opinion. This seems like something that the administrator should be doing, not us. Which is why I support the motion.
Commissioner Somerville, are you done? I'm sorry, Robbie, were
I
you
just
done?
didn't know if our staff, did you want to say something or not?
Look like they did, actually, but okay. I feel like they've been pressured
I
to do this.
similarly, we would need time to
Right.
understand what that impact and what it operationalizes is, one on staff and also on our role as the community action agency, which this is a critical component of, in which we allocate CSBG dollars to this program. It's for BCA.
Which encompasses more than just the senior nutrition program. So that would be taken into consideration. Would we remain the community action agency? Would the older aging services office become the community action agency? Because they would be potentially taking senior nutrition, but there's many other things that fall into that, like weatherization and other human services programs, which are currently in the domain of OCD. So this throws the whole aspect of the other funding that helps to support this type of work. Unless the village is going to pay for all of it, and then we don't know what BCAEO thinks about it either.
Thank you, appreciate it. I don't want you guys to be on the spot anymore. The administrator's raising his hand.
No, I just say again, their response was consistent to mine. We're gonna need time to operationalize what you all approved. And we would like time to do just that.
This is a 2 reading agenda item right now. What I'm gonna ask that, I probably will vote no on the amendment now, but would be open to considering it on the next one if I have more information. And so I would ask that there are many counties who have a older adults millage, and I'd like to understand how they operationalize that with this question about the community action agency. So getting some understanding how other counties do that, because other counties have Office of Aging Services. So getting more information there before I'm prepared to make a yes vote will be important for me. Somerville.
I guess I could be wrong, but I thought that the original proposal that we got from administration would have moved those programs as well. I don't think Jason came up with that. Commissioner Marchese came up with that on his own. And just for clarity, because like the term micromanage keeps getting used, this is the 3rd time the public, I think, has seen this document now. In addition to many of the community partners that have been engaged on the senior millage. And so love that we're getting feedback, but I proactively reached out to a lot of my colleagues over the last 2 months, and this is the first time we're getting feedback on this. And I also just want to clarify, it's not the first time this has been presented to us from somebody on a potential proposal for the millage. But again, it is not a single reading, so it will come back, but this was recommended, I think, by administration previously.
Thanks. Commissioner Robbie?
I just want to briefly respond to that, not to go down the rabbit hole, but this was also in my notes to talk about at our last working session and board meeting. So when we were not given the opportunity to fully flush that out. So I know you're saying you want to hear from us, but we had an opportunity that was denied. So.
No. Commissioner Somerville?
To clarify though, we did have a full working session that you decided you didn't want to ask your questions at.
Okay, I'm gonna call a point of order because I feel like we are deviating away from the debate. Can we keep the focus, please, on the amendment in action, not on each other? Thank you. Any other questions on this amendment? Commissioner Machewski?
Just a comment, it is my understanding of the county contractor Ageways for the meals program. And the funding streams for that are the senior nutrition program, known as SMP. Older Americans Act Title III, C. C1 for congregate, and C2 for home delivered. Those are all monies that they get from Ageways. In my mind, there are no other dollars mixed into that. The number one thing in terms of the very first thing that is stated in this document is a commitment to senior nutrition program, which enhance the money that we are getting from Ageways. So in my mind, when I created that first draft many months ago at this point, the idea that you would break up nutrition and put it into two different places doesn't seem very efficient to me. When it comes to the community action question, I would just talk about the county I have experience in, which is Wayne County. Their community action agency is a community-based organization called Wayne Metro. And they also have a very similar structure where their area agency on aging, which is the Senior Alliance, which is the agency that I run, contracts with Wayne County. We provide them the aforementioned Older Americans Act funding money to run the program. So I don't see a community action agency and Mules program funding from your agency on aging is necessarily that conflict requirement.
I'll be brief with it, because I mean, I don't generally we agree on most things. The only, piece of context I would add for this is that for community action agencies, there are only 5 community action agencies that are still county government based in Michigan. When a county government loses its designation as a community action agency and it goes to a nonprofit, it cannot be gotten back. Right. So the idea that we haven't worked it out, Tony feels like more work needs to be done to make sure that it's fine. And that's why I'm uncomfortable with voting to move those positions right now.
I'm just gonna point out that in the working session that we had September 18th, 2024, it was presented, it was an administrative plan that was presented to us. The proposal at that time was to move senior nutrition from the Office of Community and Economic Development to the Office of Aging. So that is initially what the county administration proposed to us, included in this document. So that is what administration said. We took administration feedback there. Any other comments or questions on that, Commissioner Robbie?
Is that still administration's recommendation?
I think they said they didn't know.
Well, but you're bringing it up again.
I'm noting that at one point, this
But
was their.
I mean, it's relevant to our decision making to, I think, understand what administration.
I heard administration say they'll get back to us. I'm pointing out in the past, they said that, and that they told us they'll get back to us at the July meeting. If I heard that incorrectly, you can correct me.
Structure for this will follow the policy that you all will get. I was just requesting respectfully for the space to do that work based upon what you guys ultimately approved tonight. That changes. The conversation earlier about whether OCD wanted that framework or not really should rest with the administrator, frankly speaking. And I would ask you guys to trust us to do the work and do it appropriately, including the staff at OCD. So we will follow the framework that you all this evening.
Commissioner Lamar?
I'm willing to go along with what Commissioner Machewski has said at tonight's vote. But I do think regardless how we shake out on it, that community action designation, we've got to have an answer to that before final passage. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, if you're interested, you could review administration's proposal that they did say was reviewed with leadership at OCD at that time. So I know that might not be where they stand now. a little less than a year later, but, that was where they stood then. Any other comments or questions on this item? Again, we are now voting. Commissioner Hodge, can you read your amendment again?
Yeah, I can read it again. Let's see. This one is the Office of Aging Services shall house and supervise all county staff involved in the oversight and operation of the Aging Resource Center. Right, the rest of the.
Actually, I think we'll do a roll call on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Majeski.
No.
Commissioner Robbins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott.
No.
Commissioner Somerville.
No.
Commissioner Venus.
No.
Commissioner Hawes.
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar.
Yep.
And the failed.
Okay,
Last one.
okay.
All right, last one for me. Okay, so this is in section 8. And I'll state the amendment after this, but my thinking behind this is, we are at risk for losing funding that currently goes to some of our seniors serving programs like the foster grant parent program, state or federal dollars. We have had plenty of conversations about how we're not using millage dollars to supplant existing funding. This is not what I'm about to suggest. What I am suggesting is that if we were to lose external funding for current senior services that we provide, that we would reserve county dollars for the village to be able to maintain those services. So we would keep all of our staff. There's been conversation about right sizing existing senior services, but I feel like the right size is to maintain our current level of services. And that's one of the reasons why I think we have this millage, is to maintain the services that we have if we were to lose external funding. So this is not to supplant current funding levels, but it is to, in the worst case scenario, if we had to lose external funding, we could use village dollars for that. So my amendment, or I would move that we would add a sentence to that section that says, in the event that external funding, such as state and federal funds, are no longer available for existing older adult programs provided by the county, funds from this millage shall be used to maintain those programs to ensure no disruption in service.
Support.
Okay, I have a question. I'm gonna just propose really quickly and I'm gonna ask my question to Maciejewski, because I feel like he's sort of the expert in this. If we added language like that, does it put us at risk of saying, like, can somebody say, like, is this get to the supplant issue? That somebody can be like, okay, well, you lost it. We're not giving you those funds anymore. You've lost it and you can do this work yourself. I'm worried about that opening. I'm worried about that opening the supplant language.
I would say that it depends what the program is. I mean, it depends how it's, if it was, let's say it was grant funded, right? Or it was something competitive, that isn't a direct appropriation. And it's from, let's say it's from Ageways, and it goes through their RFP process and their multi-year plan. Theoretically, they could say, well, you made this commitment, your millage is covered, so we're not gonna fund you anymore. I don't think that's likely.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't think that that's a likely scenario, that they would do that.
Yeah. Okay, I have some real Robbie. Thank you. Somerville.
Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I guess I don't support this amendment. I think that it sets up an unrealistic expectation that the millage funds can totally cover any future loss in state or federal funds, which I previously mentioned earlier in the meeting. So I will not be supporting that, but I do think the language here that clarifies that we may use millage dollars to expand capacity for persons above the age of 60 is sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, Robbie.
I want to understand why Commissioner Somerville feels that way when this language is pretty clear that it says, like, this paragraph to me reads that we're not allowed to use these millage dollars to support county services that are being provided using federal dollars if they get eliminated. Seniors, is that the intent?
No, that.
Like, what if a county senior?
I have repeat that.
Okay.
Is it, Commissioner Machewski, that you understanding that this is the intent of this language? Is to eliminate the ability of the county to use millage dollars to provide services to individuals over the age of 60
I don't see where.
from services that are funded by the federal government that may be eliminated? Is that the intent of it?
The idea was behind the millage to begin with was to enhance what was already there.
Yes.
So,
But if something's not there anymore because the federal government cut it, is the intent? I get what you're trying to say with this plan, I understand that, but if a service is pulled back by no fault of our own, are we hamstrung by this language to say, now we can't support that function?
I guess maybe this is semantics, but we don't, as far as I know, the county doesn't get any direct federal money for aging programs unless it's some kind of block granted thing or something, but most of the money that I'm more familiar with comes through Ageways, the area agency on aging. Yeah, I would, so I'm trying to think through the scenarios, right? Like Ageways funds a particular program, and then they, on their own, decide not to fund it anymore, maybe because they think it's not a need anymore, but then we're committing to backfill it and fund it. But it might not be a need anymore.
So
Can I have a point of
agree.
clarification from you, Commissioner Bobby? We're on section 8, correct?
Yeah, but
Can you just explain to me
Yeah.
how, because I'm not following.
What?
Oh, you're on 7, you're on supplanting.
That's the, well, I know that Commissioner Hodge was on 8, but I'm saying, I think the reason we need that language is because of the language that speaks to supplant. If that language
Okay.
wasn't there, then I don't think we would need this.
Okay, so, because you're not saying something in section 8 is saying that, because I was like, what's saying in there?
Yeah.
You're actually talking about section 7.
Yes.
Okay, can we, okay, but you're saying in
relevant.
order to consider, okay, so. I was gonna actually ask Commissioner Machewski to actually talk about that idea of supplant and what that means in terms of like this millage,
Can I
like,
just quickly say before?
yeah,
Yeah, I actually agree, I think with the sentiment of Commissioner Somerville, that we should not be promising with this language that we are going to fund
yeah,
any services that are cut by the federal government, but we should not be limiting ourselves from being able to fund those services. And I fear that the language in that last paragraph of section 7 does that. And I don't think the intention was to do that, maybe, but, so it would also be helpful once Commissioner Machewski answers Commissioner Scott, for me to hear from OCD to understand like what is federally funded currently and what we stand to lose. But I don't, you want to respond?
go ahead, Commissioner Machewski. I mean, I mean, maybe you'll say what I'm gonna say, but I think the intent of this is to not make a federal, state, or local funding stream say, you have a millage now, we're not giving you this money.
Exactly. So
That's the
that
purpose.
was my thought, I mean.
Yeah.
That was the exact scenario I had in my head when I came up with this was the meals program. And Ageways, which funds 6 different counties, saying, oh, Washtenaw passed a millage.
We don't need.
And now we don't need to fund them. We can take it and we can give it all to Oakland County.
Gotcha.
We don't need to fund Washtenaw.
I agree with that. Yeah, no,
That was
I
what I
agree.
was thinking.
I'm just, the language as it is worded, I want to make sure that it's clear that we can fund county services still, if they get eliminated by the federal government, that we can fund those services. I would like to make that clear in here. I don't want to promise anything, but I think we should allow ourselves to do that.
Commissioner Somerville?
Okay, just to be clear, the section that you're talking about is about organizations external from the county that apply for RFP dollars, by the way, like.
I get that, but it's not, it is not, that sentence does not specifically say that it is about those that are external to the county.
What, the sentence in section 7?
Yeah.
I guess I think it does because it's in section 7, RFP process and contractor selection. Everything in that section is about external.
Unfortunately, there's nothing in here that says that RFPs can't be issued for county departments.
Well, then that goes
I know
into,
that we don't want to do that, and we're all on the same page.
right,
I'm just trying to prepare for future
I mean, that was specifically, I think you, like you and me and some others
I
saying
agree, yeah.
county departments should not have to do an RFP, which is why we got 8, how we can enhance the aging support through existing infrastructure.
Can we add a sentence that just clarifies that to Commissioner Hodges' point? I think it would benefit, and I don't want to promise anything, but I think we should add something that just says we can use this money.
We can't, I don't think anything in 8 precludes that. As it reads right now.
I still feel like under section 7 though, this language does concern me.
Okay. Commissioner Machewski?
I would just state for the microphone that that was not my intent. My intent was not to preclude that from happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, to me, I see. Section 7 is RFP process and contractor selection, which is different than 8, which is enhancing agent support through existing county infrastructure. And the 2 sections don't reference each other at all in there. They're discrete sections. And so I would say that's why I think they're not connected. Commissioner Hodge?
If I may, just to clarify, my intent with this is to make it really clear, because there was nothing in here that made me feel that there was clarity that we could use the millage dollars to make sure that we maintained existing services that were externally funded should they be lost. And I think that there have been comments made during our board meetings and in other spaces that have made staff that provide these services now feel like they could be on the chopping block. And part of this is to assuage those fears and to be clear that we could use millage dollars to, like, let's say the foster grandparents program again gets cut. I mean, I would think that that's not a program that's very expensive for us to maintain if we were to lose the federal dollars for it. And I would want us to be able to use the millage dollars to maintain that program. But there's nothing in here that makes me feel like we could do that if not for the amendment that I'm proposing.
Yeah. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, my response to that is, it says, funds from this millage may be used to expand capacity for services provided to persons above the age of 60 years old, including, and we list a ton of departments, including the Office of Community and Economic Development. We discussed this previously, that it could be used for those programs. This was actually added based on feedback from staff. So that wasn't there originally. It was one of those things that happened after we had one working session and got feedback and then came back to the table. And we've kind of gone in circles around this. And so I'm gonna vote no on this amendment. It's unnecessary. It's already there.
And I would add, and I appreciate that you did receive or that you solicited feedback. This was a section I did give you feedback on, and the way I wanted it written is not the way it is, so I'm making an amendment.
Oh, the sausage is made. Commissioner Robbie?
So the other way to do this would be to add to, under section 7, that this section does not apply to county run services. That would make me comfortable. That that's not our intent anyways. I know that we're stating things for the record, and hopefully somebody in the future will know this, but for 8 years in this millage and having been around legislation long enough, intent is something that ends up in court, and I don't want us to run on intent too much. Like although I just wanted to say it clearly. So that would be my alternative language to help hopefully accomplish this. I don't know if that's more amenable to folks or not.
I'll look forward to that amendment.
Sounds good.
Any other questions or comments, concerns on this particular amendment regarding section 8? Okay, Ashley, please, roll call.
Commissioner Machewski?
No.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders? Commissioner Scott?
No.
Commissioner Somerville?
No.
Yeah, Commissioner Beaman?
No.
Commissioner Hawes?
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar?
Yes.
Commissioner Light? No. Amendment table.
Okay,
For 4, but
Okay.
you know, I try.
okay.
Chair, if I may, and I don't want to be a fly in the ointment. on
Nobody.
this, But what if the programming, funding for programming, federal level is cut? Wouldn't that follow the normal process of this board and we would come back to you all with a request from you all to fund that said program?
Yes, it would be a much larger, intensive discussion at this board table if federal funding for programs are cut that are that elemental to what we have deemed our morals, ethics, and priorities here at the county. That is work, obviously, I've been asking administration to prepare us for, to get those funds so we can see that, so we can play out some of those things ahead of time. But I think that definitely is not something that would just, I'm gonna say, I don't know what will happen to Commissioner Robbie's point. I don't know what will happen 11 years down the road, but if I'm chair when it happens, it will not be something we gloss over.
In the moment, that is why we were collecting that information, and that's the discussion that we've had, certainly with board leadership. It is around making sure that we have the information to adjust or adapt to a changing issues.
Okay. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thanks. I would like to call the question on the full item.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
Ashlyn?
So I call the question.
This is on calling the question on the whole item.
Commissioner Robbie,
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
No.
Commissioner LeVar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yeah.
Almost midnight.
Motion passed.
He needs 2 votes.
No, it did not pass. It needs 2/3.
Motion passed, sorry.
Yep, sorry. The 2/3 vote to call the question. So it was, the pressure was not actually on you, Machewski. Almost tomorrow. Okay. Next person in the queue for this particular item. Commissioner Robbie?
You already had me in the queue, but thank you.
There was like no queue beyond the Hodge queue,
Oh.
and then there was nothing after that, so,
All right.
okay.
All right. Cool. Well, I'm excited to go through all of the different notes that I took, here. There are several amendments, and so I know members of the public are chuckling, but that's okay. This is how the sausage is made, as somebody, just said. So I'll go in order on this. So one of the, many of these are minor. I'll just give you guys a heads up. Many of these are minor, but, on the annual report section, this is under, in section 3, under administrative framework. The second to last paragraph on the annual report. I guess I just want to like clarify that this office is also going to submit the reports, that we required under our DOC resolution for the millage, all millages. And so I was just gonna motion to add a sentence that just says the Office of Aging shall submit all reports to the BOC as required by resolution, whatever the number is.
Any discussion on that amendment? Somerville? Oh, wait, can we just restate the amendment?
Yep, okay, so adding to the second class paragraph of section 3, the Office of Aging shall submit all reports to the BOC as required by resolution, whatever the number is. 24-102.
Okay. Commissioner Somerville?
Are we gonna go back and amend every millage? Did we already go back and amend every millage? Does every other millage say that in the policy? Otherwise, I think it's unnecessary.
Okay, any other, you have more? Okay, any other discussion on that amendment? Hodge?
Maybe we should go back and amend the other.
I mean,
Not
Yeah,
tonight.
not tonight, but right.
Okay. Let's vote on that one. But blowing me.
Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Summerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman. No. Commissioner Hawes.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Great.
Um,
Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, so my next one was under section 4. The VOC identifies the following as core services to be funded by the older adults, older persons village through the Office of Aging Services recommendation or request for proposal process with board approval.
Where are you on section?
Oh, sorry, section 4, second paragraph, right before it lists the different numbers.
Okay.
And so my concern is specifically around or request for proposal RFP process. Because I think it would be cleaner to just strike the rest of that sentence, and to just keep with board approval. So that it would read through the Office of Aging Services recommendation with board approval. Because it implies that the RFP process is separate from the Office of Aging Services recommendation. And so I would say just strike that says request for proposals process. Or request for proposals process. That's my motion.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, so the second sentence, second paragraph of section 4 says the VOC identifies the following as the core services to be funded by the older persons village through the Office of Aging Services recommendation or request for proposal process with board approval. And I'm recommending that we strike or request for proposal process, just that part of the sentence, because it implies that the request for proposal process is separate from the Office of Aging Services recommendation. So now you can still have a request for proposal process, but it's all within the Office of Aging Services recommendation. It gives more power to the Office of Aging Services. So I'll make that motion.
Any discussion? Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, this was added to clarify based on feedback that we got from the community, because in the categories for different things that we'll be funding, some of them will not go through the art process and will be, like, for example, the funding for skip or for the, like, reserving 2 to 3% of millage funds annually for housing trust. It was directly modified based on that to make it clear, that, and also we'll be funding services as previously discussed through other departments. And so again, it is explicitly there for that reason, which we discussed at the last meeting. Thank you.
Any other?
I'll be voting no, by the way.
Any other comments, questions, concerns on this item? Commissioner Robbie?
Well, I guess if there's a way to clarify it, because do folks understand my concern here, that it is saying aging services recommendation or as a separate request for proposal process. So it's implying that the two are separate. The or is the concern for me. If there's another way to say it.
Commissioner Machewski?
I would say they are separate, because you could have things that are funded based upon a recommendation from the Office of Aging Services, or you could have something that it gets funded based upon the recommendation of the RFP committee, the RFP process. Because they're after the RFP process, it doesn't go back to the Office of Aging Services, it comes directly to the board. So there's 2 avenues for funding recommendations to come to this body, one through the Office of Aging Services, one through. That was when the community had commented on it, that was the gist of it.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns? Okay. Ashlyn. All you. On again.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Summerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hawes,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light. No. Commissioner Machewski.
No.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders. No. Amendment passed.
Okay. Keep going, Robbie.
Yeah, so I'm gonna skip senior centers, come back to it. So I'm not gonna take that in order. One thing I did want to mention in looking at this, the older adults housing trust.
Where are you?
Sorry, top of, well, it's subsection 4 of section 4. where it talks about the 2 to 3% of millage funds annually for the creation of an older adult housing trust. Is that an existing entity or is that something we need to create?
Use your imagination.
Commit, oh, that's something we need to create.
Thank you, Chair, for being helpful
You're welcome.
in your answer. Is the intent to create that soon? Just because if we pass this and 2 to 3% of the millage funds annually go into this, we're gonna need to act pretty quickly to create that fund.
Yeah, I think I think that's something that will, in my mind, this gets operationalized when we have a director.
So this, you're imagining that this is housed under the Office of Aging, not as a separate entity.
Yeah. Yeah,
If I could ask for some decorum in the room,
it would be good. Let's take a little bathroom break and everybody take a deep breath. We are just this is how we do it. And everybody be kind, please.
Go outside and get
10 minutes.
river air.
I'm so tired I can't even pick up this big javelin. Oh, okay. We'll call the meeting back to order. Let's remember as we go forward that we can do hard things. Let's remember that man who came to us to tell us how nice and respectful we were to each other. Let's try to keep focused and worthy of the people we represent. Let's continue to move forward on this item. Commissioner Robbie, you had the floor when I called a recess.
Thank you, Chair. I was just talking about the Older Adults Housing Trust, and
Yeah.
I don't have an amendment for that one. I just want to generally say that I don't feel comfortable with the fact that I'm voting on something that is appropriating money to a fund that is not defined whatsoever. I don't know how that money is going to be used, and I am uncomfortable by that. So I don't have an amendment because I don't have like a whole framework for what an adult housing trust looks like, but I'm uncomfortable by the fact that we're appropriating money to something that is completely undefined. So just want to say that. Moving on to the section 6, which is the review committee. So the thing here that I want to just point out is and math is not my strong suit. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but it says that there's 11 members on the review committee. And so maybe there was an intent here that I'm missing, but I counted 12 positions that were listed. And so I didn't know if that was just me miscounting or what, but either we should say it's a 12-member board or we should eliminate one of the positions that's named here. So I don't know if somebody can clarify that for me, because I'm counting 2 members of the BOC, Director of Aging Services, staff member from Aging Services, that's 4.
Wait a minute. Approve, okay, 2 members of the BOC,
Director of Aging Services, 1 other staff member from the Office of Aging Services. Staff member from the Finance Department. I don't know why I did that. Staff member from the Finance Department. 3 members of the Commission on Aging. A minimum of 3 members above the age of 60 years old. So that's 11. And the county administrator or their designate.
that's 12. Commissioner Somerville has an answer for that.
Right.
Thank you. So this was discussed at our last meeting, and maybe not everybody heard this, but there was a whole discussion on the math part of this. A minimum of 3 members have to be above the age of 60. So that could include somebody from any of those other items listed, as long as there's a minimum of 3 overall. I explicitly mentioned this, that it would not add, that it was like not, the number was 11, a minimum of 3 total. And so the work has to be done to confirm that a minimum total across the board, that 3 would be above the age of 60.
Right, that explains why it's phrased the way it is. It's sort of odd that it's in like the series of positions. I think it'd be cleaner to put it at the end. But that all having been said, assuming that's the case and that these 3 are not to be, that what you're saying is like, it's just that people have to be over the age of 60, then I would only be counting 12 minus 3 positions.
No.
Because it's, okay, so why am I wrong about that?
So
Tell me why I'm wrong.
So the 3, it just says a minimum of 3 members overall. So the overall list here, it just says a
Right.
minimum of 3. So you got 11, it says where they have to come from. And then there's this requirement that at least 3 people have to be above the age of 60.
I totally get that.
You are both, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
jump in,
Thank you.
but I know what you're saying, Annie, from that conversation. What Commissioner Robbie is also saying, because if you're saying with that math of saying a minimum of 3 people have to be above the age of 60, and they could be any of those people, that could be less than 11. So I just,
So,
It says 11
it
twice.
says 11, I
It says
guess.
11 twice.
so then I guess, are the other 2 positions just not defined then? Is it members of the general public? Is that the intention? Because then if those are not positions that you're intending, then there's 2 members of the BOC, the Director of Aging Services, other staff member, Finance Department, 3 members of the Commission on Aging, county administrators. So that's 9. And so like, are the other 2 members of the general public? What's the plan there?
Commissioner Somerville?
The plan is to make sure that all of those folks are represented and that at least 3 people above the age of 60 are represented.
So it could be 2 members of the general public.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hodge?
Would it make everyone, thank you, Chair, would it make people feel better if we had like a list? So it just specify general public, because I mean, I understand why it would be something.
That was the amendment that I was, hoping to make on that. Just to clarify, now that I understand the intention, I feel like it would be cleaner to say, and 2 members of the general public.
That seems, are you making that motion?
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Read it, Commissioner Somerville?
Yes, just to clarify, respectfully, we have a whole slide on this, and I would have loved to have the conversation at that
Me
point.
too.
When, and you had the opportunity, but I'm just.
And it was
clarifying.
Guys, I'm just gonna be like super Robert's rules for the rest of the meeting. Robert's rules is to stop this. If you want to talk, it's gonna go through me. You have the chair.
I know, I was talking.
You have the floor. Thank you.
And last time this happened, we took a whole recess because somebody was interrupted. At the last meeting, there was a whole slide on this item. And I just wanted to clarify that this was already a discussion. Since we're here at almost 12:30, I'm going to continue to bring up every time we've already talked about something. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie? Any other discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Light?
Can you please read what you want the amendment to say?
So the amendment would just say, at the end of that series of positions in paragraph 2, I guess we would need to eliminate the "and" in front of the county administrator or their designee and add "and" after that, 2 members of the general public.
And read it like you want it,
Yeah.
... 3 members of the Commission on Aging.
Yeah.
A minimum of 3 members above the age of 60 years old. The county administrator or their designee, comma, and 2 members of the general public.
Mhm.
Any other? Go ahead, you got the floor.
Then that's gonna, so then you have to change the whole thing, because the math ain't gonna be math.
Full points.
Because if we say 2, then that's gonna add to the 11.
That was a full point.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So we gotta either change the whole thing
I don't understand.
or.
I have a suggestion. Can we say the 11 members? Well, my brain's not working. I understand the intent Commissioner Robbie is saying is just like, say, when we have the makeup of the Community Mental Health Board and it calls out very specifically the positions that people have. And what Commissioner Robbie is trying to say is calling out very specifically that we have 2 members of the general public. There's got to be a way that somebody whose brain feels more clear than mine right now can make that work to continue to have the math.
So I'm saying either we have to change it all.
I know.
Or we can't get with Bill, because then it's not gonna add up right. So it has to be 11 members. These are the list of it. 3 of those 11 members cannot be a minimum of the agencies or whatever it said, but we gonna have to either change it or leave it.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I think all you need to do is say 2 members will be at large, and at the end of all of that, at least 3 people on this whole 11-member committee, at least 3 people need to be 60, which is basically what it already says, just to clarify. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Robbie or Commissioner Maciejewski, sorry.
Make a language suggestion.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Somerville was saying.
Yes.
Beginning where it says a minimum of 3 members, so striking where it says a minimum of 3 members for the rest of the sentence, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then say 2 members shall be at large.
Yes. I hear
Comma, and the county administrator or the designate, period. New sentence that would say a minimum of 3 members.
That's it.
Shall be above the age of 60 years old.
Yeah, which is basically what I was saying in my initial comments too. I think that makes sense. The only thing that I have to counter that is like, why did you choose the word at large versus general public? Is that conventional or?
You can say county resident, I mean.
Is that okay? I mean, at large has different implications.
And I would also say it's the age 60 or older.
Yeah.
Okay, so
He just read.
I would take that as so I will offer that as a friendly amendment, or you're offering it as a friendly amendment.
Is everybody friendly to that?
Friendly to friends.
Okay, and I just want to point out that Commissioner Maciejewski also helpfully, maybe didn't even know, maybe you did know, you made the language actually in line with the definitions at the start of the millage as well, where it says 60 or older, and this one says above the age of 60, so we needed to correct that anyway. So good job, thanks.
That's right.
Early in the day.
Okay,
Do we want to restate what we're voting on, or?
can you restate it? Can you do it? Okay.
Okay, so we are striking where it says a minimum of 3 members of the balance of that sentence, replacing it with two, what was that?
2 members of the general public, 2
members.
county residents.
2 county residents, and the county administrator or the designate, period.
A minimum of 3
A
members.
minimum of 3 members shall be above the age of 60 or older.
Or shall be 60-year-old.
Shall be 60-year-old.
Either the or.
And that was friendly, we got it. Any other discussion on this? Ashlyn? Oh, there was a second. It was a friendly,
I made
that
the
you
motion,
made,
Justin
seconded
seconded
it, and then they friendlied it with everybody.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Howard,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light. Yes. Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Sure.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Great. You
Yeah.
still have the floor.
Still in that section, there's language in the middle sentence of the last paragraph that says the OPMRC should include representation from the rural, suburban, and urban communities within Washtenaw County, great, and include people of different ethnicities, races, religions, and genders. And my issue with that is that the county has a non-discrimination policy with a much longer list of protected classes, and I want to make sure that we have that longer list of protected classes. So I would recommend either marrying that language to this language, or just referencing our non-discrimination ordinance.
Are you making a motion?
Yes.
What's the motion?
Let's see. I think referencing our ordinance is probably what I would,
Referencing their policy?
our policy,
Yeah.
our non-discrimination policy.
Commissioner- Oh, okay. Do I have a support on that?
Support.
Hodge. Commissioner Maciejewski?
I was just gonna note that I believe that language came in consultation with racial equity officer.
I'm gonna add something. As your sitting member of the LGBTQ committee, I'm not in there. And I would like that to be in there.
Yeah.
So,
It's included in
yeah.
our county.
yeah, so I support that too, so. Thanks for forgetting me, Derek. Sorry.
Early.
I'm teasing him. It is late. We are casual now. Commissioner Somerville?
To be clear, we could just strike all of that because it's already a policy of the county,
Sure.
right?
Well, there's an amendment on the floor. It's open. Any other discussion on that amendment? Okay, Ashlyn.
How does it read?
It reads, should include representation, blah, 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 and you said it, shoot.
Within Washtenaw County and include
This like shit.
I don't know, I wanted it to reference our policy somehow.
And
Here's to the,
adheres to the county non-discrimination policy.
Here's to the county's non-discrimination.
Okay, now,
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Howard,
yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yeah.
Commissioner Matthews,
Yes.
Commissioner Robin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Sure.
Commissioner Scott,
yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Thank you. I'm just laughing because I'm just gonna make a sidebar. There's an episode of Frasier where they try to go to Canada and Daphne tries to get back in the country. And she tries to talk like an American and she says, sure, like Caroline Sanders is saying at this meeting. Anyway, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, I'm connecting to the internet here, so.
We have now referenced Frasier. Sure.
So now, we're getting back to where we were with our earlier round of amendments, but in section 7 now, the issue about the supplanting of regular state federal funding, I will motion to add a sentence at the end that just says, this section does not apply to county-run services. Support.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Commissioner Light?
Didn't we just do this?
No,
It failed.
we did,
Well, no,
no,
Well,
we,
you
no,
mentioned the other thing. and
That's- we did it for 8 and it failed on 8 and we said 8 was different than 7. Commissioner Robbie said he was gonna come back to 7 and just add that clarifying language. We were close to it, but not quite there.
All right, can you go ahead and read it all as a,
So now the paragraph will say, the older person's village fund shall not be used to supplant regular state, federal, or local funding streams dedicated to older adult services, including funds provided to Washtenaw County by its state designated area agency on aging. And the section that we're adding, this section does not apply to county-run services.
Any other, Commissioner Light?
and so. What did you tell us? Commissioner Marquez, what did you tell us about this when Commissioner,
Yes, it's fine.
gave it amendment? Cause I'm telling y'all, this sounds the same,
Ministerial.
and we have a.
Go ahead. Commissioner Marquez, go ahead.
The gist of my prior comment was that much of the funding that comes to the county for older adult services comes from Ageways, the area agency on aging. We need when you use the word run, the county run, I guess I'm more interested in where the money is coming from. Because the county runs or operates services that are funded by Ageways. So that to me, there's an issue for me.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I'll just be voting no on this amendment. It's unnecessary. Thank you.
Any, Commissioner Robbie?
Can OCD provide us with are there, county-run services that are federally funded that are directed for seniors? Yes. Okay. Well, I feel like it is important that we specify that county services can be funded by this millage even if they are currently funded by state, federal, or local dollars. So,
Any other discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Somerville?
It's in the next section. I'd like to call the question on this amendment.
Can we have a vote on calling the question?
No one second.
Support.
Oh, it's there, thank you. Calling the question, 2/3 vote. The thing is, we probably were just gonna vote anyway. Just wanna be sure.
Commissioner Howard,
Nope.
Commissioner LeBar,
no.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Marquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Bean.
Yes.
Motion passed.
The amendment.
Now, we have a vote on the amendment. We'll let Ashlyn catch up. She's doing votes after votes after votes.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
This is Robbie's amendment.
No.
Commissioner Matias,
No.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Cummings,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
amendment failed.
Commissioner Robbie?
All right, so, my last amendment is section 10. And I actually typed it up, but for some reason I'm unable to email it. Essentially, I'm proposing to add, several things to this section. So it would now read, organizations that received funding from the older person's village will be required to display signage with the Washtenaw County logo in language that states the organization receives funding from the taxpayers of Washtenaw County, which is already in there. And then I added in that sentence through the older person's millage so that it was clear that when it was designated, that people would know that it's from the older person's millage. And then another existing sentence, the director of the Office of Aging will work with the recipient organization to install and maintain signage. I added 2 paragraphs. One says, notice shall be posted on each organization's website recognizing the county's funding. Awards announcements shall be posted on social media within 14 days of receiving the award. The county shall also be recognized in any physical or electronic communications where donors are recognized. And then the final paragraph is, all recipients of services shall be informed at the point of service that the services they are receiving are paid for by Washtenaw County older persons millage. Plan of how that will be communicated shall be submitted as a component of the RFP, which shall be reported annually to the Office of Aging Services.
Or
And I would love to send that around, but I might need help from Ashley to, I'm connected to the internet, but for some reason I'm not able to send it. What about the one blend?
Commissioner Light?
That I don't know.
The additional thing you said, without what you.
Oh, the initial thing says organizations that receive funding from the older person's village will be required to display signage with the Washtenaw County logo in language that states the organization receives funding from the taxpayers of Washtenaw County. The director of the Office of Aging will work with the recipient organization to install and maintain signage. So I appreciate that it speaks to signage, and I'm just offering that there's other ways to potentially communicate that out as well. And I think, so that's why I'm basically offering.
So I just think that we don't need to overdo it. And it's good to brag on ourselves or to want individuals to know that the county has provided the assistance. And I think that's just overdoing it. It's overkill. We have stated that they need to make sure, period. And that's just overall. They need to recognize and say, this is what we've done. This is how, how we've supported. But I think we just, that's overkill. Too much. So it don't take that much.
Commissioner Beaman and then Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. While I appreciate this and I appreciate the sentiment behind it, my office sits right next to development at and they have very specific guidelines around how these things are run. So we may actually push out programs because they cannot do this per their guidelines. So as a point at if you want something like this, it is over $1 million gift. So just stating, putting it out there that we might be pushing people away. Maybe they're not organizations we want to work with, but I am just saying that there are guidelines within development offices of how they recognize level of donors. Because most of these entities are going to be receiving funds from many, many donors, not just us. So I'm just putting it out there as information. Thanks.
Hodge?
Yeah, I think this is pretty consistent with other amendments that Commissioner Robbie has made recently to the CD, and I think that the language is pretty similar to what's been included in some of those CD contracts. Is that's correct, Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah.
So it's already established policy elsewhere. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBar?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to lean on some of these external organizations and sort of deputize them through contracts. And if this gives some folks comfort about that, I'm gonna support it.
Commissioner Somerville?
I'll be voting no, thank you.
Commissioner Light?
The work will show for itself. Like, now, if we cannot, and then with some, as it was said, some folks, we may not even we can't, it might push some folks away that we do need, or regardless of how you said we need them or not, but like, if you're out doing the work, it's known. I'm doing the work, it's known. I have people in every last one of y'all districts that have contacted me, and some work has been done. But I don't need for it to be blasted over channel 247 and for it to be on our website like does X, Y, and Z. Doesn't matter. Do the work. We get recognized as the funders or supporters or whatever it is that we do. Why we gotta be turned up so bad? Like, why recognition gotta be? Our taxpayers know I do my work and it speaks for itself. So pipe down, because we don't need all of that anyway.
Commissioner LeBar?
I think those are good points. I think back to the public comment we got at the start of this meeting about the county not doing anything on homelessness. And I think that I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Light in terms of not trying to be braggadocious or seeking praise, but the connection between what the voters gave approval for and what I think needs to meet a higher visibility standard. That's what I thought from this. But I take Commissioner Light's points well and agree that we should not sort of seek accolades. Thanks.
I'll add, when Commissioner Robbie and I talked about something like this before, I admitted I have a little unease with that. It's probably because I grew up and I went to Catholic school. Don't you remember hearing, don't let the right hand know what the left hand is doing? Like, you're gonna give, just give. So that's my qualm, but the fact that it is in line with other policies we've done and exactly what Commissioner LeBar said, it was frustrating to me to hear that we don't do anything about homelessness and housing after we just gotten done with the presentation about the work that we're doing on the COC. And I was like, well, we do those things. So, and the reason I've come around to be more amenable to things like this is because of what I think is people's lack of trust and faith in government. And I think that they're talking about the federal government. And I don't think it's a bad thing to let people know local government's still taking care of them. Commissioner Light?
That was one person today.
Yeah.
And I even said I am more than happy because that resident lives in Superior Township, and myself and Andy are always boots on the ground in this whole county. And I don't need for every single thing that I do to be just, I mean, if our logo is there, why we gotta have a whole paragraph to say, oh, we gave, that's like when I grew up in a Pentecostal church. When I would go visit some churches and they had an offering line, if you got $1,000, come get in this line. No, I'm about to go, I'm leaving. You're not getting none of my money. Me and Jesus gonna talk about this because you're not about to be just having me out there putting all my business out. If I help people, if I'm helping in this community and doing what I'm supposed to do, it will be noticed. I don't have to brag about it.
How much money are you gonna give?
It does not go unnoticed. Do the work and you'll get recognized. But you don't need nobody to plan it all over on social media, in the paper, just so you can make sure our residents know that. And the ones that come say we're not doing nothing, they're getting paid to come up here and say we're not doing nothing. So
we probably need to change the policies that are in place saying that we need to be bragging and make sure we get accolades. You'll be recognized.
Commissioner Markowski?
I'm gonna oppose the amendment. The idea that we would have to inform everybody at the point of service, that services are received, that it's paid for by the millage. Does that mean every time we have a counseling session with somebody about signing up for something, every time we provide a ride, every time we serve a meal, that we have to point that out? I'm supportive of something like, if you produce printed materials, put our logo on it. I'm supportive of something that says, if you have a website, put our logo on your website saying that it's paid for by the old adults millage. Anything beyond that, I think, is more than what I think is necessary.
Any other, Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. This would be a question for Commissioner Matieski. Would there be an amendment you would make to Commissioner Robbie's amendment to make you more comfortable? I want to just do an exercise of us making motions so they fail. Like mine.
But if I were to propose something on this, it would be very simple. And there's a lot of language there right now, and I don't know whether you want to mess with it. It would be something much simpler.
Commissioner Robbie?
I guess I just want to say, like, generally, I don't understand what the problem is with people understanding that what they're receiving is not charity, but it is the will of the community to serve them. And I do think that at the point of service, people need to understand that they're getting served by the public. I think that is important. And that's the whole point of this amendment. Because people don't know when government is stepping in to help them. They don't understand what it is and isn't government. This isn't about me or any of us on this board getting recognized. I'm not asking for us to say, list all of our names every time you get services. It's not about us.
I vote for that.
Well, maybe that's what I should have said. No. But it's not about us. It's not about us. It is about Washtenaw County as an organization being the provider of services. And we are contracting with many of these entities to be service providers on our behalf. And so the services that they're receiving are being received because of Washtenaw County. And I think that I don't see the problem with acknowledging that and making sure that people who are receiving services brought to you by the people of Washtenaw County, that it's clear that it's brought to you by the people of Washtenaw County. I don't understand why that's a problem.
Commissioner Beeman, Somerville, Light.
So I don't.
Sanders. Sanders. I'm sorry. Dude, I'm so. Okay, sorry. Beeman.
Thanks, Chair. So my whole point here is that we are dictating to development offices what they are to do when we might be only giving them less than 1% of their budget. So if they come to us and get $5,000, they do an RFP for $5,000. And they're supposed to do something for us that they don't do for a $200,000 donor or a $1 million donor. That's putting this agency in a very tricky position. I think if we are less prescriptive in how we say we want to be acknowledged, it won't close doors. This will actually close some doors.
Somerville?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, I plan on not supporting this amendment, but also we clearly are okay with acknowledging that the county taxpayers who voted for, the old person village is supporting these programs, because it says it in the section. And it also empowers the director of the Office of Aging to work with recipient organizations to display signage. That could be signage on a vehicle that transports food or people. So it's actually vague enough for the director to be empowered to work with the organizations that receive funding. It's there.
Commissioner White?
I do not have a problem. And it's not a problem for our residents in this county to know what we do. However, I do have a problem with abusing and marketing us continuously for work that we get paid to do and that we've been elected to do. So like, we don't have to do all of the hype me up, give our own accolades. It's there. So it's not a problem. But as long as, I don't even know why we had to have that long definition. Make sure there's recognition for Washtenaw County. Period. Done. Like, let's stop being so, I don't want to say materialistic, but just all the bragging and do the work. Do the work. Do the work. And the organizations that we partner with, guess what? They recognize it, they make sure. So just do the work. It'll be recognized. There's no problems. I'm done.
Commissioner Sanders.
I thought that we had said, or we're making it, sort of common, that we would let the residents know, these bugs are a whole lot. We would let the residents know that, their tax dollars are at work. Cause the language that's been used is as though we're giving them something. It's their money. We're just making sure they know that their money is at work. I don't think that we need to beat them over the head with it. And I don't think that we need to add additional labor to the offices that are pushing this work out. It's just plain and simple. Have something on the website, if they have a website that says, I don't know, Washtenaw County, your tax dollars at work or something, but to be minute with it for every single little thing is just a bit much. I think that they need to know that the fact that they voted for this village, I think it's kind of makes it really clear. They know exactly what they told us they wanted us to do with their money and elected us. And sometimes I think we start to smell ourselves. They elected us to get it done. So I'm just saying that now that it is 10 minutes to 1.
Yep.
And we have these Manchester residents hanging in with us.
And we're on item.
Hanging in and wondering how on earth do we get any work done doing this on a regular basis. So that's what I wanted to say, but I also want to take this opportunity to say, if we would take advantage of the fact that I know Annie called me, she emailed me, she asked me what I wanted to have changed, if I had any comments. I think that it is so disrespectful to not do your work ahead of time and then to want to lay it out and belabor it to death when you've had an opportunity to read the stuff, to reach out, to respond. I think it's disrespectful of our colleagues, but more importantly of our residents. It's just not right that you might have people sitting online and it's 10 minutes to 1 o'clock. When you could have drafted your stuff, emailed it back, said, these are my changes. If it's a power play and you just want people to know how brilliant you are, you can say that at the meeting, but it doesn't take 5 hours. I'm done.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you. So I think the conversation around the accolades piece it's missing the point of some of our conversations around us trying to create better recognition with the government, which is instill better trust in government. It's not a conversation about trying to highlight the board of commissioners or a commissioner. It's about the work that the staff are doing. It's about the work that everyone that's part of the organization is doing to make the community better. So it's not about trying to uplift the board. So that's the comment I have about that. The question I would have is directed at Mr. Beeman. Would you take a stab at making the amendment better then? Because I think you got some good ideas on it.
I don't know that I can come up with brilliant language at 1 a.m. But
I would just dial it back to something that includes our logo. I think that when we start saying whether it's point of entry or signage, or when we start getting this prescriptive, is where we can run into problems with different development offices. So I would just, however loosely we want to say, display Washtenaw County logo on materials related to whatever we're funding the program. Period. I mean, I would just make it short and sweet. So that, again, when we're going to these places, you just can't. And I've worked in this world and I have wonderful donors. And when someone comes in with $1 million and wants the same as someone who gave 70 million, you have to walk it back and explain why they don't get that level. And I'd rather, again, be open and not push anyone out because they have, maybe there's the name of somebody on the building. But we're saying we need our logo there too.
I got you, Brett. I mean, I asked because we lack an amendment that I think makes people more comfortable. The last thing I'll say for now is I understand the hour is late. I'm tired as everyone else is.
Yeah.
I think all of us have to go to work tomorrow too for our other job.
Yeah.
The public doesn't want to be here this late either.
No.
The one thing I would say about that is we set the time of our board meetings. So when we know they are going to be very long, that is something we could consider, knowing that we're going to have a long board meeting. We're the ones that set the time. That stuff. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, I think we should just vote on this. But I do want to say that, all of these changes that I am proposing today, I wrote up for our last meeting. I had them prepared for our last meeting, and I was ready to present on them at our last meeting. I was asked to not present on them during our working session because it was running over, just like our working session was running over tonight. So I waited till our board meeting when I thought I'd have the opportunity to present on those. But instead, some of my colleagues decided that they didn't want to hear from me. And so in response to something that my other colleagues mentioned tonight, I just want to say I did try to go through the appropriate channel of our last meeting to offer some of these amendments, but was denied the opportunity to do them. So I just wanted to respond to those comments. As two commissioners both made those comments towards me, and I wanted to make sure to clear the record on that. I'm looking forward to voting on this issue.
Ashlyn, I'm gonna have you call the vote. I'm gonna say that my feelings on this have been swayed a little bit by some of the discussion. So, my no vote doesn't preclude a yes vote next time if this gets cleaned up, but.
It's on the amendment.
This is on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. We are voting on the amendment. Ashlyn.
Commissioner Light.
No.
Commissioner Martinez. No. Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott.
No.
Commissioner Summerville.
No.
Commissioner Beeman. No. Commissioner Holly.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Member Fair.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, or concerns on item A on our agenda? Oh, I do have something, sorry. I do. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's so late and I'm gonna say this to you. But, I would like to propose something about the annual allocation of at least 200,000 for each qualified senior center. I would just like to say an annual allocation for each qualified senior center. Because I'm saying this because I don't want to be so prescriptive to our next, to who we're saying is the director of our aging services. I think that we can, kind of indicate that that's our preference, that that's the amount of funding that goes out there. But I would like to change that to be more open, just for whoever's the director.
What do you mean?
I'm motioning onto, it says, an annual allocation of at least $200,000. I'm motioning, it just will say an annual allocation for each qualified senior center in Washtenaw. An annual allocation will be given.
Or
Commissioner Sanders?
This is discussion.
Yes, yeah.
I think that, I don't agree with that. I would agree with, saying a minimum of $200,000, which allows us to offer more. But we have basically told the entire public if they, and have been telling them this, that they would be eligible for a minimum of $200,000. And I think that we're backtracking, and I don't think it looks good. I don't want to be a part of that at all. $200,000, I think is, decent enough. That does not preclude them from being able to ask us for something additional, but to strip that after we've been floating that out there all this time. And now say that we're gonna leave it to the director. No disrespect to you as chair, but then I start to think about stuff like, oh, so do we already have a chair selected? Is there something, I'm saying, this is my thought.
Do we already have one?
Director.
Oh,
Oh, the director.
I was like, what?
Is this like a, already set in motion, sort of, there's a fix in, I just think it looks shady.
Okay.
And I wouldn't support it.
Okay. Labar?
Yeah, I think at this point, I would not be in favor, largely, because sort of the structural conception of it. And just because I want to amend the definition, so I'd be a no on that.
Okay. Somerville?
Yeah, I'm a no just because I like that the language is a floor as like a base level, for the qualified senior centers. I think it's really important for centers to have, like, understand what the minimum they'll get from the county is, just with their own, like, budget and like just kind of how we've shifted to a 4-year budget. I think, it'd be helpful for them to have a better outlook. And because I'll just say, when I did a town hall in my district and have had meetings with some of my electeds in municipalities, my district, they were kind of like shocked and didn't want to believe the 200,000 was real because they've kind of heard this before in other areas and then it's like not been real. And so I've been selling this to constituents in my community as well as elected officials as, no, this is like base level and we hope you apply for more kind of thing. And so I wouldn't be supportive of it for that reason. Thank you.
Okay. Robbie?
My understanding is that we, in the next resolution, are giving $200,000 to all the senior centers. So that's covered in the next resolution. I support this because all this is doing is basically just saying that there's an allocation that's to be determined by the board. And the board will decide, the board is deciding next to allocate $200,000, which is fine. And so I support this. I think it's just clearing up the language and deferring it to the DOC to make the decision.
Commissioner Beaman?
Okay, I have a question and then I'll follow that up.
Okay.
So does it say VOC or does it say Director of Office of
I
Older Person?
would say it would be determined by the VOC.
Okay.
It's the next sentence.
Okay. I have to agree with my colleague that we've told the community these dollars would be coming. I would also say that my fear would be if we leave it completely ambiguous, it could almost seem as though we're going to start designating different amounts, different places, and that's gonna cause a different level of fear. So I like having a floor personally, so I would be a no.
Hodge Marchewski?
Sure. I think I'm willing to stand with you on this one. For a couple of reasons. I think one, if we went down this path, it does fundamentally change, I think, some of the conversation around the next resolution. And if we were to do what you were suggesting, I think it gives us more time, or it gives us time to hire the director of senior services, the assessment work, they've been think through, and think through some of the allocations, give us recommendations on the allocations. And I see some merit in that, given the way that we've had the conversation about senior centers classified in green and senior centers classified in teal, and the potential for some of them to move over to the other one. So I see some merit in this, so I'm willing to support it, but with the caveat that I think it changes the conversation that we're gonna have on the next resolution.
Commissioner Majewski.
Thanks, Chair. I think this amount of money is a base foundational amount for the senior centers. Not having it defined, at least at a minimum level, is gonna create a lot of uncertainty for them in managing and overseeing their programs on a year-to-year basis. Which is why it's always been important for me to define this number as a minimum or an at least number, to provide them that level of certainty on the very basic things that they have to turn the lights on. So for that reason, I oppose the extra.
You're very welcome. Any other discussion on that? Okay, let's have a vote.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
No. Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
No.
Commissioner Beaman.
No.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
No.
Commissioner White.
No.
Amendment failed.
Great. Any other amendments on this item on A? Commissioner, what's your name?
You
Robbie.
probably used that, right? The one other amendment that, this conversation jogged my memory on that same item, item 2. This was a discussion we had last time about the service area for the senior centers and talking about, who the senior centers are serving and residency requirements that different senior centers have to get for folks to get services. I just want to add language in here that's instead of regionally, because what does regionally mean? I feel like regionally is too vague. I want to say, that agree to provide services to all county residents. And the second piece of that is to all county residents free of charge, because I know we talked about the membership piece before. And as long as, at least as it pertains to that 200,000, I don't feel like we should be charging people double for a membership fee and the counties basically using their tax dollars to pay for them to use those services. So I would say at the end of that sentence, just add that agree to provide services to all county residents free of charge. I'm sorry, I'm at, on section 4, BOC priorities and service categories, subsection 2, same section that we were just trying to amend, with the senior centers. So just trying to, so amending it to strike regionally and to say provide services to all county residents free of charge.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, we talked about this last time. It has to be owned people above the age of 60. Additionally, Commissioner Maciejewski explained, I thought pretty well that some centers do rely on small fees and they don't turn people away. We've heard this from a lot of the directors. And it's also already included that they would have to provide services regionally, which wouldn't exclude people from other parts of the county. So again, we already talked about this. I don't support the amendment. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders. I'm okay with replacing the regional term to say Washtenaw County residents. That's as broad as we're gonna get for the county. And I also believe that there are seniors who can afford to pay a minimal annual amount and would be happy to do so, knowing that they are also supporting their fellow brethren who cannot afford it. And as long as the centers, have some sort of language that states, just like we heard earlier, that no one is turned away. I don't see anything wrong with them
having some sort of annual fee that is reasonable. 15 is that, to me, that's not, you're talking $1, just slightly over $1 a month.
Yeah.
And if people can't afford it, that does not stop them from receiving the services. But as Commissioner Somerville said, many of them before this village came about relied on that money, even though it wasn't a lot. They relied on it. And we would be asking them to rework their entire budget to take that out. And we're still only saying we're gonna give them a base $200,000, which is not a whole lot. If you're talking about senior centers like the one in Whitmore Lake, where they needed a boiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that, that's I think that's the part where some of us may be showing our naivete. $200,000 is nothing. And so if you don't have a food cafe, even $200,000 to create a food cafe is not enough. So I don't think that we should try and hog tie them. As long as they have a statement that says, I know these bugs are just a statement that says that no one will be turned away from services. I think that's sufficient. And still allowing them to collect that money.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Beaman?
I'm gonna sort of follow along the lines of Commissioner Sanders, because if we start putting in Washtenaw County residents, we're gonna have problems in areas like Milan. And to be completely honest, we can even have problems here in Manchester where we may have a senior from Lenawee, just on the border, who comes on over. Or in Chelsea, if there's someone from Jackson County, Grass Lake area that comes on over. If we say Washtenaw County, again, we're being really prescriptive in terms of who they can serve. And yes, I'm sorry, in every area, there's going to be that free ride, right? Like, unless we have toll roads, we're gonna have people who drive through this state that don't pay for our roads. Like, that's how it goes. And it's gonna happen here in our senior centers unless we're asking them to check ID at the door and turn people away if they happen to be from Jackson County or Monroe County or Lenawee County. You can't come in. So that's one point. The other point that I have, and I know this is a rarity, but again, I've been in the nonprofit world a really long time. There are some funding mechanisms where you actually have to charge. So they get a grant through X, but because of that, they have to do Y, and it's usually nominal. It's very small. It's like $5 or $10. But again, we could be excluding organizations in the county or asking them to give up this grant to get our money because we're putting this restriction on it. And it is a choice that they could make. That is a choice they could make. But again, if we're really looking at making an impact countywide, I don't want to say to, the Ipsy Senior Center or the Saline Senior Center, hey, you can have our money, but you're gonna lose this because you're charging $5.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Robbie?
Okay, I think all those points are well taken. I really like Commissioner Sanders' suggestion. I'm gonna move to amend my amendment so that it says, services to all county residents over the age of 60 and.
60 or above.
Thank you. Residents 60 or above.
60 years old.
60 or
Yeah.
older.
Age 60 or.
Age 60 or older.
Yeah.
And does not turn anyone away from services that are provided under this millage. That way, it doesn't say that they can't charge a fee. It just says they don't turn people away from services that are provided under.
Is it still say county residents?
To all, yes. So the first part is provide services to all county residents. And so my reason for not changing that is I don't think we're saying that they can't provide services to non-county residents. They're just having to agree that they provide services to all county residents, at least, at
Oh.
a minimum.
Okay.
So that's what the amendment to my amendment.
Hodge, you good with that? And then I'll check with everybody else.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
We're really playing fast and loose with amendments, but yeah. I mean, I think that's changed substantially. We should vote the first one down and then do that, but
I amended my, I guess technically I amended my amendment, but if you want to take it.
I don't really, I'm just gonna take it as friendly. Cause I don't feel like voting down to do something again. Everybody knows what we're doing. Everybody good with that changing that? Okay, all right, great. Now we're discussing that amendment and we're on to Hodge.
I will not. No, I'll still say it. Since it's a little bit different now, since we've changed it a bit substantially, but, I just want to reiterate that we keep talking about this $200,000 for more and the ability for senior centers to apply for more. So I would maybe make it a priority or allow it to be a priority for a senior center that does not want to charge a membership fee, but is relying on it to perhaps be able to request additional funding so they don't have to.
I don't think anything precludes that from happening.
I don't know, just put it out.
Okay. Commissioner Machewski?
I'm just gonna say this. Point out that the $200,000 amount, I think I said before, is conduction and Chelsea, that's like half of their regular normal operating budget. And if you need an HVAC unit on your roof, that $200,000 is gone. That's us. So they rely on the ability to be able to have a small membership fee, and for people where that is a challenge for them, they work with them on that. That's been my experience. And with the idea that there are programs that you're running, like a Healthy Wellness program, there's a book. A lot of times they'll say, well, if you're gonna say program, the millage will cover that cost, but you need to pay for the book because the book costs $20 or something like that. Kind of what Commissioner Kuhn was getting. That was all I was gonna say. I'm rambling now, so I'm gonna get back to the chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Roddy, can you read your amendment again?
Sure. So that section will now read, an annual allocation of at least $200,000 for each qualified senior center in Washtenaw County that agrees to provide services to all county residents over, I don't remember what I wrote here, but it's whatever language is used, over the age of 60 or older. And does not turn anyone away from services that are provided through this.
Oh, so it doesn't actually say anything about the fee?
No.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? Motion. Call the roll.
Commissioner Robbins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Summerville.
No.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Great. Item A. Any other things you have to say about A? Oh my God, we're gonna vote on A. Oh, really?
Just small. I'm not making an amendment.
Okay.
No more amendments for me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, I think we made a lot of progress today. I'm looking forward to voting on a final version in a month. I would like to vote no today because I'm concerned about the piece that we talked about earlier with the department. And I want to get that clarified before I can vote yes on this. So I'm just saying I'm gonna be a no today. Doesn't mean I'm gonna be a no on the final pass.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Yo. Okay, well, I mean, the meeting goes as it goes. We'll do a roll on this one.
On just A.
Just A. All right, you helping me?
Is the millage right?
Commissioner Sanders.
Get it done.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Summerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yep.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Hell, yeah.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wadley.
No.
No. A pass.
Great, let's go on to item B. Commissioner Hodge?
All right, let's just get me out of the way here. All right, thank you, Chair. So for B, because of some of the other discussion that we've had about the other three senior centers, and particularly what I've learned about Lincoln Golden Ages and having gone there, talked to the director, talked to constituents, actually got a bunch of emails from constituents during the last meeting when they saw the table deal. And then having some conversations with staff from JFS about the WISE program, engagement around Turner, and just some of our challenging conversation about what qualifies or not. I want to make an amendment, and I'll describe why in greater detail here, that we had, so we can have a discussion about the other three that weren't included, so we have the full list. So part of my reasoning for this is that when we had the initial discussion and a lot of the conversation around how the senior centers that have a municipality in their name, I felt like it was represented that they were connected to that municipality in a way that they're not. There are only 4 of the senior centers, including both of them, like the full list of all of them, including the ones that were in teal, that are actually run by a local government. All the other ones are a nonprofit, even if they have the title of a local government in their name. Understanding that better helped fundamentally change how I understood some of our conversations. Because then it creates some of this challenge I could see in the future where a new senior center could pop up, if we're still sticking on this language around the municipal connection, you could just put your city or township name. And so my worry with this is, would Lincoln Golden Ages have been in the green category if they were called the Augusta Township Senior Center, as an example? Similarly, for the Y Senior Center, if they were identified as, I think, the South Ann Arbor Senior Center, would they have been in green? And if for Turner, if they were the North Ann Arbor, would they have been in there? They all provide the kinds of services you would expect a senior service or senior center to provide. So I will go ahead and make a motion and see where it lands, that I would amend the now therefore be it resolved clause to change the $1.8 million to $2.4 million, so we can include the additional 3 senior centers, which would be Lincoln Golden Ages, the Y Senior Center, and the Turner Senior Resource Center. And that would be the motion.
Support.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, LeBar.
I think, not to belabor the discussion here, we heard earlier about the relatively small amount of money that $200,000 is in the scope of the millage. We heard about, the need to get money out now. Broadening the tent at this time with the structure now, not technically passed, but it's gonna pass. Now is the time to do this. This will get out to people in need in both in ways that comply with both the substance and the spirit of the millage. And we should not let essentially a non-traditional setup get in the way of vital services that are being provided. I think that's particularly true for folks in Commissioner Hodges' district, as he mentioned. I think there are communities across the county that find comfort in getting service through WISE or through Turner. And so I'd say, if we're gonna speak to those values, and if we want to get money out now to prime the pump to meet existing need and really pent-up need, we should include these now. There's no harm that's coming from that. We can always amend it later. I think this is the right thing to do, so I'm strongly supportive.
Commissioner Light.
So the centers that you mentioned, what other communities, you said they service different communities across, a lot of things across the
I'm gonna respond.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Hodge, go ahead.
Right, so, I'm very invested in making sure that the Lincoln one gets the funding. It's in my district. It's the only senior center that's in my district, even though many of my residents are served by the Washtenaw Township one just happens to be over the border in the Commissioner Somerville's district. I'm very glad that they're gonna get funding too. One of the things I learned through that and where some of the conversations that I had with JFS resonated with me is that they have a similar setup to Lincoln in that for Lincoln, their space is provided to them as an in-kind contribution from the school district. For the WISE program, their space is provided to them by the JCC. It would not be an allocation to the JCC, it's an allocation to JFS because they're the ones operating it. It's a pretty similar situation for both of them. In fact, both of them have told me that they're interested in moving to their own location. For Lincoln, and why it's so critical that they get it, they'd be able to expand their services to 5 days a week. They know there's an unmet need. They would be able to expand. Right now, they're only open 3 days a week. So they'd be able to be open 9 to 5, 5 days a week. They'd be able to expand their food services and be able to start looking to another building where they could serve even more seniors. JFS has said similarly, they're in the space that they're in because they're being provided that space. They would look to locate in another place too. So when we look at it, a lot of the senior centers are place-based in nature and how they provide services. They're located in various places across the county. And like you mentioned in a previous meeting, things like Rob goes to multiple senior centers, right? Like, they've never been to those, but.
And that's more hard, but go ahead.
Yeah, so they are located, we have senior centers all located all across Washtenaw County. I mean, I think that some of our approach is to try to make sure that we're funding it from.
Yeah. Commissioner Light, yeah, I think you still had the floor, actually. You wouldn't have known it there for a minute, but you do.
But why haven't they requested funding before this village? Because this is what we're trying to avoid. I'm not trying to say it's like they don't deserve it. But now they pop it up and they need funding, but they haven't even asked, but they haven't come to you and be like, hey, we need this. My senior centers, they even the pockets, they like, we need this, and guess what? Their services has been utilized for years. They just popped up like, hey, we need to get in this 200,000.
So.
And that's what it looks like. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hodge.
I would say all three of the ones that I mentioned are new, but I'll speak specifically to Lincoln because that's the one I'm most familiar with. I made, after Commissioner Somerville, the presentation was engaging us to try to get more information about our senior centers. I reached out to senior center. I reached out to some of the Augusta Township trustees to be able to try to engage with more. I did not, I think they were moving at a different pace than we were. And then I was able to go, I think it was last Friday, because that's when I got a response. And they weren't even aware that we were having some of these conversations. And I mean, that's just.
So, but they haven't, so for the term, when I started my term, I have never heard of, they have never requested or asked for any funding. That to go and seek them. So if they were in that much of a need for funding, how come they haven't come for $200,000 got laid on the floor for the assistance? And I'm like I said, I'm not saying they don't need it, but you had to go and dig and beg for them to respond. And so we don't need to go. I mean, clearly they must don't need the funding if you couldn't even get a response back.
So I would say for Lincoln, I think the challenge with getting in touch with them is their staff are all part-time because they lack funding to be able to do more work. So their time is spent operating it to the best that they can with the very limited funding that they have.
I think it was a reach in the dig and 100,000, and I don't think we've handpicked our senior centers. We have been in contact, and these senior centers that we have that are on the list are senior centers that have been active, who has asked for assistance and resources to all of us in our districts or not. And then as far as the one at JFS, they're going to utilize their funding. They've already made it plain. So don't make it plain on how you're going to use 200,000 for your staff, because I'm not with it. And I will put it on the floor every time. Stop playing with this county's money, and then they're gonna come back and ask for more. Not a good idea. So I just want to put that on the floor right now. So you might want to tell them they need to come and present before they say that they're being excluded or not, because they just got me.
So
I think you need to respond to that. Is that a question?
Well, I want to respond to the comment.
You want to be in the queue?
Lincoln, I mean, it's directly at me, right? It's response.
Is it a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I know how Lincoln will use their money. I had a conversation with their director. They will be able to expand services to be able to serve. They currently serve more than 100 seniors. They can serve a lot more if they would be able to be open 9 to 5, 5 days a week, but they lack the capacity to do that because they don't have the dollars to be able to do that. Most of their funding has come from school districts and the township board, which has been very low. So they would be able to provide daily senior services and have full-time staff.
Thank you, Commissioner LeVar.
I just speak again that I think all three of those organizations to some degree have been engaged in senior related efforts, have been in touch, and I think are worthy of funding. The one that I think is most difficult to me, but I think is still worthy, is actually Turner, just because of the connection with Michigan Medicine and the relationship that provides. But both Lincoln and the Wise Center, those are meeting existing needs. They have long track records, and they have been in touch with the county about trying to get service. I hope we will add them in at this point. Thanks.
Somerville?
Yeah, I'll just add into the mix about Lincoln. One of the things that I learned since our last meeting is that they did previously have a meal cafe, and I think they had to kind of suspend that during the pandemic, and then it never kind of came back. And so, I think just to kind of help, like, there was a need for meal service that no longer exists right now, but hopefully with the millage could. And so, yeah, I think my recommendations before related to Lincoln in particular, it was just really hard to get information, which I know you tried, like, and finally got some. And so I'm supportive of Lincoln being included in qualified senior centers. I just think this like issue of like who gets the base level funding versus who's not, like, especially Turner and the WISE program, like I'm still very much on the side of apply for the RFP. There's lots of different programmatic items that could fall into the services that they provide, and that's still my recommendation. I also I don't even know. I think that's all.
Maciejewski?
Thanks, Chip.
I'm sorry, Maciejewski, sorry, LeVar. Sorry, okay.
I guess for me, of the three, I was over the last week have gone back and looked at them. And when I looked at the Lincoln Children Ages program, understood the geography from what Commissioner Hodges explained. To me, that I would be supportive of adding Lincoln Golden Ages to the list. The other two, I am not. And I think getting back to the you know it kind of thing here, right? I think ultimately for me it comes down to the idea that Turner and Wise, GFS connection, are both parts of bigger organizations. Wise is Michigan Medicine, $1 billion, and Wise is GFS, a community-based organization. The senior centers that are on the list, their mission is to be the senior center. Their mission is part of some bigger entity or wider entity. Their structure exists to be the senior center. So that is kind of my reasoning behind this. I appreciate the amendment that, as currently stated, I would oppose. Thank you.
LeVar?
I think two things. One, all well and good to say they should apply, and programmatics are great in theory. This is what we're dealing with right now, and it's going to be the precedent going forward. Two, it's specifically because they are part of bigger organizations sometimes that they have the relationships they do, and that they have those relationships within parts of this community that also need assistance. I think both of these are worthy. I don't want to exclude Lincoln at the cost of Wise or Turner,
but I'm gonna go on record. I'm gonna say to Commissioner Machewski and Commissioner Somerville, this is the right thing to do in terms of getting these services out to the seniors in need. It is not an exact replica of some of the municipally based senior centers. That's true. But it doesn't mean it's any less worthy or any less worthy of funding now in a way that, you know, can lead to success in the future. Because if you relegate them or anyone to those programmatics, keep in mind, there are many times when if you're going after multiple buckets because you provide multiple services, you tend to get pigeonholed in one or the other. So to some degree, they get penalized for the spectrum of things that they do and do well. And so that's why I'd say I hope we include them now and build on that success. Thanks, Chair.
Commissioner Hodge, Somerville, Light.
I'll wait till then.
Okay. Somerville?
Yeah, sorry, I stepped out for a second, but I caught the last half of that, and this is a good point that you bring up about organizations that provide a multitude of services and being used against them. I think the Knowledge Oversight Committee and the Director of Aging Services and us, like as we go through all the processes and checks and balances, my hope is that organizations that do multiple things in the older adult space aren't, like, it's not used against them. And so for the case of WISE and the nutrition item related to senior center space, I would hope that that wouldn't be used against the work that they do related to transportation, for example. But I also think that is what the Millage Oversight Committee is kind of empowered to do. And we run into this all the time with CMH. We have organizations that get funding from us through the CMH millage that, like, I guess, double dip. Avalanche, for example, and it's not used against them. So I don't know. I hear you, but I thought about this, and it's not my desire as a commissioner to punish organizations that have a wide range of older adult services. Actually, I think, like, based on conversations we've had, we don't want to duplicate services, and we want to be able to support and expand what's already out there. And so I don't think the intention is to hold that against anybody. It's not my intention, just for the record. Thank you.
Commissioner Light?
I was just gonna ask Commissioner Hodge if he would willing to change just the amendment that it just includes Lincoln and not the other two. That was a possibility.
I seconded the amendment.
Yeah.
So I could accept that as friendly. I correct Corporation Council.
Everybody has to accept it.
Yeah, that's what.
Commissioner Hodge?
Yes, thank you. You know, there was a remark made during working session yesterday about social workers not being good at math, but I'm pretty good at math and I can count at least the votes on the table. So I will change my amendment to just include Lincoln, which would make the number have to be 2 million even instead of 2.4 million. If the body is friendly to that.
Is there a 1.8 one?
Instead of double, because my original amendment was 2.4. Yes, so it would have to go down to 2 million even, and it would make it to just add Lincoln.
You're okay with that?
Is that?
I'm asking
Can I
you,
get that?
and then I'm asking everybody. I mean, you're the first one.
I'm okay with it.
Is everybody else okay with that? Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I'm still gonna vote no. I am concerned how hard you had to chase them down. And I am concerned about funding a service on paper that may not be deliverable in practice. And if it is something I feel more confident about for year 2 of the millage, I'm willing to think about it at that point. But right now, I'm very worried about capacity and responsiveness. And that is a concern I have with $200,000 of taxpayer money. That's why I'll vote no on this now, but would consider it in the future. Any other comments, questions, concerns on this amendment? All right, Ashley.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Summerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapi,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
and then the fan.
Great. Back to the original resolution. Any questions, comments, or concerns on the original resolution? Commissioner Robbie?
Oh, boy. Well, so I guess I want to go back to one of the concerns that I had, last week or last meeting, whenever that was, where I'm concerned about the way that the baseline funding is allocated and that it's allocated on an ongoing basis. And it feels like we are neither being equal with the distribution of money, nor are we being equitable with the distribution of money, because I still have not seen what the methodology is of why each part of the county that is getting this senior millage money is getting this amount of senior millage money that it is. And I understand that maybe in the future, we'll go back and revisit it with some different lens. But I'm not seeing it in this resolution, and it doesn't feel to me like there's fairness, however you want to define that, and how these dollars are being allocated. And so if it was equal, then each commissioner district would get the same amount of money. And if it was equitable, then each commissioner, then we would apply some formula of some kind to how the money is spent based on need. And that's how we would determine how the dollars for the baseline then get to the senior centers. And so, for example, I think I said to Commissioner Somerville when I did share some of my feedback with her that, you know, I'm okay with Ann Arbor not getting as much funding for senior centers if it means that some of that money is going to support parts of our community that, you know, have more needs. And, you know, I think, in particular, I think of the east side of the county as an area that needs more investment from the county. And so I don't understand why everybody's getting the same amount of money and it's not equitable on how we're dispersing these funds. And so I would like to offer an amendment that doubles funding for Ypsi and Ypsi Township senior centers to $400,000.
Discussion on the amendment. Somerville?
Yeah, I would like to say that, I agree. I want especially Ypsi Township and Ypsi City Senior Center to get more, and this framework actually allows that, in multiple ways, because in the actual section, in the framework that we just approved on first reading, it clarifies that this is the minimum, that's for equity reasons, and we also have this oversight committee that we proposed, and we now approved on first reading, and I hope makes it through the final reading. Talked about this a lot. Equity is key. We got a lot of feedback from a lot of community partners. Equity was part of that. It's included in the needs assessment data that we're going to be doing. It'll be part of the annual reviews that we get. So, you know, we've gotten so much feedback about this, and we've talked about this a lot. It's been stated over and over again, but I'll say it one more time. The whole point of just providing base level is so that people in areas that have a higher need will be able to apply for more funding, more programmatic dollars that are specific in the big list of services that we've already included in another section of the framework that we just voted on. And so honestly, it's unnecessary. I feel pretty confident as the person who represents the area with Ypsi City Senior Center and Ypsi Township that the direction we're going is the right direction to ensure equity for the entire county, including Western Washtenaw County. And so I'll be voting no. And I don't understand the confusion still because we've talked about this. We've gotten community feedback. But hey, this proposal actually, I think, is going to allow more services to be provided for Ypsilanti, just as we saw when we approved ARPA funding for older adult services. We have a standard equity policy that we approved. That is how we make funding decisions. And if you look at how we funded senior services for ARPA, there was a clear focus on 48197 and 48198. So again, this is an unnecessary amendment and I'll be voting no.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Let's roll call the amendment.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Keenan,
No.
Commissioner Howard,
Yes.
Commissioner.
No.
Commissioner Light.
No.
Commissioner Martinez,
No.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
amendment failed.
Okay, we're back to the original resolution. Any discussion on that? This is technically a first reading. Commissioner Robbie?
Yep, no further amendments, but I'll be voting no on this item as well, as I feel that it is not, ready for prime time. I hope that things can change over the course of the next month and that we can get to a place where I can vote yes on it, but as of right now, I'm a no vote.
Okay. All those, any other discussion? Commissioner Somerville?
I just want to say, I appreciate all the work that we all did together as a board and the community, and I welcome yes and no votes. Thank you so much.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Item passes. Who would like to move the final reading amendments?
I'm happy to, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner LeVar.
A resolution to accept the grant award from from the Department of Environment and Great Lakes on the Buyer Dam. B, a resolution to reclassify legal assistant positions in the public defender prosecutor's office for resources. Then 3, you want me to just go into single reading?
He's got some bad.
Chair,
Sorry.
you want me to do single reading?
Yes,
for it?
please.
A, resolution to ratify the application acceptance of grant award from the Prosecuting Attorneys Association of Michigan. B, resolution ratifying the grant application from Michigan to the Michigan Bureau of Elections and the county clerk. C, resolution ratifying the application submission to Michigan State Court Administrative Office. D, a resolution ratifying the electronic application with Michigan State Court Administrative Office for the drug court program. E, a resolution ratifying the application and acceptance of the CLCG grant from OCD. F, a resolution approving the 25-26 annual action plan authorization for Irvine County. G, a resolution proclaiming June 19th as the Washtenaw County observance of Juneteenth. H, a resolution declaring June as Pride Month in Washtenaw County. I, resolution declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. J, supplemental resolution opposing the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services plan to implement a procurement process for prepaid inpatient health plans. F, approval or for approval plan.
Support.
Anybody want to pull anything? Going once, going twice. All right, let's call the roll on all of those things, or any discussion on anything else?
I will for future items.
Okay, on these items?
Yeah.
Okay, great, let's do it. Who? Yes.
Commissioner Howard,
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light. Yes. Commissioner Martinez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
motion passed.
Items for current and future discussion, Commissioner LeVar?
Thanks, Chair. Again, appreciate the work of our senior center folks or our senior village folks. I will be working on draft language for some of the sorts of things we've talked about in the past in terms of one-time spending as it relates to senior millage dollars. Now that we've set up some of the structure, but before we get it up and running, I would love any and all collaboration on that. I'll certainly be seeking to work with the administrator and their team on it. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge?
I'll be real quick. Thank you, Chair. I want to thank our host for having us here. I think it was an interesting road show, and I want to thank all the staff and members of the public for sticking around, particularly staff and helping make this a success. I know there's a lot of different ways to technology to work effectively. It was, I think, a multi-day endeavor to be able to make sure that we can continue our standard of being able to have online participation. So and thank you to everybody. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for staying back there to protect us, even though nobody's here anymore. That's it.
Any other, Commissioner Robbie?
Quick item that I have is I want to thank our chair for running an excellent meeting. This was a very tense meeting and one that,
I'm crying now.
there were moments that were really bad, like really tense. And I think you navigated us through it, very aptly. And I just want to thank you for being just a really capable chair to lead us through this. This is the longest we've gone in a long time, and you just did a really good job getting us through it.
Thanks, I'm gonna get my car cry, for real. Could be because I'm tired or flattered. Thank you. Any other items for current future discussion? Commissioner Beaman?
I was just gonna thank everyone for having us, for coming, for setting everything up. I know it was a big endeavor, so thank you for coming to this.
I wanna say, we are all like chomping at the bit, packing up bags, leaving the room. And I want to acknowledge staff is probably here still packing up as we leave. So thank you so much. And yeah, you guys, it's just you are phenomenal people, phenomenal, all of you. So thank you for that. And I want to thank Manchester for having us here till 2 a.m. We were like, my mom always said at the party, don't be the last dog hung. And we are now the last dog. So, the bars are closed.
They're about to.
All right, so be careful going home. And do I have a motion to adjourn? And all in favor? Anyone opposed?